Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Card Summon Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Pollen, Urg, with the lung I have left, I should not take more risk than I should. I have not yet found a good successor. Just a little thought. Just this one little thought and the universe went sideways. Nobody would know the story of Deku, the new modern All Might, the hero who would have become the new symbol of peace. Still, Yagi preserved his lung today, thinking about the slime criminal that was on the run. According to the police, it was hiding in the sewer. What were the odds that it went outside to hide? Quite low. He would let a hero with an accordingly adapted body go there. Did you see how bulked up he was? He could not move down there. Kakin may have burned up my notebook again today. But at least I got some good cards. As his absent father used to say, before going to America, you should always look at the bright side of the day. After all, his day could be worse. He could look like the blonde skeleton guy who seemed so frail that he could die by tripping over a rock. Coincidentally, his father tripped on a carpet before getting on the plane to America, falling headfirst over the railing. Izuku could swear he saw his mom watching with an icy stare. But she was his mommy and she always protected him. Hell, even Kakin knew better than to annoy Izuku when Auntie and Co was there. So, Izuku was going to forget that awkward fact in the box for inconvenient memories in the back of his mind. So, with the money he had left from his meals, Izuku had just enough to buy a new booster for the popular hero, the official card collecting game. It was one of the various games owned by the Yaoyorozu conglomerate. Hell, as far as Izuku knew, they even owned some old Occidental company and Nintendo as of now. Still, while not as exceptional as the day he and Kakin got the Pooh All Might Argent era, presently the rarest in the world, it was a good haul. Endeavor, the Hauler, and Ingenium, Backdraft, and Nezu. He always laughed at the idea that a vigilante who became a sidekick was rarer than the hero he worked for. Still, Izuku liked the card, and by association, the man that was printed on it. At least, it put a smile on his face, despite the tears he was still trying to hold in. Not before he could get to his bedroom. Perfect. A medium-sized skin suit. The card still in his hand, Izuku didn't have the time to register what was happening, before the slime was already on him, trying to suffocate him. Could it wear him like a suit? That would be wrong on so many levels. Would it kill him or was he trying to use him as a meat suit? So many disturbing questions that would not stop popping up. The young boy tried to speak, to call for help. Somebody had to come. Maybe a hero with a smile, saying, "Don't worry, because I am here." But nobody came. As always, Izuku was slowly giving up. Why did he think he would get help? He was only Deku, the useless Deku. If people came to help Quirkless, maybe he would have gotten some help. Except for his mother. He knew the world was not merciful to his kind. Even the teachers at school never came to defend him. It was only Kakin when he said he had priority to bully Izuku before readily letting him go. If it makes you feel better, know that you are my hero. So don't worry when I get to your home. Your family will have a painless death. The slime with a smile, as Izuku felt his consciousness fading away. Maybe it will be like Katsuki said. Maybe he would get a better quirk in his next life. But his mom would cry so much. Mom, and then something happened. The second toe joint. The famous extra joint was the proof that the quirkless were less evolved. A study that had ruined Izuku's life. Well, few people in the world knew it was quite wrong. It could mean sometimes that the child was a late bloomer. The problem was that the quirk was often too powerful for the kid, and their brain would collapse, trying to rein in a quirk they could not control. Therefore, late bloomers were not well documented. Either that or the kid had a weak quirk but nothing in between. Still, better than being quirkless. What the slime and Izuku did not know was that the brain of the young man was just relaxed enough from the oxygen deprivation to withstand the strain of manifesting a quirk, and the outlet in his hand glowed. The pressure was just enough for the quirk to manifest, but not enough to collapse his brain. Something disappeared from Izuku's hand. Water strike. Something, or someone, washed away from Izuku the slime before his victim gasped for oxygen. Did someone save him? It was so strange as if something just appeared. When Izuku looked, he saw the hero backdraft, a second before he decayed into a burnt card. Oh, what the hell? I mean, it was not normal for a hero to disappear just like that. Before Izuku could understand what happened, the slime started a new attempt at attacking the middle schooler. It lunged at him, ready to engulf him with its green slime once again. And you have a good quirk too. Perfect. A good what now? Izuku's eyes widened. It was too late to react now. He would a hand touched the slime from the bridge above them, and the slime disappeared, leaving only a small blue marble in its place. Still coughing, Izuku tried to look at the one who saved him, only to see a strange man, with a costume and a mask, elegantly dropping from above his cane, hitting the ground with a quiet yet audible sound. What a lack of elegance, attacking a child. The utter contempt in the voice was as distinct as the disgust. A few seconds passed before our favorite hero nerd recognized his savior, as the magician grabbed the marble and kicked it as hard as possible, throwing it extremely far and above. Mr. Compress, one of the most known vigilantes in all of Japan, a villain according to the official news, but most forums put him in the vigilante category. Why? Solely because he was a thief who liked to steal from the rich villains, expose corruption, and on the internet. A few people linked his heist with a mysterious donation for the Quirkless, the villainous Quirk, or the mutant Quirk foundations. It was quite difficult to take the money from the charities, especially All Might often being one donor. And the number one hero had clarified that he would not allow such generosity to go to waste, even if it came from a villain. Izuku was one of those who linked all of this, and he thought about how often the villain had dodged All Might and how many times the Endagon hero found a reason to not take care of the current heist by the mysterious thief. Therefore he theorized Mr. Compress perhaps had the respect of the Endagon hero, which also explained why Endeavor had so much hatred against the magician. The man was possibly one of the young boy's favorite heroes in the entire world. Mr. Compress, as flamboyant as ever, laughed a bit before offering him a hand and helping him to his feet. "Hello, young boy. Quite the nice job you did there with your quirk," the man said with warmth in his voice, as if he recognized him or something. Izuku froze when he heard these words. A quirk, but he was quirkless. Besides, the hero backdraft was just there. How could he have done anything? But wait, backdraft's area was nowhere near here. Izuku could feel himself slipping into a panic attack, presumably caused by his brain trying to process the near-death experience and the apparition of the new quirk. He crumbled entirely and directly on the ground, breath quickening. The strange magician did what anyone would have, and patted Izuku's back, helping the kid regulate his breathing. He might be a vigilante, but all he wanted to do was to help people. "It is going to be okay. You were outstanding, kiddo," the masked man told the boy, as Izuku tried to speak again, his breathing heavier than before. "Quirkless, Quirkless." Mr. Compress did not stop. He continued speaking and sat down on the ground beside Izuku. "Because you didn't manifest a quirk when you were young. The extra toe joint, etc., etc." Izuku nodded as the man spoke with a soft voice, with none of the disgust or pity Izuku was used to hearing. Oh God, he was being consoled by a famous vigilante. Why did it feel way more personal, like there was a connection between them? "Congrats," Mr. Compress boomed with joy. You could hear his smile in his voice, clapping his hands for him. The famous thief was happy for him. "How? Why? You are lucky." "Well, not so lucky with the fact that you only manifested your quirk now, but hey, it happens. It happened to me as an example." Was it necessary to say that? Izuku stared at his savior with obvious disbelief and shock. What? Summed up quite what Izuku was thinking at this instant. "Why do you think no one knows my name?" "It is because my quirk came in late, just like yours. It allowed me to not register my quirk. Therefore, most people would pass my name over when checking who I could be. However, unlike yours, it was way too late for me to be a hero. I was like 20 years old, I think. So, I became the next best thing. Plus, a good friend of mine threw the Robin Hood legend at me after too much teasing." He added with some chuckles. "Let's not mention his ancestry with the famous thief, Oji Harama, for very obvious reasons. You don't tell your biggest secret to a kid even if he is adorable and one of your fans." That the young boy had the same hair, though way fluffier than his old friend, was also a nostalgia factor to him. He wanted to pat his head in this green hair. Instead, Mr. Compress stood up, helping Izuku up as well once again. "I am sorry, kiddo, but I cannot stay in one place for too long, unless I want the likes of Endeavor or Hawks after me, trying to capture me. However, remember, this is your power," the magician explained, his finger tapping on Izuku's forehead. "It is your choice to use it, to make it grow. Will you use it? Become a hero, a vigilante, or a simple barista? I don't know what your dream is, but here is some advice as you use the card. As a magician, I know way too well how a deception is a tool just as strong as your quirk itself. You should learn a bit about magic tricks and learn about your limits. Most late bloomers should explore their limit with patience, though. Otherwise, they could die. I cannot stress this enough. It is not like he saw that happen a few times. Still, he had to hop and go now." Izuku was still too shocked to react. And when he was ready to speak, Mr. Compress had already disappeared. He wanted to thank him, but as Mr. Compress once said in one of his interviews, "I do not expect thanks. I just expect a smile on your face." Imagining that his new favorite idol was still watching over him, he put the biggest smile he could on his face and looked at his cards. Well, maybe he could try one more time. Thought not with Endeavor, if it was like when he summoned Backdraft. The situation hit Izuku hard as he realized the possible consequence, and he was not stupid. Burning a park was not the best way to test his new quirk, not to mention what Mr. Compress said at the end. He could die if he used too much of his power. Maybe he could try with some lesser card. Maybe a normal card with a hero that wasn't too strong. Despite the risk, a genuine smile grew on his face. After years of analyzing quirks, being called creepy and all other things, he could analyze his own quirk. As for the slime, it was found 2 weeks later. Supposedly, it hit a certain Yakuza with a bird mask. Overhaul reassembled the slime body into a more solid form before letting Rappa use it as a punching bag. That evening, at Midoriya's home, Mitsuki Bakugo was forced to call to be sure if it was them crying too much or if they had a localized flood. Yes, the mistake has already happened, and Ko could not believe what had happened at first. Then, Izuku used the Nezu card in front of her, and a small version of the UAS principle made a few movements before burning, leaving a charred card. Also, a very exhausted Izuku, who laid down in the saloon as he went to sleep, and Ko was beaming with pride and joy about the situation. She did not care for him being quirkless or with a quirk. He was her son, and she was going to tear down anyone who would try to hurt her boy. She had already, though no one could prove anything about Hisashi's death. However, she knew how much it meant for her son, and how it affected his dream of being a hero. Maybe she could help. She knew what a late bloomer was. She was the childhood friend of one of them, and maybe she could ask him for some help. After all, Izuku could not show his power at school. However, he needed to train for it. So, he needed a teacher who knew what he was going through. Therefore, she did what every mother would have done. She grabbed her phone and dialed an old number that she hadn't called in years. What a shame she did not call him earlier. But he was happier thinking she did not know his activities. Atsuhiro-san, it's Inko. Are you free tomorrow? Her voice was saying, Atsuhiro, you are coming to dinner. Always fear the quiet one. The next day at school, Izuku was uncommonly happy. He had a quirk. True, his mother made him promise he would not use it as long as he was not sure of his limit. She said she found a mentor for him. He was coming to dinner. He was also with a deck of cards. Izuku was still thinking about his meeting with the magician and how card tricks could prove useful. Mr. Compress was facing dangerous or powerful people like Maruko or Endeavor daily and won every single encounter, getting away while avoiding capture. Mr. Compress was not strong or had a powerful quirk that could help him fight. Well, Compress had a powerful quirk, but you needed to get close to your opponent to use it. Every fan knew he needed to touch you to activate the quirk. So Izuku was thinking, maybe he should hide his quirk. It was only a tool, after all. Maybe he could learn other tricks, some magic tricks. If he needed to use his cards, magic tricks were useful, hiding cards in his sleeves and other things like that. So, he better start now. Meanwhile, Katsuki Bakugo was looking at Deku with a weird feeling. For once, the nerd was not annoying him and was playing with some cards. No weird notebook, no gushing to him about how his quirk was awesome or All Might's latest fight. Not getting into trouble. He had to bail him out like the weak Deku he was. It was weird. So for once, Katsuki sat down with force in front of Izuku and looked at him. What are you doing, shitty Deku? Saying that Izuku was startled would be like saying that the water was wet. Katsuki was talking to him on his own terms. It was strange, but maybe he could. I asked a question. The angry teen with the explosive temper interrupted his thoughts. Magic tricks. I am trying to learn some magic tricks. I thought it would be nice and less weird to others than taking notes. Well, I am not good enough to do it while walking, so I was training on my own. Katsuki was looking at him, before nodding. It was about time you put some backbone into something, Katsuki said with a ferocious smile, to Izuku's surprise. Soon after that, he got back up and that was that. The greenette was a bit confused. Almost no insults. He was almost kind of nice for once. Weird. Still, Izuku appreciated the silence for once. So, the video showed the finger trick like that. Atsuhiro was smiling. He had not seen Inko in years. The last time was when that dumbass husband of hers was leaving without divorcing. And if Atsuhiro left a marble at his feet to shift his equilibrium and let him fall to his death, no one had to know. There was no proof, after all. Just because he did not like killing, that did not mean he was not capable of murder. So he was happy to see her and eat her delicious cooking again. Being a famous thief was taking up so much of his time. After all, he did not have many connections, except for Jurin and that strange fellow barman, Kirigiri. He made such a wonderful Manhattan. Oh, and let's not forget Magni and Kaisum. However, seeing normal people was nice, just like that green kid yesterday. Atsuhiro hoped that the kid would grow into something nice. Hell, it would have been fun to mentor him, but he was right to leave as soon as he did. He had seen Hawks in the area, most likely because he stole some files from the HPSC. Who would have guessed it would piss the HPSC enough to send their prized hero after him? Oh well, time to give them to that agreeable fellow without a nose. Quite crazy, but a deal was a deal, even if he betted over a round of poker. So it was with a smile that the man went for a stroll in the city, and stole the wallet of Mount Lady, simply because he could, and honestly, it was too much fun to watch her trying to comprehend how someone stole it from her chest. Inkuucha-an. An excited voice squealed from below as Izuku was still in his room, doing his homework and practicing his skills. Their guest, most likely. And he was positively happy to see his mom. Atsuhiro-san. You should call more, said his mother with a tone that plainly said, if you don't call me more, you will have some issues with me. Nobody wanted to have issues with Inko. Still, it was obviously their guest. Izuku smiled once again, like the sunshine he was before going downstairs. There he saw a tall man, who seemed quite ordinary. Brown short hair, brown eyes, a face neither ugly nor beautiful. Hell, if he was a wanted man, most people would have trouble describing him. Nonetheless, Izuku smiled at the silent man. Good evening, Mr. Sako. The sweetest being in the world beamed to his idol. Inko laughed a bit at her friend, undoubtedly stunned by the cinnamon roll that was her son. Even she was sometimes not immune to that smile. So Atsuhiro with no defense against it. Yep, full effect guaranteed. Though she could not guess the part they already met. Izuku had hidden the almost got killed by a villain from her. Izuku, let me introduce you to Atsuhiro-san. You saw him once or twice when you were much younger. He is a late bloomer, just like you. Izuku went full on Quirk nerd instantaneously. And he assaulted Mr. Compress with so many questions he considered marbling the kid to calm him down before thinking about how Inko would gut him soon after that. Not to mention the fact it would oust him as Mr. Compress. Calm down, kiddo. Yes, I am a late bloomer, and no, I do not have health issues. Principally because I had your mother to help me deal with it when we were young. Inko laughed a bit, as she remembered the old time, directing her friend and her son toward the living room. Yes, I remember. You could create these tiny blue marbles at school. They were so beautiful. We never knew if it was made of lapis lazuli or a blue marble. Izuku looked at Atsuhiro. Atsuhiro stared back, his smile becoming strained. He could see the gears working in the child's head. The kid had Inko's brain. Oh, and what else did you do? The boy not so naively asked, while Mr. Compress was screaming inwardly. Please, Inko, don't talk about the book. Well, we were in the reading club. I remember I used to throw books at him when he was teasing me too much. He especially loved that old Robin Hood novel. Shit. Well, at least it was not like Inko knew his job as a vigilante villain. So while the mom went to get the drink, he looked at Izuku. Atsuhiro feared only a few things in the world. All for one was one of them. Endeavor was another. Nedzu when he was without tea. And Inko, especially when she was mad. If she knew what he was doing daily, she would maim him for endangering himself so often. Private lessons if you don't tell your mom. Izuku smirked. You'll also teach me how to fight if I don't tell her that Mr. Compress stole from the HPSC yesterday. You drive a hard bargain. The vigilante gasped before Izuku inhaled as if he was going to speak aloud. Oh God, you have a deal. Please say nothing to her. Izuku smiled at the magician with a smile, evidently contrasting the fact that he just blackmailed one of the most powerful thieves in the world. If he was not the target of said blackmail, it would impress Compress. When Inko heard her boy threaten her childhood friend, she had mixed feelings. Should she tell him it was bad or be proud of him for standing his ground? In the end, she chose pride, as it was better for Izuku. Who knows, maybe he would finally fight for himself at school. Also, she was almost certain that Atsuhiro would use her former hell training for skinny man on her son. It would do some good for her boy. And she feared that if she trained him herself, she was going to be too soft. This evening, Atsuhiro got a disciple and the best meal he had in years. Also, Inko made him promise he would come one evening per week for dinner and tell her how much Izuku progressed. So, Atsuhiro-sensei. Mr. Compress loved that name. Why are we in this dump? The Dagaba Beach, former dating spot of the year, back when he was a young man. A few years before Inko got married. Everyone makes mistakes, okay. And he absolutely did not miss his chance with Inko because of that damn playboy, Hisashi. If only he could again make him fall. Maybe he had a few unresolved issues. Well, let's not delve into the past. Instead, let's train a hero. Well, first, because nobody comes here. Second, it is very nice to test your power and not hurting anything, and there is a nice hospital for quirkless that owes me a favor or two close to here. Since I wish to stay as a male, I prefer to transport you there immediately to not have your mom coming at me. Atsuhiro explained, while doing some stretching. Also, you will learn how to fight even on uneven ground. Not to mention, of course, some physical training. Izuku had a feeling of dread, as his mentor pulled out from a marble an old diary with written cutely wrote to be the best lesser than 3. Mr. Compress had a terrifying smile. One saying obviously, you can pray to God. But spoiler alert, I won't be listening. Did mom approve this training? The scared teenager asked. She wrote it. For Atsuhiro, but that went unsaid, as he wanted to torture Izuku. The teenager wondered for a second if he did the right thing by blackmailing an S-rank villain. At the end of the week, our Izuku, who could not move any part of his body, thought, yes, it was worth it. At the Aldera Middle School, Izuku's change did not go unnoticed. First, Izuku continued training his magic tricks. Atsuhiro told him it was an excellent idea, as card tricks and misdirections were quite useful in battle. Also, for pickpocketing. Hell, people began to think that making cards disappear and reappear was his quirk. A weak quirk, but a quirk. Well, at least until Izuku explained it was not a quirk. His body, becoming leaner and well-toned, also grabbed the attention of some girls in Bakugo. Noticeably, the blonde boy saw Izuku running in the morning with a strange man he did not know. The angry boy told Inko and Auntie explained to him that Izuku was finally taking the hero thing earnestly and training hard. Bakugo was at first angry, and then became angrier. It was out of the question that Deku was going ahead of him. Therefore, young Bakugo trained even harder after school, having less contact with some boys at school. After all, Deku was training every day. How could Bakugo do less than Deku? A bit more tea, Mitsuki-san? Inko asked, her pot of tea ready for her best friend. Boom. With pleasure, Inko. So, how is Atsuhiro-san as of now? The explosion just outside fazed none of the women. Oh, you know. He tries to be there as much as possible for Izuku, but he is quite busy himself. However, he trains my young boy very hard. Do you want me to ask if he can train Katsuki? This was quite true, as Mr. Compress could not disappear for too long. He had people to leave as destitute and criminals to punish. Big bang attack. The two women could hear the loud noise in the background, as Katsuki trained hard. Oh, Inko, you're too kind. However, I do not think that Katsuki would be compatible with his training indeed. As much as Mitsuki loved her boy, he was anything but subtle. It was better to leave that to a more sensible person, such as Izuku. He was so adorable. He made a coin appear from her ear. You have a point. Also, I think you prefer when you dine with only Izuku and Atsuhiro, right? Mitsuki teased a bit. She knew about Atsuhiro's childhood crush. Also, she was against Inko's relationship with Hisashi. When asked, she stated that she did not use her power to make that one passage slippy in the airport. Nothing suspicious there at all. What does that mean? The chubby mother said strongly to her friend, her eyes narrowing. Nothing, Mitsuki answered with a face, not unlike her son when he had a wonderful opportunity to embarrass Izuku. My dear Atsuhiro, don't worry, I am rooting for you, thought the blonde woman. During his day off, Izuku decided to learn more about the different cards. Be it hero cards or another game. It would allow him to learn more about his limitations, and he needed as much edge as possible on his sleeve. So, he tried to do the most sensible thing and go to a game shop so he could buy cards and play with them. That was the first time that Izuku faced a neckbeard, a fearsome creature that lived in their mother's basement. They are huge jerks, trolls, goblins, and basement dweller, especially when the newcomer is a living sunshine way too pure for this world. While most people would just try to protect Izuku, the neckbeard cannot stand purity and wants to corrupt it. So, when Izuku asked for a game, all players redirected him toward a certain someone in the back of the shop. The player in question was something that the usual inhabitants of the shop could not deal with. He was too creepy and they could not kick him out of the shop because their survival instinct told them it was a bad idea. He was one of the biggest spenders in the shop. Even his smiles were saying, I am going to kill you, eat your corpse and use your remains for a satanic ritual. Yes, all players send Izuku toward Tamura Shigaraki. The young man was here in his sensei's order to learn some social skills, so he tried to give his best smile. His best Tamura smile. Welcome to the game, hero. Let us roll back a bit in time. A few weeks ago. Young master, if you don't go outside to meet people, I am going to throw you outside. Despite being a bioengineered nanny for the man-child we all know and love, Kurogiri was done. Tamura somehow stayed 5 days without sleeping and washing, playing games alone in his room. I don't need to meet NPCs. I need to keep playing. The last edition of the Monster of Frankenstein narrowed his non-existent eyebrows and did the most logical thing to do. He took Shigaraki's console and threw it in a portal. Shigaraki was looking with stupefaction at his caretaker. My video games, said the boy, who didn't quite handle his own rage yet. Then Kurogiri threw Tamura through another portal, toward a hot bath. Yes, Tamura still wore his clothes, but the Namu was quite done with the smell and just wanted it to be done. You will get your video games back only when I get a receipt proving you bought something in a store and at least tried to meet people, said the Black Mist Man, still angry at the boy for being such a living pile of waste. Tamura having a decaying power wasn't an excuse to rot, especially if his smell was propagating in the bar. It was a respectable establishment and the only thing his former personality liked in this life. But Kurogiri Tamura tried to plead weakly to Kurogiri before the cloud looked angrily at his charge. No buts. If you don't wash and do what I just said to do, I will directly report to Sensei. The ultimate threat. The ultimate one. Even Tamura became livid at those words and washed quickly. Then Kurogiri made the decay boy clean himself a second time as he forgot to take off his clothes the first time. Oh well, at least the clothes were cleaner. He still had to clean Tamura's room now. Kurogiri wistfully reflected upon the misery of his own existence as he cocked his guns and made sure that the flamethrower was ready. Yes, it was something that Tamura was supposed to be doing. However, Kurogiri was now sure that indigenous life forms were born from his Prochi's trash, and now he had a cleanup to do. SSSSSSSSSHHHH made a certain creature, looking like a certain alien from a famous franchise. Well, as they say, it is time for a tidy up. Also, I never liked Prometheus, said the battle butler before beginning the purge. It is said that the battle ended after 5 quite intense days. Yes, Kurogiri took some breaks to make sure Tamura went out as expected, but still, All for One found the footage hilarious to see. He also asked Kurogiri to burn all the corpses, just to be sure that they wouldn't come back. After all for One was an evil genius, and he saw the alien saga. No way he was going to experiment on that. Now, back to Tamura. First, the blue-haired criminal found a place with games, not too sunny and without too many kids running around. This excluded most cybercafes, as they were often the noisiest places in the world. It also excluded him from the possibility of just hanging out in a video game store. Besides, they have banned him from most because of his decaying habits. It was not his fault if sometimes he couldn't remember to not put his 5 fingers on something. Damn it. The second thing that was right now maddening him is the fact he had to hang out in a mall. Kurogiri restrained him inside and took his ID, so he couldn't even try to get wasted. Once again, he had to be reminded of what happened the last time he was drunk. Supposedly, he may have decayed the support beam for a railing at an airport and some dumbass fell to their death. He was also way younger, and his former caretaker before Kurogiri, someone he named Random NPC Endictwo, did not know the difference between an apple juice and an apple liquor. That could have happened to anyone. Still, the young man with the same hygienic habit as a nurgling had to find a den to restore himself and at least technically complete his task. The answer appeared. A store that had better days, with a former stylish front but now just tacky, with a wyvern nesting on a pile of goods made of cards and books. The Den of the Drake. Card games were a kind of game, after all. Also, even if he couldn't get drunk, he could still buy a lot of things with Sensei's money. "Hello, young man. What are you searching for?" asked an old vendor, with a beard well taken care of. Maybe it had something to do with the fact he was using it to work on his computer. Tamura pondered the thought a moment before answering. "Game, Villains vs. Hero. I want a villain starter pack." His demand caused snickering in the shop from the old patrons of the shop, except they must pay their share, as the shopkeeper, despite their attitude, did nothing. Thus they did what they did best. They snickered. "Well, there is the hero game. Nobody plays villains and most people play different teams of heroes against each other. We recommend the UA starter for beginners." Either Tamura wasn't terrifying and horrible enough, or the shopkeeper was used to seeing creepy guys like him. Even as the criminal stared at him, the man quietly took out an old package with the UA symbol and the Special Endeavor Valedictorian Edition. Not the rarest, as they included it in the package, but most people choose to keep it as it is often their first super rare card. Tamura looked at the deck and thought a bit. Pitting heroes against heroes. Tempting. He should see if it was funny. No villains. They have their separate editions, but the HSPC asked for them to be not as powerful as the heroes. The Yaorazas circumvented it. Either you have an powerful villain unit but they are rare or cost a hefty penny, or you can play swarm tactics with typical cannon fodder. I recommend a mix of both. One powerful villain such as the Architect, especially as he has passive boosting minions with his type and minions to wear out the heroes. Though I recommend not playing such a deck against an Endeavor, burn in composition. Tamura gave a confused look at the man, before looking better at the UA deck and the second villain deck. Indeed, it was minions and villains bosses were only obtainable via booster, so you needed luck or money before you could use that kind of deck. "How high are the odds of finding a villain boss in the booster?" Tamura asked, while his game-geared mind calculated things beyond anyone else's comprehension. "Around 1 in 100 packages," explaining why they aren't popular. Then, the shopkeeper heard the words that made Tamura nearly untouchable in his shop. "How many villain booster packs do you have?" Yes, our favorite villain had taken out the black card. The bearded man's eyes turned into yens and took every villain booster he had. It was a hefty quantity. Tamura continued to get affection points from this charming NPC by telling him he was going to buy off it. That day, Tamura got the UA deck, as it was the cheaper deck with the rules for it and around 90 villain boosters. He got his first boss, Muscular Bloodbath Edition. He was one of those villains bosses without a gang. In fact, his apparition wiped out the field, including allies. However, his strength was equal to the number of units destroyed that way. That day, Tamura's smile killed 5 puppies. That's how the villain gained his place in the shop. The weirdo who would spend a fortune only to play with villains. If, at first, the other clients laughed at his antics, Tamura taught them to fear because he used tactics that were just myths before. Minions swarming, boss summoning. He kept improving himself, almost with every game he played. He became known as that cheating munchkin with too much money, a name feared in Musutafu's playing community. The villain domination had begun. And then, one player arrived. A green-haired guy with a smile just as pure as the blue-haired guy was rotten. One who had just a custom deck, with no logic behind it, like, for example, the Maruko deck. Go easy on me. It's my first time, asked Izuku. Tamura smiled, and the game began, as if mercy existed. Tamura annihilated Izuku. It was pure humiliation. A player receiving such an embarrassing defeat was bound to disappear. Except that the green bean beamed at his partner. Oh my god, that combo was amazing. Was it you being nice? I can't wait to see what you can do when you play. Izuku was so used to being beaten up that losing in a children's card game did not affect his morale in the least. In fact, he loved to make his brain work as much as he was enjoying his daily workout with Mr. Compress. As the man said, in the show, you need both brains and brawn. Tamura did not expect such a reaction, but prepared his deck again to face his opponent. Well, you're lucky then. I can't go back home until this evening, so I have the time for a few more games if you are up to it. Izuku was not an opponent within the same league as him, but since all other NPCs were too afraid to continue to grind against him, well, he had to take his fun where he could after all. It was a fun challenge, even though Tamura would deny it. That is how he became friends with a kid young enough to be his little brother. When Kurogiri heard his charge talk about needing a new tactic to fight Zuzu, the Cloud Namu thought he was speaking of a new boss. He was surprised and cried some tears after learning that Tamura was speaking about another human being. They are quite cute, as they couldn't keep burning expensive heroes cards. Mr. Compress had the simple idea to use a tarot card for Izuku, a normal one that you could find in pretty much all markets. So, to start, they used the weakest card on the deck, and now faceless humanoids surrounded both of them. The only thing differentiating them was the number on their face and a mark on their white torso. Izuku could summon around all 3 seconds cards and all 4 seconds before his nose bled, which was a good way to measure his limits. Yes, Atsuhiro made Izuku do a brain scan when the nose bled for the first time. Best way to see if his marvelous brain was affected. According to the test, the bleeding was the signal to not push more than what he had already done. So they did not. Instead, Atsuhiro took a malicious pleasure in making Izuku work his body to his utter limit. He brought him on his back more than once. The fact he was seeing Enko during those moments was a plus, yes. No, he was not expecting her kind smile every time he arrived at her house. He also asked Mitsuki for Enko's favorite flowers only as a reward for her kindness and her delicious cooking. She even made him a few meals in a bento for the week, so he did not have to cook. Mitsuki, for her help, got some rare fabrics that Mr. Compress found for her. It was not a bribe to avoid the constant teasing. It was quite fun to make Izuku more flexible. The boy was so nervous that he was quite rigid. Enko's regimen could do wonders in a situation like that. The magician remembered his old PE teacher telling him he had never seen someone that straight. Atsuhiro smiled while he was reading the various exercises described inside of it, how it had been fun to practice with her, and how she stopped coming because she found someone. Stop. That was a bad spiral. Instead, it was funnier to train Izuku. Also, it was pleasant to just speak with her again when Izuku went to sleep. Kiddo, if you aren't able to touch your toes with your hands, you're gonna lift that dishwasher to the truck. The threat was quite effective as the boy was even more inspired to complete the exercise. Touching his feet, while being suspended in the air, head upside down. Flexibility and abs with the little addition of endurance. Being a teacher was quite fun. Atsuhiro-sensei, I did it, said a happy Izuku, before seeing his teacher grabbing a paintball gun. The modified kind with a lot of bullets. Good. Now, run. It's time for the paintball. Izuku almost asked for details before seeing the smile of his teacher. The greenette promised himself to ask his mother what the hell was in the notebook, as he ran into the junkyard as fast as he could. Short answer, Enko wanted to create the most dangerous yet safe condition to train while making you fear for your life. Add to that, her minor telekinesis and Mr. Compress learned how to dodge bullets in front of him. Also, yes, she called this specific training the paintball because she removed the T. Meanwhile, Enko was preparing dinner for 3 at home, making special katsudon for her son as she knew what he was going through with his trigger-happy, traumatized teacher who had an outlet. Boys, it was so fun. Now all she had to do was to get Atsuhiro to stay to sleep. Just one night. Then he would belong to her. Izuku wondered a bit why his mom had an evil laugh. It had been 3 months since Atsuhiro began Izuku's training. Katsuki was running in the morning alongside Deku while wearing weight on his ankles. To be fair, he did that after seeing Izuku doing the same and even keeping them at school. While the blonde explosive living boy would never admit it to his friend, he had a begrudging respect for the hellish training Izuku went through. Respect, because the nerd understood that a big brain alone would never make him a hero. Well, it could, but Izuku was analysis smart, not mad science mad. Even then, Katsuki would have not been as hard on him as he had been if the broccoli had said he would become a support analyst hero. Hell, Katsuki would have even encouraged him and asked him to be his sidekick. Izuku was quite crazy in his analysis despite what everyone thought. But no, Midoriya insisted on being a fighting hero, the kind that fight villains, and he would have never forgiven him if villains killed Izuku on the field. So yeah, sometimes he went heavy on Deku, such as that time with the swan dive. Not his proudest moment. As for the notebook, well, it was harsh but necessary. Right, Deku may have found a letter on his windows with an SSR Ryukyu with his apologies. Katsuki would deny it in public. Still, Deku went through an even harder training than what Kaken could imagine himself. Despite what everyone thought of him, Katsuki wasn't just talented, he also put in a lot of effort, trying new moves and failing head-on. This, in retrospect, may have been the second reason he was hard on Deku. Katsuki made a lot of effort to become a hero. Deku seemed to wait for it to come from heaven as if all might would descend from it, offering Izuku training and a quirk. Who the hell did he think he was, to look down on Katsuki's effort despite not having a quirk? He could have become a quirkless hero. Sure, someone like that didn't exist in Japan, but he was fairly sure that the Endagon Hero French team had a quirkless fighter specialized in surprise takedowns like Eraserhead. You could do that quirkless. However, now, well, even Katsuki had to admit that Izuku was training harder than him, hoping to realize their dream, which was quite necessary, as Izuku had a lot to catch up with. At least he knew he had to work harder to have a chance. At least that was his thought as he saw Deku sprint in front of him, and the usual bullets from his insane coach were coming from behind with insane accuracy. Running and dodging, Katsuki felt almost bad for him. However, he would lie if he did not find it funny as hell, too. Also, he did not miss the part where Izuku was still training his hand with a deck of cards, even while running and dodging. Something was up with that. The explosive boy was sure of it and will ask him about it later that day. Notably, Katsuki paid more attention to what people thought and noticed an important thing. The deck that Deku was using was also incomplete. Deku would never allow that. Katsuki was searching for his not friend in the middle of the afternoon break when he heard the usual sound of something being hit. Well, the sound of someone being hit, should he say. Another reason he was angry. The adults in Aldera were useless and Katsuki had to make the law instead of them. The boy was also pretty sure of who was hit. Grumbling that Deku was a pain in the ass, Katsuki sprinted to see an unexpected spectacle. Deku, standing above two bullies and a girl with snake hair. Katsuki was already pretty sure of what happened but had trouble processing certain parts. The part where Deku won a fight against someone who had a minor telekinesis quirk and the other had an excellent leg strength thanks to his sprung legs. Deku, the F. The dumbass looked at him with that damn bright smile, and he even had the gall to look ashamed. He had won the smile for F's sake. Izuku had the victor's bragging rights. Well, how to explain? A month ago. Today Izuku, no strength training, Sako-san said with happiness in his tone. He was now coming to the Midoriya house at least 3 days per week. Mitsuki was having the time of her life teasing Inko about the fact that her childhood celibate friend was already a stepdad for Izuku. Inko was blushing more and more at the idea, and Atsuhiro wasn't sure if she should tell Mitsuki to stop embarrassing her or thank her for doing that. "Oh, thank God," said an overjoyed kid, with way too many bruises on his body, and the narrator swears it was not only the beating his bullies gave him. Well, depending if you choose or not to call Mr. Compressed training bully. Instead, it will be battle training, said the man, cracking his hands with a certain delight. "Oh fudge," cried our hero, feeling the pain to come, and also a bit of excitement. "We will also work on your vocabulary," because it was an important point to address. If Deku was to become a hero, he had to have sass. "We will learn today how to dislocate, as it is one of the most important parts of the fabulous compressed style," said the magician before putting his hand on his own arm and dislocating with a menacing sound. The spectacle was shocking to the Greenette student, who almost fainted before Compress put it back in place. The limp arm was quite the thing to see, and it looked terrible at first. See your reaction. This is why dislocating is an effective move. "Let's be honest, Izuku," said Mr. Compress with a gentle smile. "Neither of us are powerhouse. While I am quite agile and you become faster and more flexible, you aren't as strong as the weakest mutant Quirk. To be fair, most of them would be stronger than me. So how do we fight? By being smart and technical. The right push in the wrong place. We will break kneecaps, we will break joints, and we will F up their shoulders." The warmth in the voice of Compress was alarming, and Izuku stared at him, trying to plan a question. "Yes, it is your mother who created it this way for me. However, I spent years honing my skills. I am also going to teach you how to dislocate your own limb." "Why?" "Because it will save your life if you ever get captured, and when we will get into the vanishing act part of your training." "So, it is going to hurt, right?" said Izuku. He was resigned to his fate now, while still thinking he shouldn't have blackmailed his teacher. "Yes, but see it this way. If you had not asked, I wouldn't have to teach you that. Another lesson, karma is a beach. So he was still salty about being blackmailed by a kid young enough to be his son, who he wanted as his son. Well, it was not a reason to hold back, right? A few moments later, the hell is your problem? I never saw someone popping their bones like that without even crying. My school offered with a timid smile our favorite broccoli. I am putting it on my personal shit list. The heir of the king of thieves answered. His ancestor wouldn't have tolerated such a thing, and he wouldn't either. He was the thief of justice, after all. Why did he think that? Izuku just dislocated his own left arm, with way too much ease for it to be pure talent, before putting it back on for his first time. Same thing for his leg. While it hurt the young man, Izuku never cried during the process. It was the pain tolerance Mr. Compress expected to have to build inside him. For Izuku to have it, Atsuhiro felt his teeth grinding. He spent so much time as Mr. Compress that he had almost forgotten how it was to be quirkless. The exhilarating sensation of having the world in his palm. The fact he was feared and admired, his fame. That almost made him forget why he was donating so much. Seeing Izuku be like this, it made him beyond angry. Maybe his next action should be to bring some light on the quirkless issues. Izuku seemed to have felt his pain too, and he gave a sad smile to his teacher. Hey, don't worry. This isn't as bad as it seems. It's bad only when Kaken isn't there to punish me. Kaken, Atsuhiro groaned at his name. He could see why Izuku still thought of him as a friend, but the boy was way too abrasive. And there are better ways to protect people than being an angry ball of spite. It was an Endeavor 2.0 in the making. Still, he was indeed making sure that Izuku wasn't being hurt too much when he could, and giving Izuku protection. Overt protection would just paint against his back for those wanting to hurt Katsuki through him. Izuku, I will give you an assignment. In the next 2 months, I want you to put the fear of you inside at least 2 bullies. Don't worry about the consequences. I can guarantee you the UA won't look at it. Nedzu owed him a few favors for some jobs against the HPSC. Time to cash them. How can you be so sure? Izuku was suspicious before his master reminded him of the first rule of any good magician. A good magician never reveal their secrets. Yes, I know. Rule number 1. There are other rules, but Izuku was a slow learner of some of them. Like Mr. Compress's favorite, sanity is boring. Embrace the truth and free yourself of normality. Izuku still had a problem with this one. It also showed this in his analysis, as he was too straight-laced. Mr. Compress was extremely looking forward to what ideas a mad Izuku could unleash. The magician thought Nedzu would look the other way about the violence Atsuhiro just asked Izuku to commit, and will put Izuku on the Stoats watch list. Yes, he was one of the few knowing what Nedzu was, because he helped him take back his file from the HPSC and left behind a nasty virus. However, if the young man wanted to be a hero, he needed to learn what Katsuki had understood. A hero should put the fear of him into the criminals so they don't act. However, he had a singular feeling about that. Yes, well, Master Atsuhiro, I know I will have to be violent. However, I don't want to be that kind of hero. Oh, then, please, tell me what kind of hero you want to be. I don't know. I often discuss heroics with a friend. He is, well, it is very interesting because he hates heroes, but he has arguments about that, even if he needs help to say it. The fame, the money. I get a hero will get those, but he is right when he says that too many of them are only in it because they want that. They are violent and they get to be icons. Not to mention all those who are just looking for a badge and the right to be violent. I mean, it isn't like you don't expose some of them each week. His teacher nodded as Izuku spoke. He continued his job like the one exposing corruption. Though it was not enough. The lack of reaction from the HPSC was the reason that this fellow Stain was becoming ruthless, advocating for a more permanent way of disabling fakes. Mr. Compress had cut ties with him, but he could understand the frustration the hero killer got. At least, he was only using the list Atsuhiro found, and he was letting some of them live, meaning it was not killing for killing yet. If it ever came to that, Atsuhiro made it clear to Stain that when they would meet again, only one would walk out of the alley. Izuku then continued, I don't think I can become a new All Might. He is just too much. No one can live up to him. But he said something a while ago, that an authentic hero should find a cause, a reason to fight. So, I don't want it to be as petty as scaring my bullies. This is an actual good point. Still, it was interesting to see that Izuku was, while still a ball of sunshine, asking himself some good question. Kiddo, you have years in front of you to decide what kind of hero you want to be. As long as you don't become a destructive hero or a corrupt one, you know I will be proud of you, said his mentor with a little smile, helping his almost stepson to get back up. But now let's help you focus on the present. It is said that during the month, they could hear a green ghost crying. Well, harder than usual, that is. If the Izuku from the main universe could see what his counterpart had to suffer, maybe he would have found All Might training easy. Because if Og Izuku followed the American dream, here it was more the highway to hell. Either you become strong or you abandon all hope and become strong. His teacher actually beat into him our dear Izuku how to fight. Now, let us go back almost to the present. As in, a few minutes before, Katsuki arrives to see Izuku apologetic for the unconscious body of his bullies. See, there were more than a few theories that Aldera is part of the Meta Liberation Army or at least a Destro sympathizer. It was just stupidity and ignorance. Yet, in the social pyramid, if Izuku, as a quirkless, was quite at the bottom of the school, people with villainous quirks were a close second. Ophidia, the girl with the snake hair, was the daughter of a Lamia mutant quirk, and her father could manipulate hair and be making a killing in hairdressing. However, the young girl was still someone who had hair and would hiss at you and try to bite you. As for why her name is not Japanese, it was because she had origins in Europe and not because the author is lazy and liked the name. Despite having a loving family, she was a close second to Izuku on the social ladder. Since Izuku also avoided more and more of his bullies, he was agile enough to just outrun them. On this day, Izuku also learned a lesson Atsuhiro couldn't have taught him: you can run away from your problem. The issue is they become the problem of someone else. Don't look us in the eyes, monster. Yes, she is going to turn us into stone. Shut up. That isn't how my quirk works, and you all know it. Now, two things kids learn quickly are those who say that explaining why you aren't okay with things people say or just ignore them. Well, those who say that are very tall and strong or liars. The girl was now being held in a corner by the pyro and the spring boy, Izuku, just above them as he was going down for the next period. Our green boy heard everything. And as he felt for one instant, his shoes became steel, as if they were lead heavy. All Might, what do you think makes a great hero? Well, as far as I know, every hero I respect had a similar story. One day, they heard someone asking for help and they bolted. That attitude, the fact of just moving to help others. This is the fabric of a true hero. Izuku was mid-drop kicking the telekinetic boy when he stopped to think about All Might's interview. To the merit of the spring-legged boy, he tried to attack Izuku the moment he knocked out his friend. Unfortunately for him, his attacks were quite previsible for an Izuku who just spent an entire month in a battle against an S-rank villain with a sadistic streak. So, when the first high kick came, Izuku referenced a cult scene from Matrix by dodging the kick by falling almost against the ground. Almost being the keyword. The hit went into the wall as Izuku got back up. Oh shit, that must have hurt. OFU, man. He then got bitten several times by Ophidia on his back because, well, she could, and she was clearly not alone. Also, it was nice to have an outlet and let her snakes bite some dumbass. She did not have any venom, but it was quite nasty. It was when the bitten boy tried to punch her again that Izuku caught his arm, before popping it out of his joint, making the bully cry before Kaken arrived. Izuku then panicked and dislocated his good leg when Spring Boy tried to kick him. Only then did the shock make him pass out, too. Kaken was pinching his nose as Izuku stopped his tails, and Ophidia was nodding beside him. And so that is why I need you to help me hide them, Kaken. Goddamnitizu. No, Deku. You did not level up from Deku. Katsuki screamed in his rage at his idiotic friend. Chapter 3, Boys Talk. Men Play. Katsuki thought. He had a Deku and a girl with snake hair and two unconscious dumbasses. If he let them be, Izuku would be in trouble. Teachers wouldn't care that Izuku helped someone. It would be proof that Izuku was attacking normal students. Same for snake hair. She was a younger girl, as she was smaller than him or Izuku. If only you beat them with a quirk. That would have been easier to explain. Katsuki sighed as he knew the teacher would invent some bullshit to annoy the green bean, who seemed uncomfortable. His feet did the thing when he had something to hide. Note to self. Kick Izuku in the face later to have the full story on that later. Let's prioritize for now. If they found it was Izuku who was responsible, it would be bad. Deku's idea to hide them was not bad, but if they did that, the bullies would wake up and cry to the teacher. A small smile appeared on Katsuki's face. Well, I guess the solution is even more violence, he said as the explosion came through his hand as he punched the two extras down in the face. Hard, several times each. Now, if the teachers want to have a word with shitty green hair and you, snake hair, they will also have to punish me. You don't fear that they will punish you. Also, that's quirkist, a hole, Ophidia responded, as some of her hair hissed at the angry blonde boy who flipped the bird. I have done worse and gotten praise for it. Also, I say that to everyone, not just you, snake hair. The sad thing is that he is right, and don't worry about him. He's bad with names and things like that. Also, Izuku pointed to the two cringing boys on the ground. They will say that Katsuki beat them down, saying it was me or you would destroy their rep. By letting Kaken take credit, you take too long to explain. Basically, they are beaches, and they'll suck it up. So either they try to say Deku did it alone, but the burn will give away I was here. Not to mention I'm going to tell people I beat them like beaches, Katsuki said, having found a foolproof plan to protect the two others. Kaken, language. Otherwise, I'll tell Auntie. The green-haired boy warned his friend. Deku, do that and I tell Auntie you broke arms. Katsuki threatened back with a somehow proud smile, as if approving. They aren't broken, just dislocated. Izuku tried to justify himself, failing to understand he was just digging his tomb. That is darn cool. Damn it. Katsuki found that even cooler. Wait, was it bad or good? Izuku was quite in a conundrum, muttering more than usual his process of thought, which wore on the already thin nerves of his friend. Are you a friend or what? Asked the young bystander, feeling almost like an intruder between the both of them, despite being the first at the scene, being, the victim. Yes, no, said at the same time the two boys, who then glared at each other. Boys are weird, concluded Ophidia while letting the two aspiring heroes argue with each other about their friendship. However, their plan was not perfect. While Ophidia was indeed off the hook, many people stared at Izuku and Katsuki, all while the green bean was trying to calm his nerves with his card tricks in his hands. Katsuki was still trying to understand how he could make them dance just like that in his fingers. Well, while he tried to understand that, the word had passed. Katsuki was not cool anymore with bullying Izuku. Sure, no teacher was after them, but Katsuki could feel all his privileges being revoked one by one. No more missing classes, his teachers warned. It annoyed him a bit, but somehow, Katsuki felt it was worth it. They were all extras, and it was his last year here. Also, now that Izuku was less spineless, he was almost worth being a sidekick. His sidekick. He just needed a few more pushes, and he also owed Katsuki a few explanations, too. As for Izuku, well, he was eyed differently, not with fear, as the two first extra downplayed their defeat by saying it was Katsuki who beat them. However, Katsuki was more feared than loved, and if Izuku was his friend, then he was a weak point, too. The angry Pomeranian knew that, as it was one of his reasons to distance himself from Izuku with the others. Now, Izuku would have to watch his back. I will not protect you, Katsuki said as they went back home together. For the first time in years, you need to get them off your back by yourself. You are making them not attack me by being here, So, that is how you see yourself. As my sidekick, helping me, but under my protection. Katsuki replied to him, but it was a turning point. By winning against those two dumbasses alone, Izuku was not useless. His analyses were always on point, and now he knew how to defend himself a bit. In short, Katsuki will let him be his sidekick. However, he had to listen to Deku saying so much he wanted to be a hero, not a sidekick, that he wanted the green bean to say it himself. His point for once got across Izuku. Under his hair, the young man thought a lot. His quirk was impractical, for now, and somehow he felt something. If he said yes, right here, right now, Kaken would protect him. Izuku would help him, without a doubt, to be the next Endagon. Izuku could be the next Night Eye. That was his first dream when Katsuki got his quirk after all. But a little voice in the back of his mind made him remember the discussion with Mr. Compress. What kind of hero did he want to be? Did he want to be just a sidekick? While they walked back home, Izuku knew his choice, here and now, would shape him. No, I want to stand by myself, said Izuku with more pride than he had the day before, invigorated by his fight. Katsuki stopped in an instant, before groaning, preparing for an explosion to make his point across, when Izuku continued, You are right. I can't continue to just say I want to be a hero doing nothing. The blonde boy did not expect that, and for once, he let his friend speak, his sparks disappearing. Is that why you were that angry at me? Asked Izuku, as his friend TS seeked at his friend, avoiding his stare, saying that Katsuki had trouble making his point come across as saying that the water was wet, and it was also somehow amusing that someone so direct was sometimes so ambiguous. Try to guess, Deku. It made Izuku think more. He then smiled at his friend with that damn smile, his big sunny smile. One reason he would have liked to have him at his side. Thank you, Kaken. Don't worry, I'll get them off my back. Alone, I mean, without a quirk. That is going to be fun. Katsuki snarked a bit, but his smile showed he thought Izuku could do that when he wanted to. Deku was quite scary, and Katsuki knew how he could be feared enough that no one would mess with him. It was then that he saw Izuku squirm a bit, and Katsuki pinched the bridge of his nose. Deku, he groaned, an explosion appearing in his free hand. I only got it recently, and if I use it too much, it can really hurt my brain. Izuku spilled out to his friend, who then stopped his explosions and thought about it. Izuku would never lie about something that was important to him. Hell, Katsuki helped him when they were young to put him in a dangerous situation so he could awaken his quirk. If Izuku said he had a quirk but it hurt his brain, then it was most likely true. You have to use cards to use it, I guess. That is why you keep playing with them. Bakugo speculated a bit, as you could say whatever you wanted about his temper, but Bakugo was at the top of the class with Izuku for a good reason. He was not dumb and could connect dots when he saw them. Especially now he had figured the missing part of a puzzle bothering him for a few months now. I can summon what they print on cards, but it destroys them, and since I developed it very late, it can hurt me if I use it too much. So, you can summon an endeavor with your cards. That would knock me out and I would need medical attention. Izuku did not deny the possibility of Katsuki's frustration. That'd be pretty useful if you kept training it. That is why your stepdad teaches you to fight without quirk, so you don't die. Wait, Izuku said, then trailed off, not wanting to think about such a possibility yet, especially knowing the secret identity of Atsuhiro. Deku, my mom is preparing designs for your mom's wedding dress when that will happen and he comes to see Auntie with flowers. Bakugo had a point and his face showed he had no FS to give about his friend's sensibilities. His friend, who needed a reboot that Katsuki applied by hitting the back of his head, as Izuku noticed something else. Wait, you know he teaches me how to fight quirkless? Izuku, your mom told my mother that you had a teacher. I saw you with him. And I know when someone throws a good punch. You never learned to do it before, so he taught you. I don't punch. Izuku tried to tell what he did. Still super damn cool. You saw how his arm was limp. I am surprised you had the guts to do that. Katsuki thought he couldn't be surprised anymore. He thought that Izuku would almost vomit when realizing what he did. Instead, he had an Izuku who laughed. A lot. With a tiny part of nervosity, the exploding boy asked, "You are all right, Katsuki. My teacher's idea of breaking my idea of not hurting others had been to disjoint my bone and borderline torture. I also learned he knew French because he made a terrible pun with it in the Deku nickname you gave me." What? A reasonable reaction. You are called Deku. That is perfect. Because c'est exactement ce que tu vas recevoir, said a flat-faced Izuku. I am going to take that one just for the reference, laughed Katsuki, after understanding the joke and being able to appreciate that kind of violent humor. Kaken, well, still, to go back to what we were saying, I want to be a hero and I understand why my teacher told me I had 1 month to make them scared straight. I think he thought violence was my solution, but we both know that. Teachers are going to bitch about it and those extras will never fight you with less than 3 people. If I understand correctly, you only won because you had that surprise kick in. Izuku nodded. Kaken was good in a fight and an analyzing one. It was a good idea. It is going to be fun. Because I know a way to terrify all the extras. But you will not tell me because you want me to suffer. Deadpanned Izuku, looking at his friend who had this smug smile. Seeing Katsuki less angry and smiling at him just like old times. Well, it was nice. Nice to see he could be trusted, if only a bit. Katsuki being delicate was not possible according to the law of the universe. Izuku would settle for his childhood friend. Not being in a hole. He still surprised Katsuki a bit with his knowing smile. That isn't a problem. I know someone who can teach me how to scare people straight. So that is why you're asking me, to teach you how to scare people? Tamura was pinching the bridge of his nose while Izuku told him about his school situation. At least the kid's standing up for himself. The older man-child thought. It proved he wasn't an NPC. More like a character he wanted for his team, with the proper effort. Tamura, you are in the top 3 of the scariest people I know. It includes actual supervillains like Moonfish, said Izuku semi-seriously, who was pretty conscious that his sort of friend wasn't the nicest guy around, though he was a lot of fun and a skillful player. It's nice to know that I am on par with a freaking cannibal with only my smile, Tamura said as he chuckled, amused by the fact Izuku did not know his past or his plans. You know what? Beat me once today and I will help you work on it. Deal? The trick here is that in all the time they knew each other and the dozens of games they've played, Izuku won only 2 times, mostly by luck and the fact that Tamura used handicaps. That's fine by me, said Izuku with his usual smile. Said it was his day off training. Mr. Compress said that too much training was a thing and seeing people would help him have more confidence. It was quite true. Staying over one afternoon playing with a Tamura glaring and smiling at you was an exceptional training to ignore his fear. Izuku was good at judging character and knew more about Tamura than what he let slip. For starters, Tamura's habit of keeping a pinky on his card was a sign that his quirk was a 5-point activation one that's annoying or powerful. Second thing, Tamura was a rich sheltered kid with a nanny. He deduced that purely from his clothes and his spending habits. Izuku had to tell him it was not normal to buy over 4,000 yen's worth of cards each week. Hell, most people couldn't afford that budget as a monthly one. Third, his nanny and his parents sheltered him and lived in their own world. Seriously. Otherwise, they would have made him clean his act and his appearance way earlier. Were they blind? Fourth, Tamura thought he had everything he needed and did not go outside shopping. Fifth, while smarter and more intelligent than most people credited him for, Tamura primarily sought fun. Sixth, he was way too prideful. Seventh and last point, I swear, Tamura did not play well when he got emotional. So, at first, Tamura was, well, winning, as usual. He refined his tactics against Izuku, who did not have the same money as him to improve his deck drastically. So, while he knew that theoretically, Izuku could manage a win, Tamura knew it was more of an error on his part than anything else. If a secondary character wanted his help for his side quest, he better had to win his approval and prove that he was useful. As of now, well, Izuku was fun. He was not dumb too, being able to understand Tamura when he spoke video games. He also advised Tamura a few times on old video games. However, despite Izuku putting up a valiant fight with his vigilante deck, one of the few capable of denting his villain deck around Destro, Tamura knew he almost finished his win conditions for his final combo. All he needed was a last card. That was at that moment, however, that Izuku truly attacked. "Oh, that made me think, Tamura. I have a gift for you," said Izuku with his big, gentle, innocent smile. Tamura could tank it, being, well, Tamura, but was not prepared when Izuku pulled something from his backpack. It was gloves. Why was it missing 3 fingers? NPC. The F is that. Artist gloves. Just, believe me, okay. Put them on. Half thinking of dusting Izuku if it was as dumb as Tamura thought, he did it. Izuku was too. Well, Izuku, to be a danger. At most, he was an idiot. Now, Tamura had equipped the strange gloves. He looked with blood in his eyes Izuku, who grabbed his hand in his own with his innocent smile. Shit, Tamura was only half serious about dusting the kid. He had to make it stop before. Tamura looked at Izuku's hand, which did not decay. Izuku was fine and smiling. "See, I am fine," told the young hero to the aspiring villain. "You know about my quirk." Tamura never told him for obvious reasons, as his quirk was deadly as hell. Most people would categorize him as a villain and not think twice about it. That it is most likely a 5-point touch-activated quirk and certainly a destructive one. Easily, but it seemed rude to ask you about it. "Can you stop grabbing my hand and explain, Izuku?" said Tamura, as Izuku was still hand-to-hand with him. Not that he didn't reassure him about. Wait, was he caring about someone else's well-being? Definitely not. He just did not want to be kicked out of his favorite store for accidental death. Yes, definitely that. Still, Izuku, like a good follower who entered forcefully his party, explained, "Those are artist gloves. If just one finger is covered, you don't risk activating by mistake your quirk. It seems like you can't deactivate your quirk, so if you use that, you don't have to worry about it." "Izuku, you know you could have just given me that to max my affection and I would have trained you in the way of villainy," stated Tamura, seriously, while testing the effectiveness of Izuku's gift by grabbing with all his 5 fingers a card. Izuku did not stop to smile. Also, the blue-haired villain couldn't stop thinking about it. How the hell did Izuku deduce all that? "No, that isn't the same," said the young man, while playing his turn, and Tamura distractedly answered in kind. "It has to be fair, not a bribe." Playing mind games was fair in Izuku's book. Somewhere, as Mr. Compress was stealing incriminating documents from a corrupt CEO, he also felt pride in his heart. He knew Izuku made his first step in the way of craziness. Missing 3 turns by being able to hold things for the first time in his life without having to worry about dusting them proved to be fatal for the game. As in Izuku summoning his eraser head on the field, neutralizing his boss and killing him by doing a nasty crawler, celebrity combo. An excessively hard-to-do combo that Izuku barely did because Tamura was too disturbed to stop it. Tamura stared nastily at Izuku, before doing his creepy smile. Except Izuku could, somehow, feel a sense of pride in it. "Izuku, why do you even need my help?" "What? You guessed my weakness. You made a plan to work with it then executed it with a freaking smile on your face. If you wanted to be a feared villain, all you needed to do was do it while explaining it clearly. Like, no muttering. Speak up clearly," explained Tamura calmly. "There isn't a thing scarier than a high-level player explaining to you your weaknesses while acting on them and you know you can't do anything to stop him. Even worse, if he is really good at it, you also understand he can do that whenever he wants." Izuku tilted his head adorably with his puppy eyes. "But people find my muttering creepy, not scary, because they can't understand the things you deduced from them. Hell, just for fun. What do you know about me?" Tamura Shigaraki, nearly 20 years old, homeschooled, very sheltered, somehow have access to video games older than both of us, from the pre-Quirk era. His guardian must be some kind of really rich nerd. Somewhere, AFO somehow felt like someone dissed him. Oh well, time to rewatch Star Wars, Episode IV of course. Has a rich guardian and a nanny. Has been mistreated by the hero system. Very smart, but I feel like he isn't as educated as he should be. Does not have many friends aside from me and no girlfriend. He uses shampoo made locally around the Camino ward. Excellent one, but since he doesn't care about his face, it's probably his guardian who has some great taste. Somewhere, Kurogiri nodded. "Okay, stop right there. You deduced that in how much time?" Tamura was dumbfounded. 10 minutes, said a sheepish Izuku. Wasn't it good enough? Holy crap. Izuku was a high-potential secondary character. A heroic one, but what did Sensei say? The best kind of help a hero can bring you is the help he doesn't know he gave to a villain. As a bonus, you can always corrupt him later when you reveal to him how your plan couldn't have worked without him. Tamura smiled. Yes, the plan was foolproof. He was going to get a second strategist on his team and it would be Izuku. Nothing could go wrong with that plan. Everything went wrong with that plan, Tamura would think way later as he studied in UA, wondering how the hell that happened. Flowers, check. Suit, check. Having made sure that a clone of Mr. Compress will be seen in Hokkaido. Check 2. Hey, he was a professional. Atsuhiro made a training plan for Izuku and sent him more than one video so the young boy could train while he was away. He also taught that Katsuki boy how to chase Izuku around to make him faster at running and avoiding attacks. The exploding blonde was astonishingly good at the job, and Mr. Compress was thinking of doing that permanently. Still, he had to throw some fake trails for all the heroes chasing him around, and more than a few villains too. Now, he had to prepare for something he both looked for and dreaded. The evening at Midoriya's house, Inko said he had to come to their home for dinner twice a week. She said that with that voice that could chill your bones to the core. The voice of the nurse who needed to make the patient listen to her. The voice of an ice queen domineering people. Somehow, Atsuhiro still loved when she spoke to him like that, because it meant she still cared for him. People seemed to see just a chubby woman who was a kind nurse and seemed to be an angel too good for this world. Atsuhiro had a different opinion. She was only threatening when she cared, be it for her son or him. She threatened you when it was important, and maybe it was her way of caring for him. At least, he hoped. He was the first to admit that his eating habits were not the best during the last decade. He kept traveling and had little time to cook. However, he was pretty sure he was as fit as possible, thanks to his work, too. Atsuhiro hoped that his body was good enough for her, as he knew that otherwise, he was pretty plain. It had helped him a lot to escape the police. But still, it was annoying and worrying to him. Now all he had to do was to ring the door and not screw up the meal. It was going to be fine. He did that more than a few times already. Sure, the first time it was awkward. He had to create a fake story about how he was a trainer for a few athletes and had to travel the country to meet his different clients. Atsuhiro couldn't tell her he was one of the few S-ranked villain and the only one that still had a secret identity. Mainly because, unlike the others, he was extremely careful with it, and Izuku only deduced it because he knew the right thing and Inko told the good thing, too. He just had to continue as the other time with his dear chubby friend he had not a crush on. Just a delightful meal with her and her son. So, our dear favorite magician was inspired and rang at the door. Soon after, Inko, with the sunniest smile he had ever seen, opened the door for him. Apron and everything. Like every other time. She was still the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Hey, yes, she was chubby. It just means there was more of her to love. Also, it was truly worth it to not work for a better world that evening, because that smile, simply by existing, made the world a better place. Atsuhiro, finally here. Come inside, it will be better than outside. He nodded before eagerly entering and appreciating the small house. It was not much. Hisashi died and left some money behind, but not much. Inko did not finish university and could not become a doctor. She could take an exam to get a true license, but with Izuku to take care of, she simply did not have the time for it, which was, in Atsuhiro's mind, a waste. Inko was excellent as a nurse, but she would have been an amazing doctor for all. Certainly, a better one than the quack that told her Izuku was quirkless. Note to self, making up a story so he could help financially Inko and help her become a doctor. A small voice in his mind told him to directly do the straightforward solution. Finally, tell her your feelings and become her new husband. If you were with her, there would be no need to invent an excuse to make a joint account. Mr. Compress shut that voice down. Instead, he put a smile on his face and, for once, took back his mental mask of Mr. Compress. This evening, he was just Atsuhiro Sako, the childhood friend. Still, it was nice to be in the house. However, he noticed something quickly. Izuku isn't there. I mean, unless he has homework, but I thought. Atsuhiro was pretty much certain of it. Mens sana in corpore sano. Izuku had to keep his grade high despite the workout if he wanted to enter the school of his dream. No, he's over at Mitsuki's house. Katsuki and he are now better friends than before. Did you know that he somehow got into trouble yesterday? Said Inko, who giggled a bit when remembering what happened. Atsuhiro was now curious and had to ask. He knew what happened and was curious why Inko was just smiling and not low-key, threatening to pull his eyes out with her quirk. How so? I guess it was not violent, since you were happy. Oh no, there was a violent incident last Friday. He and Bakugo put down some bullies and Izuku dislocated some arms. The staff was angry, but since their star pupil was also implicated and on my son's side, they called Mitsuki and me to take them home, as both of them were suspended for a week. Nothing on their record, though. Atsuhiro smirked. That was a good idea to have someone more popular break the rule. It also meant he was finally making Izuku crazier, in a good way. However, Inko's smile was a bit less happy. So what did they call you for? He had to know exactly what Izuku did. Did he break too many bullies? No, he was not that strong yet. Atsuhiro hoped he had been smart enough to get the drop on them one by one if he beat bullies up. He terrorized all the students of his age. What? Also, why was she smiling with so much pride and joy? He enlisted the help of Bakugo in exchange for some favors. He did not tell me what exactly, and broke into the control room and took control of the intercom. Katsuki, what did that person do to make you want to do that? He insulted my mom. Katsuki, it is Call of Duty. That is, are you saying you're going back on what you promised? Izuku grumbled as he proceeded to use some admin command to identify the IP of a player on a forum before banning him from a community that he and Kaken were part of and renaming him from Toxic Cloud 666 to I Love Anime Girls, with the appropriate picture because Izuku was nothing if thorough. It quite surprised a certain student with a gas quirk when everyone laughed at his pseudo. And why did someone put some wild pussycat as his picture? I can see why he got punished, but not why that terrified people. Then he explained everyone's quirks and weaknesses and a few very personal things. Very personal. He was not supposed to know everything, he said. And now everyone thinks Izuku has a murder plan for everyone at school. They just don't have proof. And that is what Sato did sad instead of studying with a friend like he told his mother, Akira. By the way, it is quite sad as her cookies are delicious. Not to mention that the school Sato wants to go to because he likes Hinasa from the other classroom and she will most likely go there. Well, that school has an emphasis on math and he needs the tutoring. However, since Hinasa is crushing on Katsuki. By the way, I don't know why she would do that. FUDIKU. Atsuhiro was stunned and proud. He asked him to scare a few bullies, not his entire school. Inko finally looked at him with that scary smile while he felt a pull on his necktie. Now, can you tell me why? When I was alone with him at home, he told me it was his homework. I told him to scare only his bullies, not everyone. Atsuhiro. He did that for 3 hours. The teacher stopped him when he was only in the middle of analyzing his teacher. Now, Atsuhiro was just proud. That was his student. So, nerd, why did you scare the complete school? Asked Bakugo, still wondering what the hell happened that day. He just thought that Izuku would blackmail people. However, he loved what Izuku did. He was also preparing against his friend his favorite endeavor Endigtwo plus Ultra Extermination Murder Explosion combo against his friend. Remember UAS motto. As Izuku innocently played a midnight on the field, delaying the turn and forcing Bakugo to grumble as he couldn't play the ultimate turn yet, he could finally summon his Death Incarnate card on the field. Plus Ultra. At least the game will finish soon. Wait, what was the card Izuku sneaked on the field? Eraserhead. Plus Ultra, said Izuku as he exterminated Bakugo's field with a smile and took Katsuki's last life point with a Nenzu. He had to troll him, who was on the verge of being more Katsuki than usual during this evening. Neat. Also, stop spamming ERASERHEAD. The most explosive boy on the block flipped the board upside down. Never, Izuku screeched as he cackled, as it was Kaken's way of losing against him, interrupting the game, and said he did not lose. However, since Izuku was weaker than him, he had to give him his dessert that evening so he could grow stronger. That it was the same dessert he bet with his friend before the game had nothing to do with his action. He did that a lot as he won one more time against Bakugo, as they just did a few rounds on his console on Mortal Kombat CI. Yes, Izuku lost and they switched because Katsuki thought he could beat Deku in any game. Currently, Izuku showed him why he was not even close to his league. It was also pleasant for once to not play against someone with an insane strategy and deck like Tamura. Mitsuki and her husband smiled as they listened to the two boys playing loudly above. It was better like that. Also, they could bet on this evening's outcome quietly. You get to live another day, Atsuhiro, said Inko, as she put his necktie on his suit. Hey, he did know how to dress up nicely. Still, I feel sorry to make you come here so often. I mean, maybe your girlfriend is upset about it, asked kindly Inko, with a pure smile and certainly no afterthought. Oh no, don't worry, I'm not with anyone, said Atsuhiro almost immediately and without a second thought as he walked towards the living room, missing an Inko who did a victory pose. She then joined him, as she pulled toward them 2 glasses and a bottle of red wine. You mean no girl has seduced you? That or maybe. No man. Hey, you had to be sure before finding a wonderful father figure for your son and to be sure she did not misremember some of her past and how Atsuhiro seemed to act around her. How he always came around for dinner. This made Atsuhiro laugh, still thinking he had no chance in hell to seduce Inko, as she poured wine so they could drink together, perfectly purring as he answered. Oh no, I simply don't have time, and nobody had the right chemistry, you know. I don't have many friends. Those at work, they are mainly men. Hard to tell that his closest friends were a trans woman who's still looking for the right doctor for her therapy, a strange cloud barman, a man without a nose who killed people not worthy of being a hero, and that nice old man who made the best tea in the town. Oh, and technically Nedzu could count, but it was mostly someone he liked to work with more than a friend, though he trusted the stoat to a certain extent. Said knowingly Inko, perfectly purring at the news she did not have any competition on the market. She couldn't remember why she did not go on a proper date with Atsuhiro when they were younger. Yes, she met Hisashi, but honestly, Atsuhiro was kinder and still the man who loved to read pre-Quirk literature just like her. Thought for another time. She was going to enjoy that evening. Mitsuki helped her with it, after all. Yes, the stylist was right about what she wanted, and she had a good plan to help her advance her cause. Now, Atsuhiro did not know it yet, but she trapped him in her web. They enjoyed a very nice evening. Nothing saucy or torrid, just a delightful meal between two adults, catching up on time spent apart, without having to worry about a certain kid. It also allowed them to make plans for a date together on the weekend, for a little shopping. Just as a friend, Mr. Compress thought naively. Or was it he did not dare to hope for more? Oh well, it was Inko's job now. Izuku was also quite happy to see his mother finally having someone other than him or the Bakugas, making her smile. Especially a smile he couldn't see her have. It was clear as the days passed that Mr. Sako, or rather Atsuhiro, as she loved to call him, was more than welcome in their home. She was preparing special dishes when he came over, and she always found an excuse now and then so he would sleep on the sofa at home. And sometimes he would just stay the Saturday while Izuku went out. As Katsuki said, it was quite obvious that the two were in love and that Inko was gradually wearing Mr. Atsuhiro down. The Green Bean tried to not think a lot that his future stepdad was also an S-rank villain, vigilante. He just hoped that somehow the UA wouldn't catch on to that. However, he had to remember to fake his surprise when her mom told him she went out with his trainer, and that he was most probably going to sleep at home more often from now. The months went on. Izuku continued his training, becoming sufficiently nimble that Mr. Compress was proud of the result. Izuku also got a better grip on his quirk. The tarot deck was a good idea, as it gave the young boy a cheap and cost-effective way to use his power. He could even reasonably use some of the higher cards if he was careful of their use. Still, powerful heroes were a no, as his new dad was rather cautious to not kill his stepson by mistake. Sure, Inko and he were not married. However, it was now easier to count the days when he was not at home rather than the contrary. He still gets some heists by traveling, sometimes for a week, too. Still, Izuku was, sometimes, thought that being attacked by the sludge villain was the best thing that happened in his life. Sure, the training was hard and there had been over one evening where he couldn't move at all once he slumped onto his bed. Sure, Katsuki was still yelling at him and exploding. But it was Katsuki. If he was one day calm, Izuku would freak out and instantly know that something was wrong. It was normal, and he and Kaken had a more friendly rivalry than before, especially since they talked about, well, everything. Kaken apologized by not apologizing like he was used to. Sure, Tamura was. Well, Tamura. He was creepy. He had rants that could go on and on about why he hated heroes. Izuku liked the discussion he had with him. It made him think. When he told the reason he had to defend himself at school, Tamura simply nodded. Many people would have outright denied the bullying existed. Tamura accepted it was part of the darker part of the society. It was, however, reciprocated by Izuku, who pointed out to Tamura how often villains made little sense. He was happy when Tamura asked how, according to Izuku, a villain had to be. A second identity, a costume, minions. It was fun for Izuku to think about it. Oh, and let's not forget Tamura's second reaction when he learned of Izuku's past, asking names so he could have a friendly chat with the bullies. Somehow, it was like having an older cousin. When most of the teachers in Aldera Middle School found their car properly dusted, no one dared to call the police. All they could say when people asked, in private, was the fact that the culprit had the creepiest smile they had ever seen. They were not crossing that. Tamura would deny it was because he appreciated Izuku and he was angry people would try to hurt his future teammate. Sure, it was an excellent backstory for a villain. Still, as a future leader, he had to protect and avenge his party if necessary. He was simply doing it preemptively. Not because Izuku was like that annoying younger sibling that could call on your bullshit. But most importantly, Izuku had an idol who made sure he could realize his dream of being a hero and trained him for the exam. So life was pretty fun and awesome now. He understood why Atsuhiro told him sanity was just something limiting people's true potential. Like that time when Atsuhiro showed him how you could dislocate your body to get the cuff off your hands. Sure, it hurt, but it was effective. In the same way, Atsuhiro showed how he could often transform himself into marble to be slingshot into a museum or some secure place. Crazy. Yes. Effective. Oh yes. That was the reason he was learning even more about obscure heroes. Using weaker heroes but with special power was a good idea to play with the strength limitation quirk. Sure, summoning an endeavor would probably be too much. Using the psychic burn-in. It was still hard, but possible. Did he want to open a path? Sure, using a strength hero could be the solution. Using a hero who could just create a ladder or a way to go around the obstacle was less tiring. Izuku was happy, confident even. He was still, however, according to both Tamura and Katsuki, a nerd who was way too excited for his good. Katsuki feared the day Izuku would discover coffee, mainly because if Katsuki had anything to say, He would only allow this in a doomsday scenario where they would need the craziest idea. Then came the day. The exam. Oi, get ready, you damn nerd. The explosion was loud enough to almost shatter the windows. It was certainly loud enough that Atsuhiro woke up and made sure to not waken Ko, who was still snoozing happily. He then took one of his marbles that he kept for a rainy day and launched it on Bakugo. Then he returned to cuddle. When Izuku finally got outside, the sun was still rising. Katsuki had a good idea to go to the UA, with hours in spare. Then the green bean looked at Katsuki, who was stunned. He was not moving, livid and incapable of moving. That was probably because he had an octopus on his face. Who would have guessed he would see that this morning? Even if it was the third time, it was still hilarious to see what his stepfather would throw in the morning at Katsuki. Kaken, Atsuhiro told you he disliked being woken up in the morning. I'm still going to make you fatherless again after the exam, Izuku. Again, Hisashi couldn't see it, but about 300 meters from him, a determined and angry Katsuki watched Izuku crying as his bastard father was leaving. Katsuki took his favorite marble, given to him by his best quirkless friend, one of his only friends who never gave him shit for not being able to see faces. Prosopagnosia was a beach. He took the marble and launched it with his quirk, yelling, "Die." You heard nothing, Katsuki stated seriously. Though he researched a bit about his good deed and knew there wasn't no warrant out for the death of that bastard, so he was safe. Hey, he was angry and impulsive. Not an idiot. I knew you cared, quipped an Izuku, who did not believe his friend had a hand in his father's death. His dominant theory was still his mother or Atsuhiro. Despite yelling a lot, Izuku, get ready to meet your biological father before the exam, Katsuki warned jokingly, happy to have avoided this particular threat. Still, Izuku was way more confident than at the beginning of the year. Nah, not even you are that cruel. You're lucky, Kaken. I am adorable. Also, let me take off the octopus, said Izuku with his trademark smile, as Katsuki led him begrudgingly. You are lucky I need to present properly for the exam. Otherwise, I would have cooked that octopus myself. Also, your stepdad's quirk is bullshit. No, it's random bullshit. Yes, the cover for Atsuhiro's quirk in public with the Bakugas was random bullshit. The ability to throw random things. It was various marbles containing random things, including an octopus, apparently. The blonde thought the power was an idiot when he got a newspaper for the first time. Now, it was less funny, indeed. This school is huge. Izuku was way too hyped, but Kaken could understand. Even he was flipping excitedly as they grabbed their number of entries for the exam. Hey, nerd, Katsuki said in an uncharacteristically calm tone. Despite hearing it several times at that point, it never failed to unnerve Izuku. Yes, Kaken, if you don't pass, I am going to make you an astronaut. What? A logical reaction to being fair. I'm going to launch you into space with my explosion, Katsuki said calmly, as both went towards the hall. Don't worry, nothing wrong can happen to me, said Izuku. Sadly, this is one of the most dangerous things to say. Therefore, he tripped on his own feet, to Katsuki's incredulity. Seriously, how? However, luckily, a certain girl saved him. Yes, we all know the scene. Before you ask, no. Izuku was not that confident, yet he could answer Uraraka's positivity with anything other than him being red and thinking he somehow talked to a girl. Katsuki must have the power to read his mind as he shouted, "You know you said nothing to round face." The blonde boy was smug as he could see Izuku turning redder as a cherry. Sure, he had trouble seeing faces, but he could still see skin tone, and in his opinion, it was pretty effing hilarious when the nerd turned red. Shut up, Kaken. Izuku squeaked out weakly as he was way too embarrassed. They then went on to the room where they would take the written test. Izuku knew he got the written test rather nicely. Most questions had tricks, sure, but nothing he couldn't do. Honestly, he knew most people would have trouble, but it was a good way to make people remember that UA was not only a hero school, but also a prestigious school with a business course and a support course. Even if you did not get into one of the two heroics classes, you could always be in Gen Ed or something. After his talk with Katsuki, Green Bean actually contemplated going into the support course as an analyst. However, he discovered it was an option for business or in second year in heroic. Not everyone had an analytical mind after all. Still, it had been a wonderful exercise and an excellent reminder that brain and brawn were required for a wonderful hero. Sure, a good quirk was important and often more useful, but as some international teams proved, having an analyst and a strategist was even more important. Everyone could remember the disaster that happened when the Russian team tried to apprehend the SS rank villain that conquered the North Pole. It had not been pretty. So many candy canes and so many heads. DRRR. Let's think about something else. So, they were all sitting in an immense amphitheater, where Present Mike presented the practical exam. Trying to relax himself a bit, Izuku took out his tarot deck and shuffled it. 1 year of daily and intensive practice made him very good at different card tricks. He also discovered that doing them calmed him a lot. playing with coins, too. Truth be told, as long as they were sleight of hand, it calmed him down. Sure, sometimes it looked like he was a show-off. Katsuki told him that a lot. However, it worked well, so why stop? Therefore, cards seemed to fly from one hand to another. There was a reason Tenko made sure someone else shuffled Izuku's deck every game or two. He couldn't prove it, but certain combos Izuku pulled were way too perfect. Nonetheless, Present Mike's presentation was quite interesting. 1, 2, 3 points robots. There was a fourth kind of robot, but if he was right, Present Mike was going to present it when some tall idiot stood up and berated Present Mike. Excuse me, on the handout. There are clearly 4 types of villains listed. Such an error would be the height of embarrassment for a top-tier National Academy of UA's caliber. The reason we're here today is that we seek guidance on the path to becoming model heroes. Then, to Izuku's surprise, he then turned toward him. What did that guy was looking at him with such an intense look? Moreover, can't you sit still for a second? You're distracting the surrounding people. If you think UA is a school for silly tricks, you can go somewhere else. Izuku stayed silent for a second before the result of rekindling his friendship with Bakugo and some training with Mr. Compress kicked him. Daily banter trained him with Katsuki, who had a tongue as wild and dangerous as his explosion, and someone who cracked a bunny joke to Maruko and made her smile before she tried to decapitate him. Well, at least we know what you can do if your quirk has problems. Izuku shot back quietly, as all cards seemingly magically came back in his hand. He was perfectly calm as he looked back at Ida. Present Mike did nothing because he was a showman at heart and recognized a good roasting when it was coming. What? The tall glassy examinee was clearly not expecting Izuku to retort. Then again, what did he expect? Someone who was taking the UA's hero course exam and doesn't have any self-esteem. Izuku had little of it, but he was a master at faking it until he made it. Well, you can pull out the stick shoved up your ass and use it as a weapon against the different robots, said the green bean with a smile so pure and innocent that it made what he said even more effective than it should have been. Katsuki laughed at Izuku, who snapped. It was rare, but it was always funny. Thank God Atsuhiro taught him a few liners to improve his sass. Even Present Mike snorted a bit. However, Izuku was not done. Also, if you were kind enough to let the teacher who is a pro hero finish, that would allow you to still appear smarter. Since the speed of light is faster than sound, you seemed intelligent before opening your mouth. Once again, with that big sunshine smile of his, Izuku finished his attack, leaving a thunderstruck Ida looking like an idiot in front of everyone. Though, to be fair, he brought it upon himself. While his language is quite foul, the green bean is right. Examinee 7111. I was going to address that point. The arena traps, also known as the zero-pointer. They don't bring points and you should run away from them. We made them to study your situational awareness, which was something Ida seemingly did not have, as he was redder than a tomato. Maybe his outburst was not his best idea, as he quietly sat back down and avoided eye contact. Nonetheless, all students went to the exam arena, an immense fake city. Well, cities to be fair. And Izuku sighed as they separated him and Kaken. Not of sadness to not be with his friend, but of happiness. He knew Katsuki's competitive streak, and Izuku knew that he would doubtless destroy pretty much every robot in his arena. Therefore, being not with him increased his odds significantly. Not that he was weak either, as he took 210 from his deck. Yes, his shuffling from earlier was not for nothing, either. Knowing where his cards were was essential for the exam. Still, our young magician saw round face, as Kaken called her. Sure, he could have actually flipped on his feet, but it had been nice that she helped him. He was about to approach her to wish her good luck. But then, I see, you're here to test this girl's concentration power. Oh, got him, Knit. No, I just wanted to wish her good luck since she helped me earlier. Dude, I know we're all stressed out, but stop thinking everyone is out for you. Otherwise, they will be. Deadpanned away too done with him Izuku. Ada did not know what to do or how to answer, since it was that particular moment that Present Mike announced the start of the examination. The first to bolt was an Izuku who trained for 1 year with the paintball training. Atsuhiro did not give a countdown either for the same reason Present Mike did. Life did not have one. Still, people were quite surprised by the speed Izuku showed. Once again, paintball training. It gave Izuku quite the speed to run away from his bloodthirsty mentor. Yes, he loved his stepfather. However, both agreed that during training, they wouldn't let love interfere. Some people might have wondered why Izuku threw the cards in his hand. Some were expecting an explosion. They definitely did not expect 2 pillar men rising up in front of Izuku and dismembering 3 one-pointers in front of him as if they were sheets of papers in a few seconds. And in perfect sync no less. What kind of random bullshit quirk is that? No, that is my dad's quirk, answered an Izuku who did not stop running, as others passed in front of him, such as the tall guy. Well, his motor legs were indeed quite useful for that, and Izuku knew he better start hunting down more robots. A smile appeared on his face. Izuku then ordered his card men to search and destroy robots. Go my pretties, destroy them all. Maybe Kaken was rubbing off him after all. Still, it was going to be fun. Shinso was not having fun. Robots. Freaking robots. How was he supposed to use his quirk to fight for robots? Then he saw a burly monster, white as the milk except for the heart on his face with a white 10 on it, who just ripped apart a one-pointer in front of him. Hey, that was my prey. Do not care. All for the master. Wait, did that thing, monster, answer him? Was it sentient to a small degree? A smile creeped on Purple Hair's face. He reached and used his quirk. The strange monster stood still for a second and Shinso ordered him, with a loud voice so the examiners could hear him, destroy all the robots. And the thing moved. Sweet. Shindo smiled, and he looked for the green-haired teen. Yes, they split students from the same school so they couldn't work together. However, it was possible for him to hijack a few summons of his. No. Izuku groaned. He felt when his card men disappeared. Other students destroyed some, making him summon a few others in replacement. He had lost one of the 10 in all cards from 2 to 6. What was strange was that one of his cards was still there. He could feel the strain. Moreover, he could feel it working differently from what he ordered. A hijacking quirk. That was very interesting, and Izuku hoped he would meet the guy who did that. However, it was still a strain for him. So, while Green Boy accepted to let the 10 alive to help the hijacker, hey, he could easily understand if the power did not work on robots, and with the no attacking fellow examinees rule, then that examinee was in trouble. So while he accepted that, he would not sabotage himself for this mysterious student. All hijacked cards except one disappeared. Izuku inhaled some fresh air, as a blonde guy winked at him before firing his laser at a robot who was going to attack on Izuku's blind side. Izuku answered by summoning a knight right behind and smashing a robot, who was silently creeping behind the twinkling student. Both gauged each other, before nodding and saying nothing else as they went in different directions. Izuku racked his brain as he hopped behind his knight. Yes, he was not summoning anyone else for now, as he rode on the large back of his summon who suspiciously looked like an armored knight from manga, closer to a mech than a human. Was there more to the exam than just points? Accidentally, Izuku didn't see it, but Shinsho clearly used the summon he had left to destroy as many robots as he could. More often than not, he naturally did the smart thing, to not let his slave get destroyed. He picked almost destroyed or trapped robots. One kid with purple balls on his head was actually yelling, as Shinsho destroyed the 5th robot he had trapped. In the control room, teachers were looking happily at the situation. Eraserhead was the one to point out Shinso's hijacking. He knew firsthand how the exam was discriminatory against people like them, so that the kid turned back the situation was something he wouldn't let ignored. It was rational to reward being smart. However, it was time to spice the game. They let the 0-pointers out. Bets switched between hands. It was time for fun. And before people asked, they actually unleashed them because they had on hand a janitor with the particular quirk of warping everyone on the verge of being hit by a very tall robot to safety. It was an incredibly specific quirk, and Nedzu actually had to find it in Poland. With over 5 billion people, yes, you were bound to find incredibly specific quirks. Still, they were not irresponsible. Well, at least not too much, as the rat god took the bets like the impartial god he was. He also made sure that the loser would also have to write the name of the janitor, Grzegorz Brzczykx. Oh, so this is a 0-pointer, said an Izuku who was way too close to be actually safe from the death robot of doom in front of him. Seriously, where did the UA found the budget for those? Nedzu was meanwhile looking at his benefits from owning part in different stock companies, including some owned by the sentient animals of the Amazonian fauna. Yep, still rich. Still, Izuku was counting on his points as his knight yeeted him outside of the 0-pointer trajectory. It was time to fold it and stay back and relax. With an uncanny grace, Izuku landed on his feet. He was right, he was at roughly 40 points. It was quite nice. With his written test, Izuku was clearly in the good place to be put in heroics. Still, he was happy to see he was not the only one out of the way of the robots. He actually landed near an exhausted round face. Hey, hello there, happy to see you. Everything went well on your side? He asked, this time way chillier than at the entrance, mainly because he was quite sure to get into UA. The girl answered by rising a thumb toward him, still too tired to do anything else. She almost went under some rocks, but a purple-haired dude got her out before anything dangerous happened or she hurt herself. So all in all, she was fine. Please someone, help. Izuku stopped everything that he was doing to see who asked for help, while running, without even thinking about it, while his knight just valiantly died to slow less than a second the 0-pointer. It took 10 seconds to see who asked for help. He would have missed the girl who yelled for help if she did not yell again. Why? Simply because she was invisible. Well, she had a uniform. And it was funny to see a floating uniform who clearly had nice curves. But it was not the time to think about that. Also, Izuku groaned when he saw the 0-pointer going toward them. because, of course, the thing targeted students. Of course, he ran even faster. Meanwhile, a young Toru was not believing her eyes. She did great on the exam. Written test. It went as well as she hoped. Good, but not enough. She could completely rely on it. At first, the practical exam looked like it would be her death, but she found a weak point in the robot's armor. So, she took her courage and a heavy lead pipe and ambushed as many robots as she could, especially if other students were in danger. It was an exam, but still, people could get hurt, and it was her time to shine. Except it went all sideways when the giant robot appeared. At first, she thought she was safe, unless she tripped. Yes, she tripped and then some rubble almost crushed her leg. Almost. Still, she was trapped and all she could do was yell for help. Except she knew she wouldn't get it. Toru was invisible. Even if someone hurt her, who would see the invisible girl? She could almost cry as she knew her rescues were probably not seen by anyone. She cried when she knew that maybe the teachers would miss her being crushed. She did not want to go out like this. She was still young. She still had so much to do, like hang out with friends and meet with cute boys. Maybe, just maybe, the teachers would save her. So, everyone, time to bet. Will the boy try to save the girl? Run away. Destroy the 0-pointer. Time to place your bet. Let it be known that Nimuri Kayama put her bet in half as a joke, in half because she was a romantic on the last option. She was the only one, as all the other teachers grinned. Aizawa put his bet on running away, as the boy seemed smart and would know when to run. All Might of course put him on trying to save the girl, but the green kid did not have the firepower to destroy a 0-pointer. Don't worry, I am here, said an Izuku with his best impersonation of All Might, which was actually really uncanny, and over one teacher looked at All Might with suspicion in their eyes, wondering if that was his love child. All Might quickly denied the possibility, as he never had the time for that. Still, the girl looked at the boy, who was quickly surrounded by 3 minions who lifted out all the rubble trapping her, as the 0-pointer was raising its foot about them. And her savior smiled at her. Hey, can you grab me before I fall and take me to safety? Then Toru saw Izuku take a card from a deck and eating it just below the robot before yelling. 16th Arcana. The earth started to rumble. Izuku felt the pressure on his brain, as all the cards he summoned before vanished. He summoned only 1 Arcana before now, and it left him pretty sluggish for a few days. He also knew that the exam took a lot of his energy earlier, especially with maintaining the 10 he lent to an unknown student. Still, the green bean was determined. There was someone behind him, someone to protect. So, he did the only thing he could as he mustered every ounce of strength he had, the air sparking madly around him. Toru could even see some blood dripping from his nose. PLUUUS, Ultra. Then, the light went out, and Izuku only sensed something soft catching him instead of the ground. All the teachers were looking at the same screen, not believing their eyes. A 0-pointer, a machine capable of taking down villains, and no student before the 2nd year were supposed to take down as a team and individually in the 3rd, was currently impaled in front of them by what looked like a small Babylonian tower. The only one not freaking out was Nenzu, sipping his tea as he held out a sheet. Izuku Midoriya, extremely late bloomer, despite his relationship with Atsuhiro Sako. This one assured him the kid was not his biological son. However, he firmly recommended him to Nenzu, promising the boy was fun, despite what his school might say. The rat was elated. Sure, the boy came recommended, but he wanted to see for himself what he was made of. Smart but heroic, smiling in front of adversity, and powerful enough to prove he could own up to his choice. Therefore, Nenzu thoroughly ignored every piece of slander Aldera wrote about Izuku as a scary student capable of blackmailing everyone, including the teachers. Or rather, he read them. He read the incident report and cackled madly. Oh yes, he was going to have so much fun with this boy. Then suddenly, All Might. She did a double check. The one with her was a boy with bushy green hair who did an uncanny impersonation of All Might, which stopped her cries. 1 moment later, as she also saw the legs falling toward them, the boy seemed confident and asked her to catch him. Before she could ask for details, he acted. If she didn't have a front row seat to this spectacle, she wouldn't have believed it. At first, she had thought her savior could summon beings to help him. Then he just summoned a spike that pierced through and destroyed the robot, saving both of them in the process whilst yelling plus ultra. She had to admit, it was more than impressive, especially as he smiled toward her, just before falling unconscious. At least, her hero of the day was safe in her arms as she began to take him away safety. Hey, he was kind of cute and saved. He deserved a little rest in her arms. Meanwhile, a certain glasses-wearing student who was seriously thinking that Izuku was crazy or someone who had no place in the UA. Then, with everyone else, he saw Izuku rush towards someone crying for help. Cries that were supposedly around the 0-pointer. It was probably a trap. After all, Present Mike said it was to evaluate their situational awareness. Therefore, Izuku was definitely going to get him eliminated. Then he saw a girl with plug-like earphone jacks hanging from each of her earlobes at the end of two thin cords running after him. There is actually someone there. Ida took a second and decided to not move. After all, the rules never said they got points for saving people. Wait, the rules. Why did he feel like he missed something important? Then, Present Mike yelled the end of the examination. Oh well, all was going to be well. After all, he did not even need Recovery Girl. Urg, Izuku had the biggest headache he's ever had. It was as if Mr. Compress played the saxophone in his brain. Before you asked how Izuku knew how that sounded, Mr. Compress described himself as a man of many talents, and the saxophone was an excellent way to troll opponents. Also, a very good improvised weapon. So, Sleeping Beauty finally woke up. Nice. Izuku knew exactly who was that sarcastic and only could flip him the finger. Once again, Katsuki's laughter resonated in his head. Seriously, Kaken, my head hurts a lot. Our hero pleaded meekly to his friend. Serve you right, trying to play the hero. Katsuki replied, looking more like a villain than a hero at that moment. And what are we going to be? Snapped an Izuku, who was still in pain and not opening his eyes. Never said you were wrong, approved Kaken, but once again without saying the truth. Though, did you do it because the girl was cute? Don't know. She was invisible but needed help, said an Izuku, who was still collecting everything he could remember. Oh, right, the robot. Did I get the robot? I didn't even try to do something that crazy. And I'm me, said Katsuki proudly, who prepared a glass of water for his friend. I'm still going to beat your score. It was still worth 0 points. Sure, but we will both know I beat the giant robot. This once again managed to make Katsuki chuckle. Sorry, is the green guy awake? Said a girly voice as the door opened to reveal a floating uniform. Katsuki looked at that and made a gesture. Hey, guess what, Izuku? Apparently, the girl you saved is here. Yes, Katsuki said the name of his friend on purpose in front of the girl. Toru studied both boys as she advanced in the room, and both boys continued to banter. You sure? Unless they have another girl as invisible as you're dumb? Yes. It made the girl laugh bitterly. Yes, she was invisible, but saving her was not dumb but incredibly brave. That is why she stuck her tongue at Katsuki. Happy for her quirk. Hey, she was invisible. What was there to lose? It wasn't dangerous after all. And Katsuki seemed like the friendly kind of jerk toward Izuku. Izuku grumbled as he opened his eyes and just smiled at the girl he managed to help. Hi there, I hope everything's alright. Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say, my name is Toru Hagakure. I wanted to thank you and give you, my number, so we could tell each other when we get our admission to UA. Also, to thank you for saving me when it got dangerous. Izuku was at that moment too tired to properly register what happened, and he simply nodded before the girl wrote a number on a sheet of paper and then promptly left. Don't forget to send a message with your name. Katsuki did what every friend should do in such a situation, knowing how Izuku would react if he let him process what happened. He took Izuku's phone and sent the message from it, registering the number under Toru the cutie, all the while cackling madly. Izuku's face was going to be priceless. Hey, Katsuki was excellent at making things explode, and he was proud to include Izuku on the list. Oh god, he never hoped for everyone to get in the UA. Not even himself. Not even Izuku. But this girl, if she was there too, as apparently she hoped, Katsuki would have unlimited material for teasing Izuku. So many possibilities. Now, you know what is going to be fun, said a little troll with blonde hair. You're going to have to explain to your mom how you got sent to the infirmary. Izuku paled significantly as Kaken helped him to his feet. Was it still too late to get killed by the 0-pointer? Saying Inko went nuclear when she learned what happened to her son was an understatement. It took Atsuhiro and Izuku hugging her to stop her from going to the UA, and teaching the concept of neutering to a certain stoat principle. Mr. Compress wondered if Nedzu ever knew how close it was. Seriously. At first Izuku was all for keeping it under the rug. The problem was Katsuki, since they started being friends again. Izuku rediscovered the whole jerk-ass downside that was part of his friend. If he could embarrass or annoy Izuku in a fun way, he would. So guess what happened when his mom had the great idea of inviting the Bakugus over for dinner after the exam? Of course, Katsuki waited for the perfect moment to drop the bomb by asking how Izuku was since the exam, as Katsuki had to wait for him at the infirmary. Mitsuki was mixed with pride, worry and laughter at the news. She knew that if Katsuki did that, Izuku was most likely fine. However, she was extremely proud of Katsuki, learning about how timing can be used to maximize his effect. She was going to teach him with Masaru how to make a perfect innocent smile. Seriously. Her son had a perfect villain face. It completely ruined the innocent side of the prank. However, Mitsuki was filled with only pride when Katsuki followed by the end of the story, as Inko was finally calming her nerves, as her chubby friend was sitting back, still hugged by her boyfriend. Atsuhiro was glaring daggers with his eyes at Katsuki, who apparently wanted vengeance for the squid. Oh, and Izuku, did you think to send a text to Toru to tell her that you were fine? Adding oil to Inko's metaphorical gas fire. What a move. Katsuki, you know you will pay for that later. Inko instantly went giddy while squealing in delight. Atsuhiro stared at Katsuki and raised his thumb in approval. The explosive boy noted and nodded. Teasing Izuku about his love life was okay, but not when it was life-threatening. Duly noted. A girl, Inko squeaked out, while her son tried to switch the subject. However, Katsuki wanted revenge for the fact that Izuku got to destroy a zero-pointer when he hadn't. He was a bit spiteful after all, and he had prepared beforehand for the whole situation. Oh yes, she was definitely a girl, and let's just say she gave her number to Izuku because... Katsuki, end that sentence and I will end your life sooner than expected, Izuku squeaked out, wanting to sound threatening but failing. Because our favorite greenie actually got in the infirmary as a result of saving her, and in the process destroying the most dangerous robot in the field. All in one hit. Katsuki actually had trouble saying that, as he was admitting that for one instant, Izuku had more firepower than him. However, practicality won over. He could always perfect a super move later, but Izuku's terrified face was priceless. Everyone looked at Izuku with a knowing smile, as he was wondering if he could use his quirk to disappear into a hole. He somehow became so red that everyone couldn't help but laugh. He was the perfect tomato, as he couldn't stand everyone staring. I swear, Kaken, you will pay. Was she cute though? Asked Atsuhiro, not wanting to let his surrogate son have any peace. Izuku was showing a weak point, and as a mentor, it was his duty to torture him so he would never fall into the enemy's trick. Okay, that was the official reason. Mr. Compress wanted just to tease the hell out of him. Well, let's say you'd have a hard time knowing where to look, said Katsuki, while counting on his finger for his friend's reaction. 3, 2, 1. Katsuki. You know she had an invisibility mutation quirk. Though I still don't know if she can control the light by adjusting her cells or if it is an imperceptibility quirk. Wait, no, she did not have a shadow, so she has a living Kamo skin. As Izuku began to mutter about a certain see-through girl, Katsuki had the biggest shit-eating grin ever. Inko knew as well as him that Izuku loved quirks above all. So a girl with an interesting quirk. Of course it was going to interest him plenty and occupy his thoughts. So as his mother, she was purely ecstatic and noted in her mental notebook the name of Toru. Finally, her boy could finally start talking to a girl. Not that she would have minded if he was not attracted to girls. However, as a mother, she was happy that he was finally breaking out of his shell. And I'm wondering, does it still count as a complex mutant quirk? If yes, does that mean she could actually bypass most anti-quirk quirks? That would be an excellent test to determine her nature. Still muttering, unsurprisingly to everyone. So, when Izuku finally noticed the silence and how everyone looked at him, Izuku did the smart thing. He ran back to his bedroom to be safe. Then he proceeded to swear vengeance against Katsuki as hard as he could while screaming inside a pillow. It was surprisingly cathartic. Well, all I have to hope as a mother is that the girl ends up in UA. 2. Katsuki, would you be a dear and tell you if Deku and Invisi girl are in the same classroom? Auntie, I was the one adding the girl's number in his phone and who sent the first message because I knew he wouldn't dare to start the conversation, announced Katsuki proudly. He was certainly not a wingman for his friend. He was just doing it to embarrass him so much he would hide under a rock. However, both moms took it as Katsuki forcing Izuku's hand so that he would move forward. What a good friend to help him fight his shyness. Her son was sometimes, well often, a sparkling pile of trash, but it was this kind of sparkling that made her remember he was nice deep inside. After all, he did want to be a hero. No one who wanted to become a hero was a bad person, right? Still, our favorite Pomeranian almost regretted what he did, as he was subject to Inko's infamous bone-crushing hug. One of the few reasons he had a sane fear of her. Well, that and the fact he did remember what she did to the one guy who tried to kidnap Izuku because of his apparent lack of quirk. And the fact she then asked his mother for help to do the usual. He truly did not want to dwell on how both mothers met and what they did in their eclectic youth, or who was this dear old kendo they sometimes spoke of, and how it was fun to see him terrified of them. Katsuki did ask his father about that when he was 7. The only answer he got from his dad was that there was probably a reason why Hisashi's ambulance was late in arriving at the hospital because of several fights between villains and various vigilantes. He confided to his son that he was not sure of who was there because of a favor and he preferred not to know so that he could still sleep well at night. That day, Katsuki thought his dad was a coward. Now, he knew his dad was a sage, and when he spoke, you better listen. Still, Inko's cooking was as usual and it had been a fun evening. Bakugo's family went home happily and Atsuhiro joined Inko in a nice hug. While he was still thinking about what Nedzu told him, passing on to him what Recovery Girl found about Izuku. All jokes aside, Izuku's exploit almost went badly for him. If he had not been trained by him, his brain would have exploded exactly like in Scanner. Instead, he just bled a lot. Recovery Girl expected him to be tired for a few days. He was going to talk to Inko about it. Out of question, he left something like that unsaid. Izuku was her son before he was his disciple, and she deserved to know that Izuku's quirk had not yet stabilized. Both of them had theorized that the longer a late-blooming quirk took to be mastered, the stronger. Atsuhiro had to train 1.5 years to use it without any side effects. Still, he was stronger in his use than his favorite green-haired kid. Still, it was worrying. Either his training was not effective enough or Izuku's power was going to be off the chart when fully formed, and it was somewhat bad. Yes, he heard about the legendary fight between All Might and All for One. As one of the heirs of the Big Three of the Dawn of the Quirk, he needed to check on all the others. However, as Oji Haruma said himself, that bastard All for One always has plans in his plans. If you think he's dead, he's probably somewhere else drinking bourbon. Apparently, his ancestor managed to kill AFO more than a few times by teaming up with various people and managing to help some nice fellows to steal one of the few things the immortal ever loved. Oji did not write a lot about it, except it was probably what wiped out North Korea as AFO went full berserk that day. It also served to illustrate how powerful the man was to wipe out single-handedly a country, and then managed to cover it up. So, unless the literal god of death assured him that Satan was back on his throne in hell, Atsuhiro was going to be worried. That kind of quirk was something that FO would love to have. Oh well, Nedzu promised him that the UA would certainly have the facilities to protect his boy. Yes, the magician already had the results. He simply did not want to spoil the surprise to the boys and everyone else. And all the embarrassing questions he didn't have an answer ready for, such as how the hell you're on a speaking terms with Nedzu if you simply train some sports people. In hindsight, he had to find a better story. Quick, when he almost wondered why he tried so hard, Inko nudged herself a bit more against him. Sure, she did not have the svelte figure she had before. However, she was still the kind, caring, intelligent, and terrifying woman he had always known and loved since, well, quite a long time. Having her in his arms, her heat and love against him. Honestly, he couldn't have asked for more. Therefore, he decided to sleep happily. 1 week later, as Recovery Girl expected, while her quirk did heal whatever little brain damage Izuku had, the boy was heavily exhausted. All his training had been for dexterity and flexibility. The good doctor explicitly prohibited the kid from using his quirk in any circumstance. Atsuhiro had a talk with Bakugo, who did not accept explicitly to make sure Izuku did not use his quirk but rather, and he quoted to Inko, "I don't want my rival to not be accepted because he broke some dumbass's arms." It was the closest they could get from him, he knew. Recovery Girl also told Atsuhiro that Izuku was to move as little as possible during the weekend. Therefore, Izuku missed for the first time in almost a year his weekly meeting with a certain villain. What could go wrong? So, this is the bar with no name, right? Kurogiri sighed, as the delivery men brought everything. A new bar, the replacement for his collection of various priceless alcohol, new furniture, pretty much everything. The reason why? Tamura had been in an extremely murderous mood. So murderous, in fact, that he actually went for a very enthusiastic walk around the neighborhood. Oh well, at least, with his quirk, there would be no need to dispose of the corpse. Also, the murder place did not get its name by being somewhere with people with a big heart and a good chance to go to heaven. Kurogiri was at least happy that Tamura did not kill off some random civils. He chose and attacked only people no one would miss or cry over. Moreover, the name of Decay was slowly creeping his name in the underground as a particularly efficient killer for hire for now. His specialty, killing heroes who corrupted the society. Not for the same reason as Stain, as the killer wanted to clean the system. Tamura wanted to destroy it. However, for now, their methods were aligned, and he had asked his sensei and Kurogiri to prepare a meeting with the man. Talking and playing with Izuku helped him a lot in thinking about his plans. He, however, was still going to try the Namu against All Might One. He just needed a good opportunity to do that. However, Tamura was thinking more and more about Sensei's words. Namu was fabricated, which meant reproducible. Where were the prototypes? Where was the test result? Which heroes were used in order to be sure it could kill All Might? Tamura had none of that. All he had was a tall, dumb, black, muscular thing with its brain on the outside. Tamura loved his sensei and would kill for him. However, he also knew one important thing. Sensei was a troll of the highest order. He would be proud if Tamura won, but he certainly did not expect him to. After all, if killing All Might was that easy, his master wouldn't look like he'd be able to do the casting as the next Mr. Potato in Toy Story 34. The only reason he didn't, according to his master, only one thing was more evil than him, and it was Disney. Still, Tamura was a bit stressed since he was not able to play with. No, Izuku was not his friend. Clearly not. He was just an excellent potential teammate with an interesting background and a fun design. Oh god, He was interested in a character's backstory. Hirajiri was just signing off the delivery when Tamura managed to break the glasses with the sound of his realization. His calm and love for his protege was immense. Immense was not infinite. The following week, all Tamura had to eat was broccoli. Hirajiri's reason: budget restriction. Mitsuki was working on the hero suit for Izuku when she heard the scream. The panicked usual scream she learned to not panic from when it was heard. Katsuki, Izuku just received his letter. EOOOM. And there was the answer she expected. Thanks for the pillow, dear, Inko said confidently, as her son was taking his precious envelope with the final result, as if it could break. Why was she so sure? Because she trusted her soon-to-be new fiancé and believed in her son. The son who was promptly hit in the head by a sharp pillow launched by Atsuhiro, thanks to his magnificent random bullshit. Yes, she still did not tell him she knew he was Mr. Compress. She was waiting for him to finally notice that his costume was cleaner and ironed correctly. Always a pleasure, said an ever-smiling Atsuhiro, as Izuku was finally starting to breathe again and was ready to rend their ears useless with his screaming once more. Izuku, if your next scream isn't because of the result, I swear I will throw a pan at you. I'm in the kitchen, and while I miss you both lots when I'm away, I assure you my aim is excellent. He got hit for his joke by the pillow that Inko grabbed before throwing it at him. Nonetheless, it helped Izuku calm down by a lot. Finally, the letter. He couldn't wait to tell his friends, but what if he failed because he passed out in the end? As Izuku was almost screaming, he felt Atsuhiro pat him softly on his back, as he was now used to during their training session. His, well, paternal figure. Sure, Green Bean still loved All Might, but even he noticed the shift in his own fan fiction. Before, it was the story of a quirkless boy meeting All Might and becoming his Robin. Now, well, some of his readers were half-jokingly telling him to change his pseudo to All Might Jishin. He actually was thinking of doing that as now. Mr. Compress was often the hero in some of his stories, saving both him and All Might before disappearing in the night. The difference between All Might and Atsuhiro? Well, aside from his catchphrase, the one who was there was Atsuhiro, his teacher. With renewed confidence, Izuku ripped open the envelope and from it fell a small disc, before a hologram went out of it. Holy, now he understood the first explosion in the morning. All Might, in hologram in front of him. Even if it was a rejection letter, he was going to keep it. If only so he could look on the internet how to make it work as a very big poster. It was bound to be a really rare collector item in the future. Somewhere, in a certain hero agency, Night-Eye raised his head. Someone got a piece of limited All Might merchandise before me. How do you even know that, sir? It's my quirk. Even Mirio did not know what to answer to that, and decided to promptly ignore that. They had bad guys to catch, like those villains who took, when no one was looking, 40 cakes. 40 cakes. That was as many as 4 tens, and Mirio was not letting such a crime go unpunished. I am here, as a projection. But still, now you might be wondering why it is I who is delivering you this message. Well, fear not. It is because, as of next year, I will be teaching at UA Academy. Izuku almost fainted, as now he understood the second explosion in the morning. Still, he was supported by his mother too, and he could do it. First of all, congratulations on getting the 5th best score at the written test this year. Quite excellent, especially the quirk analysis part. But unless you seek to become a support hero such as Power Loader, a big brain isn't enough. Not that Power Loader is weak, of course. So, let's speak about the practical test. The way you fought, conservatively and by dividing your summonings according to their strength, was indeed efficient. You managed to win a solid 37 points. We had to deduce points since one of your summons was hijacked by another student. Izuku nodded impatiently, as he was now happy to know he helped someone for his exam. However, it brings us to another set of points. What? Because when you want to become a hero, do people expect you to simply punch the bad guy? Of course not. Well, at least that isn't the kind of hero we seek to form at UA. We all saw you when the 0-pointer arrived. We knew there was a girl there and we were ready to intervene if necessary. I mean, we're heroes and pros at that. However, when you saw someone was helpless, we all saw you turn around without hesitation. Maybe it is cheesy, but that is something I like, kid. So, a whole 40 points for rescuing the girl, reassuring her efficiently, and also for the nice homage. I almost as if I was there, said All Might while pose, as Izuku was overhyped, overjoyed and crying a lot, with Inko, while Atsuhiro opened the door to let the water flow outside. The neighbors looked at the familiar spectacle and smiled. So, young Midoriya, I am proud to tell you that you managed to get the best practical score this year, tying only with one other person. Oh, so that was why there was an explosion powerful enough they actually mistook it for a small earthquake. Because everyone could see 2 names on the top of the list, Katsuki and Izuku. My boy, I am happy to welcome you to UA. Welcome to your Hero Academia. That was when the hologram finally cut and Atsuhiro looked at Izuku with a knowing smile. Inko was still crying tears of joy too, when Izuku rushed at Atsuhiro and tackled him into a hug. Mr. Compress almost fell, as the boy almost broke his spine and said, I did it. I did it, Dad. I did it with your training. Atsuhiro and Inko had a moment of silence, as they both realized what Izuku just said. Before he did too, becoming paler than a sheet of paper. I know you aren't married to Mom, but... Before his surrogate son could put his foot in his mouth again, the magician vigilante lifted him into the air and locked him in a powerful hug. I don't care who your father is, but I'm proud to think of you as my disciple and son, Izuku. Even him, Mr. Compress, who did not cry when he took a hit from Fatcom in the face, did cry that night, Izuku against him. Inko looked at the spectacle and smiled. What a shame that Hisashi's father was not alive. While his son was a bad memory, the man had been really nice and had been angry when he learned his son was running away because of Izuku's quirklessness, as in really angry and apologizing to Inko and Izuku. His little Ray, as he used to call Izuku. She remembered him when he explained that his mother was Spanish and nobody expected him to speak Spanish. Even he chuckled that nobody expected him when he was inquisitive. Sadly, the man died of anger and sadness a few days after his son. He had been kind enough to leave them a bit more money. It was the only reason Inko still went each year to the Midoriya's shrine. Katsuki got his earlier, and he already knew his result in the nerd, explaining why the hell he was pouting in his bedroom. 0 pointers that did not bring any points, his ass. Sure, the reason that All Might gave made sense, but seriously, now he was tied with Izuku. Tied? Well, at least he had been third in the written exam, but still. It means Izuku was really shoulder against shoulder. Mitsuki smiled as her son cackling maniacally as a villain. Finally he stopped mopping. Katsuki had many qualities, and one of the best was truly his capacity to rebound as long as he could get back at whoever he bet. It truly helped him to go above everyone, and she had truly feared for a long time he couldn't have a rival that would make him work even harder. Apparently the problem was now over. Geez, Tamura, I'm sorry, I told you that 5 times. If you had a cell phone, it would have been easier, you know. Right now, 2 young men were drinking smoothies in front of the store, since it had a no-food policy. The blue-haired manchild had asked Izuku to pay him a smoothie to compensate for his absence for his meeting. Sure, he could vaguely understand that Izuku would need to work, but he truly needed to find a way to tempt Izuku into the dark side. He needed to step up his game, to gain some fame. A character such as Izuku would need fame to be interested in a group, but first, he needed to play his card to not make Izuku afraid and run. After all, he was also as nervous as a bunny and would run away if the predator was not friendly enough. So, Tamura, still drinking an ice-cold smoothie, got a brain freeze as he thought more of his evil plan than anything else, making Izuku laugh. Also, he needed to buy a cell phone. Izuku, when you stop laughing, we're going out to buy phones. I saw the thing you use. It is closer to a walkie-talkie than a freaking phone. Tamura, you don't even have one. But I have money and I refuse to let one of my favorite minions have something subpar. Izuku chose to interpret that as I'm rewarding you for doing well. Let's just say Tamura was not amused by Izuku taking a normal phone but with an All Might skin. As for him, well, he bought a Pearphone 22. According to the vendor, it was the best in town. Good thing he couldn't dust it anymore, right? Now, dear readers, let's skip ahead in time a bit. The day the 2 boys were going to their new school, both were totally aware they were in the same class, but well, I'm not going to your home in the morning ever again. Your stepdad threw a squid at me. What's he going to do next time? Mr. Compress had prepared a cream pie with a clown he knew. Izuku approved of Kaken's fear and so decided to go separately. Not to mention that his mom was checking everything before he left. Actually, Kaken did not risk anything, as Atsuhiro was working today. By working, he had explained to his son, he was going to steal some criminals' funds of war and a few pieces of evidence for underground heroes. Therefore, he was going to be absent for a few days. Hey, communication was important in a family, and Atsuhiro had enough problems because he did not say things clearly before. He learned from his mistakes. Also, he did not tell Inko or Izuku he was going to steal a diamond to make a special ring for a special woman of his heart. Still, it was with a smile, cards in one pocket and a coin dancing in his finger that Izuku went to his school. While his coins were dancing between his fingers, Izuku knew the day was going to be long as he entered the room, hearing a small explosion. Don't put your legs on your desk. This is disrespectful toward your school and the upperclassmen who used the desk before you. Tell me more about it, extra. Oh sweet. Apparently glasses was now officially an extra in Katsuki's eyes, though Izuku could see why. I don't think it annoys anyone. Personally, I don't care about it, said Izuku helpfully, gathering attention on him, especially with the way Katsuki smiled at him, like a shark who found a bleeding dolphin. Glasses stared at him before bending at 90 degrees. Oh, I remember you. I apologize for being disrespectful towards you during the exam since you understood the true secret of... First of all, no problem. If I can be friends with Kaken, I can be friends with anyone. Second, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Thirdly, someone simply needed help. Izuku, said a feminine voice that Izuku immediately recognized, as he slowly turned and saw both the girl who helped him not fall on his face and, more importantly, a floating uniform. Toru, before you ask, Deku, I already messaged Auntie. F you Kaken. Before anyone else had the time to say anything else, a yellow caterpillar hobo entered the classroom. Everyone had a short moment while they wondered what was going on, when suddenly Izuku bellowed with a loud voice, copying a girl he knew who was a class president. Raise, bow, sit. Atsuhiro told him people were most likely to obey when issued a simple order in a situation where they had no idea how to react. In Izuku's case, it was because his brain managed to register the hobo in front of him. After all, his friends who played the hero card game with him knew him as the eraser spammer. Izuku knew who the man in front of them was and how he was known for his no-nonsense attitude. Hell, if his research were correct, the man was known to be quite trigger-happy with his expulsions, or rather demotion to Gen Ed. Still, it was a threat. Aizawa did not smile when he saw the students obeying the green-haired kid. One of them seemed to have some brains and understood the situation quicker than most. 5 seconds. In the real world, a villain could have easily killed you in those 5 seconds. Harsh words. True, yes, but harsh seeing they were literally on their first day at school. Nonetheless, everyone stayed silent, including an almost exploding Katsuki who wanted to yell at the hobo. However, if Izuku had been ordering them and was doing his best statue impression, it meant the man was the real deal. Shit. Now, take out the gym uniform from inside your desk. We will do a physical aptitude test. Izuku gulped. He had a good idea of what he could expect from the strange man who was apparently their homeroom teacher. DIIIE, 753.3 meters. Yep, Katsuki was indeed even stronger than before. Not wanting to let Deku get ahead of him, he actually went full power on that ball, sweating a bit before his friend handed him a towel. It was useful to avoid incidents, and Izuku always packed a few in case Katsuki needed one. If Katsuki tried to yell that he did not need Deku to care for him, his friend would smile and simply say it as Auntie Mitsuki who asked. That was a good enough reason. Even Katsuki knew better than to argue with his mother. Still, everyone was now looking at the test excitedly, and when a certain pink girl tried to speak, oh, it seems so foo. A wild Izuku intercepted Mina's mouth with a card and stopped her mid-sentence, as Aizawa locked them in with his stare. It seems what? Nothing, sir. She was clearly not saying it was a fun activity to do. Clearly not. The temperature seemed to freeze, as Izuku tried his best innocent smile, the one he used once on Tamura to win a card game. It was that effective. Aizawa did not give a shit. However, since a student clearly knew what to expect, unless someone said something dumb. Well, the denial is absolutely not specific, but I guess I will let it pass. And then Mr. Can't read the room to save his life, Denki said. Oh well, at least it's going to be super fun. Izuku looked at Denki as if he just said that Endeavor was leagues better than All Might. Izuku had the patience of a saint. His stepdad was a prankster who loved to tease him. His best friend was most of the time a jerk, and the rest of it, he was a troll. His other friend was a crusty man who had a smile that even Freddy Krueger would find gruesome, and he had the temper to go with it. And yet, Denki managed to make him yell at him with a furious shout. UDUMBASS. We almost managed to avoid the threat. Everyone looked, not understanding anything, at Izuku, who took his hand off Mina's face, while Aizawa was grinning like the cat who caught the canary. I see someone did his research. Well, since apparently your class, -1, takes this class as one for funsies. Izuku was clearly making the same sound as a dog who was sad, as the teacher followed. So, the student who made it dead last in the class will get expelled. Everyone began to yell, as they all wanted to stay in the class, and especially as it was the first day at school, of course. Izuku smiled like a sad child. He pointed at the teacher, completely defeated. Shota Aizawa, underground hero, Eraserhead. He isn't in the top 100 heroes because he doesn't want fame. He is also known for having the highest expulsion rate in Japan. Everyone seemed scared, especially as they saw Katsuki, the foul-mouthed guy who clearly knew Izuku well, becoming paler. Apparently, he trusted his friend's info. So before anyone thinks he isn't serious, last year he demoted his entire class down to Gen Ed, and a few of them actually dropped out when he got back at the end of the year, but he's dead serious. Shota Aizawa was grinning with a smile not unlike Tamura's, maybe a distant cousin. Still, Shota appreciated that the problem child of the exam actually did his presentation for him. So, the kid had the heart of a hero, as All Might said, but at least he had some brains. Maybe he wasn't hopeless. Currently, the two most panicky people in the class were Toru and Hitoshi. Why? Because their quirk was clearly not flashy or capable of helping them in athletics. So, while Toru actually practiced at the gym, Hitoshi was, well, he was a nerd. Sure, it did not show well. However, he did not get the bags under his eyes by not finishing Darker Bloodborne Soul 3 this week. So, yes, the tall purple-haired guy was actually under a minor freakout of his own. Unless he was really lucky and that the summoner he stole from during the exam was there. Then, for the second time in his life, Lady Luck smiled at Hitoshi with her brightest smile. Izuku just threw a King of Hearts card on the ground, before asking Kaken to give him a ball for the throwing exercise. "Well, best of luck, guys," said the smiling Sunshine Boy, as he tried to not use too much of his power. He was still recovering after all, and one king was the best he could do right now. However, having the really buff king next to him would clearly allow him to do well enough. "Is that not going to make you pass out, after the stunt you pulled last week?" asked Aizawa, that was so close to activating his quirk but could see Izuku was looking as if he ran a lap around the stadium already. "No, sir," said a dead-tired Izuku, raising his fist nonetheless. Him and his stepdad did lots of exercises to make sure Izuku didn't pass out. Also, he knows that if he passes out, his mom will give me the right to send him back home, explained Katsuki for him, cracking the joints of his hands. Apparently, he was ready to make good on that promise. Kirishima then raised an eyebrow, just like Aizawa. It seemed quite tame. "That doesn't seem too bad. By kicking him so hard that he will be airborne most of the time," he shouted out, his hands letting out a loud bang at the end of the sentence. Aizawa looked at the strange duo, pinching the bridge of his nose. Yup, he had already found the problem children duo of the year. And of course it had to be the two valedictorians of the entrance exam, especially as apparently Izuku took Katsuki's words seriously. If his face was any indication. "No violence in my class. Also, Midoriya, if I see you're on the verge of collapsing, I will deactivate your quirk and send you home." Aizawa would have questioned what kind of person had a friendship like that. Then he remembered his relationship with Hisashi. Izuku nodded, before asking the king to throw the ball the harder it could. The ball flew clearly higher than what a human could have done before landing. 350 meters. A good score, even if it makes Katsuki grin like a dumbass. Hitoshi went next and asked the king, "Hey, Card Man, how does it feel to be a servant?" said Purple Man before smacking the king's back. Apparently, having a foul tongue was a secondary mutation quirk, as the card began to curse Hitoshi before he used his brainwashing on him, thus repeating Izuku's score. Everyone seemed a bit surprised. "Ooh, so you were the one who hijacked some of my cards, right?" said a surprisingly excited Izuku, who seemed to have his stamina restored suddenly. Gyro could have sworn she heard Katsuki mutter, "Damn quirk nerd." Huh, strange. "Oh right, villainous quirk," remembered Hitoshi. Time to see everyone get far away from him and the summon disappear. Or to see the bushy-haired boy getting excited, while Katsuki looked at everyone, giving them the PSA about Izuku. "Okay, guys, listen up. Izuku is someone who is smart, but honestly, if Sherlock Holmes was real, I would have thought Auntie Inko did the wise thing and left his father for him. His passion works. Nothing is villainous or bad to him. You can ask him for tips, but be prepared. He will break down your whole life doing it. His tips are useful. However, he can be scary when he does that. As in, whole school avoided him because he broke into the school radio room and began to reveal everyone's secrets." Mina raised her hand, smiling maliciously. For one moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten the threat, as Izuku was speaking excitedly with Hitoshi, enumerating all the ways his power would be useful for rescue or negotiating. Any idea about his type of girl? It can make for some fun teasing. Or guy if he swings that way. Katsuki looked at Mina and gave her the same smile, giving her a thumbs up. Izuku loves quirks. The more interesting like Invisi girl, the better. Panda eyes. Toru wanted to be the center of attention, but right now it was quite embarrassing. And somehow, it was Aizawa who saved her, by coughing and making his students remember they had to prove their worth. At least, Aizawa was reassured about Izuku. Honestly, what kind of kid doesn't test their limits about their quirk? He had been scared about the whole tower-killing robot, but apparently, Izuku had been properly drilled on the importance of being moderated in the use of his power. His previous mentor was a good teacher. Indeed, Aizawa was pretty sure the kid had been mentored by some kind of pro or something indeed. While the Bakugo boy was the talented type and someone who worked hard to increase his capacity despite his burning personality, Izuku was the one who had to work hard to grow. It was nice that the pair found each other. Clearly Izuku served as the brains and words while Katsuki was the guts and the muscle. Not that they were limited in their roles. Honestly speaking, Aizawa had a list of students who could have been expelled today if they did not do well enough. Izuku Midoriya if he had been dumb enough to show off. Katsuki Bakugo if he tried to be violent. He was just a troll with a brash personality but was not a bad guy. Every circle of friends needed a guy like him to tell the hard truths. Hitoshi Shinso if the kid did not find a way to use his quirk for the exam. Yes, he did use the same trick that he used during the entrance exam, but good enough. Hopefully, Midoriya breaking down his power and apparently with the clear intention of making him work on it would help the boy improve. All the others, if they had the right attitude and were serious about their efforts, they would be safe. However, he simply wanted to mess with the kids a bit. It was good to be a teacher. At that moment, Aizawa's smile would have made a certain spud-faced villain proud. Nonetheless, Aizawa almost did a spit take when the flexibility exam came. Both Toru and Mina got a fairly good score, doing good poses and showcasing very well why it was important to be flexible. Though most of the boys, except the most mature ones such as Izuku or Bakugo, were more interested in the flexibility of the girls. Young people, why did humans have to have hormones? However, he was not prepared to see Izuku smiling while dislocating his own arm. Pretty much everyone had the same reaction when the boy took his limping arm and used it to break the girl's previous record. Aizawa was pretty sure a human arm should not bend that much naturally. Then again, Izuku did disjoint himself by doing that. The only one not surprised was apparently the exploding boy, who seemed just jaded at the sight. Apparently something he was used to. Yeah, I forgot that Izuku could do that. He is also very good at doing that to other people's bodies. He warned with his shark-like smile. Seriously, Aizawa had serious doubts about his previous assessment of the boy's dynamic. Was Katsuki the sane one? What did he mean by to others? Aizawa almost sent Izuku back home, expelled and with the order to see Recovery Girl when he saw him popped his arm back in place like it was an unusual thing for him. No sign of pain or anything. His teacher taught him that. Asked an unsure Aizawa to Katsuki. Yep, that man is insane. One word of advice. Never say that in front of him. He's a master in fighting with random bullshit, said Katsuki seriously, remembering his own experiences with the man. Aizawa was not sure if Katsuki was just kidding or if he was serious. Considering Izuku's abilities, it was most likely the truth. And I thought All Might was nuts, thought the coffee-deprived teacher. Suddenly he was happy to not meet that man. Meanwhile, a certain see-through girl was thinking about how she could improve her score. It was not bad for now, but honestly, she knew she was just above average for a human. That is when Izuku came to her, smiling. So, how are you doing? He said, as the king broke the machine to measure grip strength. You know, I was thinking about something. You need a high score, right? Toru nodded, while it was not truly visible. Nonetheless, Izuku seemed to see it and smiled at her, while he made a coin appear from his fingers. It was not there before, and he made it dance, the coin appearing and disappearing, as if it was a living and cowardly creature that went in and out. Why don't you make it as if you had a big score? You're invisible after all. Nobody can say that you didn't do it, or at least prove it. It is like when I do magic. Is it magic or is it simply you can't prove my trick? The invisible girl got hit by that thought. Oh, ooh, Toru liked the idea. Izuku couldn't see her smile, but it felt good. Deciding to have some fun and to thank him for his help, she kissed him on the cheek. Hey, thanks Izuku. Now, I still have a few scores I can try to improve. She left a redder than a tomato Izuku behind her as she began to take off her clothes. Time to be truly invisible. Oh well, at least Izuku was thankful Kaken did not have his phone to immortalize the moment. Aizawa was thinking hard. Should he expel Izuku for giving strange ideas to other students for his test? Technically speaking, he just proved his willingness to work with others. However, he had now a naked invisible girl who somehow managed to break the Olympics record for the long jump, simply because he couldn't prove she did not do the jump and not simply jumped sideways in the sand. God, he was just happy he could make a bullshit scoreboard for the class. He wouldn't have to explain his method of calculus. Still, he had been surprised by the idea. Let's allow it. Though he was going to ask the support team to make her a stealth suit akin to the Emperor's clothes. Because, seriously, being naked is a liability of the highest degree. Though he could see her potential as an underground hero or a high-grade sidekick, maybe with her hair. He heard that it was now more viable as a tech than before, especially as she indeed had a mutant quirk. He tried to erase it while she had her uniform on to no avail. However, he was now bothered by the students who looked at him with fear in their eyes. Apparently, they took at least a bit seriously what Midoriya said. Good. So, when the board appeared with various scores and that Kaminari was somehow last, the blonde boy was sweating bullets before suddenly Aizawa put on his best grin and said, it was a rational deception. Or rather, everyone did well enough. Or smart enough so he doesn't have to eat anyone out of the UA yet. Oh well, he had the rest of the year to throw someone out. Still, he liked the sound of all his students suddenly collapsing in relief. Especially a certain electric boy who was almost expelled. Deku, why the F you did not warn me about him? Asked Kaken, as he continued to wipe his sweat for his body. A heads up would have been effing appreciated. Kaken, I thought he was supposed to teach the second and third years only. I don't have that much info, you know. Izuku tried to defend himself, since UA was good at keeping information about what went on inside. HMMF. So, was he serious? Asked Ada, curious too. I counted 150 expulsions. Only 90-ish of his students managed to get back in his classroom. The others were effectively excluded from heroics. However, his students tend to be among the rising sidekicks. Heroes on the field after graduation, and they have the lowest rate of casualties. Izuku explained. Harsh but fair, as described by Mr. Compress. Honestly speaking, he preferred to fight Endeavor than Eraserhead, as he could and had managed to ambush him several times. He only managed to escape because he keeps gadgets on him like smoke pepper fog bombs. Still, his capture weapon was also extremely dangerous, and Compress complimented Izuku for trying to learn a bit of how Aizawa fought. Finding footage of Eraserhead's fights was a beach to do though. Atsuhiro had to ask Nenzu. That is why I consider Izuku as my personal information broker. Leave him alone with someone for 10 minutes and he will know everything about them, Katsuki said proudly, while giving a light punch in Izuku's shoulder, both boys smiling. Everything? Asked curiously Uraraka, not truly believing Katsuki, who tapped Izuku's shoulder. Do your thing, Izuku. On round face, said with determination Bakugo, pointing Izuku towards Uraraka. I thought you said it was creepy and Izuku was a bit afraid to do that suddenly and to appear weird. No. This time, you have permission and I will hit you if you go too far. Somehow that managed to calm Izuku down. When he raised his head again, a strange light was in his eyes. Izuku looked a bit at Ochako and Uraraka. Ochako, birthday around Christmas, most likely a bit after. Born in the countryside from parents working in the construction field. Likes finger and fried foods. Has practiced guitar a long time ago but stopped, maybe because of financial trouble. Uraraka was clearly not expecting that impaling. Izuku did not seem to notice this and continued. Quirk, 5-point touch gravity nullification, but not the mass nor inertia, which has a really interesting application. Does the object keep the speed if she launches them and then cancels her quirk? To test later. Weakness, internal balance. Too much use of her quirk makes her balance go wrong internally, making her nauseous. Training can help attenuate the problem, but I recommend support items to help the body find its center of gravity. And stop, said Katsuki, making Izuku pause his muttering. As to Mura, Atsuhiro and Katsuki said, either Izuku had to say clearly what he was thinking or he kept it in his mind. Muttering was just indecisiveness. Speaking loudly and decisively was scarier for most people, but now his analysis was on demand. Everyone applauded while Ochako turned a nice shade of red. So, convinced now, round face. Katsuki was clearly looking proud as he was once again right. I'm Ochako and you just heard it, protested the said round-faced girl as she waved her arms about, as if to dispel the nickname out of the air. Before Katsuki could say anything, Izuku answered. He likes nicknames. If he gives you one, it means you're interesting to him. Otherwise, you're just an extra. Everyone looked at Ada, who grumbled, but rules are important. But nobody truly listened as they all went to change for the rest of the day. Still, the question on most of the students of 1A's minds after all that was whether to ask Izuku for his analysis or not. So, Katsuki, right. Why did you call Izuku Deku earlier? Asked a certain rock-hard boy, walking by Izuku and Katsuki. When he does something stupid or useless, he's Deku, shitty hair. Growled Katsuki, who was still gauging everyone in class. Shitty hair, laughing to his nickname, earned him a few points. And you're both childhood friends who help each other become heroes. Manly, said as enthusiastic as ever Kirishima. TSS. I just make sure he doesn't become brain dead. Katsuki let slip. After thinking about his unwilling role as a nanny, it was Kaminari who perked up at this. It was not often he met someone who had a side effect like his. Oh, his quirk can short-circuit his brain too. No, I mean his quirk is, tried to explain Katsuki before being stopped by Izuku, who was tired and clearly not well. Kakin, I'm not okay yet to explain everything about my quirk. Since Izuku's quirk seemed powerful, most of the boys except Kota, Ajiro and Todoroki wondered why he was not comfortable explaining how it worked, especially when Izuku was playing the showman just earlier. It was quite jarring to have him one moment trying to be social before suddenly being meek. The second period was fun. Ectoplasm was teaching mathematics, and the break allowed the different students to present themselves. Once again, it was Mina who insisted on that. Hoi, everyone. Now that we can finally rest a bit, how about everyone introduce themselves? Most people agreed either loudly or silently, while Izuku was preparing something on his phone. Jisui's Yuga Aoyama, Frankai's Par Mamir, said with a beautiful French accent, the eccentric blonde. He then winked at Izuku, both boys recognizing the other from the exam and how they briefly teamed up. My quirk is navel laser. It allows me to shoot a laser from my navel. Simple but brilliant and powerful. Tout kamemwa. Muhahaha. Mina Ashido, and I'm a minor mutant, as you can see, though my quirk is acid. It allows me, well, to produce acid through my skin. I love chatting and gossiping, so be sure I will learn all of your secrets, the horny girl said playfully, watching everyone carefully with a big smile. Interesting quirk nonetheless to Izuku. Sui, ribbit. I'm a frog mutant, ribbit. Izuku almost raised his hand when he heard that before Katsuki slammed it back onto the desk. He would have to ask for details later. I like watching things, swimming and practicing, ribbit, and good food, said the frog girl with as much emotion as Todoroki. Tenya, he announced out loud, proudly presenting himself as he stuck out his chest rigidly. My quirk is a simple mutant quirk called Engine, which is normal in my family. Yep, lined up perfectly with Izuku's analysis. He was most likely Ingenium's brother. Maybe he could ask him for Ingenium's autograph. I like running, heroes and rules. Ochako Uraraka and, well, Izuku pretty much said everything about me, said a girl who wanted to hide in a hole for a bit. Mashurawa Jiro, said the boy with a massive and clearly powerful tail. I like to train martial arts and French comics, especially old ones about Marsupilami. Yuga clearly smiled at him. My family has them all. I'll lend some of the oldest ones if you want, which was answered by a thumb raised to the French. Also, Izuku noted his interest in martial arts. Maybe they could train together. Denki Kaminari, and I have the power of thunder, said the loud boy while showing a bit of his quirk to everyone. And I like music, girls, and of course fun. Most of the girls looked at him a bit warily, but since he did not insist and sat back quietly, it was just for a few seconds. Ijiro Kirishima. My quirk allows me to become as hard as a rock and to be manly, said Shitty Hair as Katsuki called him, liking more and more of the man. I love to train and I want to be a hero like Crimson Riot. Okay, now it was official. Katsuki liked that guy and tried to write the name in his notebook. In it, he also had Ochako and Mina's in there. The first because she seemed a bit fun and also beat his score for the throwing, and Mina because he felt a fellow kinship for trolling. But Kirishima, the man, knew Crimson Riot, one of his favorite heroes. I'm Koji Koda and I like animals. I can talk to them, said the golem, clearly intimidated by the classroom and how boisterous people were. Just before petting a rabbit who looked at everyone with anger. No one was to bully the only one who managed to tame the beast of Kerbanok, Rikido Sato. I can turn sugar into power. And on a related note, I like to bake sweets. I actually thought of becoming a baker if I did not succeed in entering UA. Many girls perked up at the idea of free sweets. Mizo Shoji. I can change and manipulate my appendages freely, creating organs too. I like ninjutsu, manga, and practicing Zen, said another of the calm men in the classroom, quietly and simply. Meanwhile, Katsuki had pulled the cuff of Izuku's uniform, locking his hand under the desk. He knew it would only slow his friend. Kyoka Gyro, said the punkette, toying with her ear jack. I'm a simple mutant with excellent hearing and I can amplify my sound. Therefore I can actually hear everything Izuku has been mumbling about everyone's quirks between his teeth. Everything Katsuki said about him seems right, especially the part about what seems to be his type. He muttered a lot more about them. Oh, apparently it was a surprise uppercut from the punkette who went into Katsuki's notebook, cackling madly. He needed to talk with her and Mina for a complete report to Auntie. Meanwhile, Izuku was trying to knock himself out by smashing his head against the desk. Hantasiro, master of the duct tape. My motto is there's nothing I can't put duct tape on. Also, I really like old comics like Spider-Man. Not going to lie, I got inspired from the comics for how I use my quirk, said the man with a carefree smile. Fumikage Takoyami. I'm inhabited by a creature of darkness named Dark Shadow, and he is a huge nerd who needs players for his D&D campaign. He is actually pretty good and I play too, said his quirk, emerging from his chest while his master grumbled. He is alive. Can we have details? Do you have? Suddenly, Izuku was stopped by Katsuki, who slapped the back of his head, shutting the quirk fanatic up. And most of the girls wondered if they should count Takoyami in Izuku's radar. I'm Shoto Todoroki. I can use ice, said simply the coldest boy before Izuku added. In fire. Everyone looked at Izuku, especially Todoroki, with a bit of venom in his eyes. What? It is pretty obvious. He was literally steaming during the exercise. Todoroki sighed and corrected himself. I can use ice and will only use ice, not my fire. And I'm going to be the best hero. Suddenly, Todoroki managed to be on the shit lists of both Katsuki and Izuku. Was he saying he would bet them with a handicap when they trained with all their hearts? When, in Izuku's case, his quirk could kill him. He had a perfect quirk, even the blind could see that, and he wanted it to go to waste. For Izuku, who lived most of his life quirkless, it did not sit well. He wanted to teach the boy a lesson about life, seriously. Katsuki and him looked at each other and nodded. It was one of the moments when both friends agreed. I'm Toru Hagakure and I'm a mutant who is fully invisible. Nice to meet you all. And you're the most obvious crush for Izuku right now. We all saw how you looked at him. Surprisingly, it was not Katsuki who teased her, but Mina with a smile. Hey, you can't prove that. I can see you, ribbit. Suddenly, everyone looked at Tsuyu. who was returning the same kind of stare. Frogs have thermal visions, Ribbit. I can actually see Toru. Oh, Toru, bless the fact no one could see her becoming redder than Midoriya. Well, stop teasing the nerd, because I am here. I am Katsuki Bakugo and I will become the next #1. I love exploding things and training. And knitting, added Izuku helpfully with a smile, happy to get back at his friend for once, who stopped his show for a second. Deku, and I have pictures. He is surprisingly good at it. Katsuki thought about deleting Mina from his notebook as she asked for them. My turn then. I'm Izuku Midoriya, soon Sako shut at Kaken. Even if I hope it is true. As you all have seen, I like analysis, card games and magic tricks. My quirk is named in-game and I can summon what is printed on cards. However, as I'm a very late bloomer, my quirk isn't fully formed yet and using too much of it can be bad for me. Surprisingly, it was Yuga who once again nodded his head, and people looked weirdly at him. He looked away. I had a cousin like Izuku. Oh, Izuku felt bad for the French man and smiled sadly at him. He knew the number thanks to Atsuhiko. To make it better, I'm Hitoshi Shinzo. I love video games, reading, and I'm pretty interested in Tokoyami's D&D campaign. I can brainwash people with simple commands, but don't worry, I won't use it unless it's for good. Everyone simply nodded at Hitoshi, who appreciated that apparently weirder had been seen and therefore his villainous quirk was not, well, the most interesting thing in class. And finally, I'm Momo Yaoyuruzu. I like tea, studying, and painting. My quirk is called creation and I can use lipids from my body to create anything. I know the blueprint from my skin. This time, Katsuki simply gagged Izuku before he could ask anything. Sorry, but if I didn't do that, we would be here until tomorrow. Before he ended his question. We're still working on that. But I think our class isn't full of extras. Maybe, said Katsuki with a smile. This evening was going to be fun though. Auntie Inko would love the report. Inko was surfing the web for Katsuki's next birthday gift. As she hoped, Izuku's crush was in their class and apparently she was a nice girl. On a side note, Katsuki decided to try to remember the names of more than 3 people. That was thrice the usual number. And for once, not one of those people was Izuku. As far as she knew, Mitsuki was also overjoyed to know that. Now, all she wanted was to have her man at home to let him know about everything and how Izuku might have a girlfriend before the end of his first year. However, Inko was wondering where Atsuhiro was. Oh, she knew him. He was probably doing something funny and not too dangerous. Well, currently, Mr. Compress was in a necklace. More exactly, he managed to replace a pearl with one of his marbles in a necklace worn by the girlfriend of the leader of the largest drug trafficking rings in Japan, Mizunaka Tabai, Gang Orca's arch-nemesis, as the man had a similar quirk and often fought him to a standstill. Their main difference was that Gang Orca was, well, an orca while Mizunaka was apparently a mako shark mutant. As tall as Orca was and somehow more muscular, he was one of the most feared mutants and a firm supporter of the Mutant Association of Supreme Hegemony. The name was dumb. The members, well, they wanted to make Mutant Quirk the rulers of the new society. And to make a more Darwinist society. They often indulged in kidnapping and murder, not to mention hate crimes. So, yes, the name was dumb, the men behind it dangerous. To add salt to the injury, the problem was that thanks to Mizunaka, they also had one of the biggest underground smuggling rings in Japan, if not the biggest in the whole world. How did they do it? They actually mapped a lot of the deep seas and swam. They had underwater layers all along the way, and while it took time, they had the reputation of always delivering what they were asked to deliver. Mizunaka always made sure to not get linked back to MASH as it would hurt his image as a powerful trafficker, therefore upgrading his villain ranking from a solid A to a small S. Therefore he would be someone who would be on a serious watch list, with heroes like Selkie helping Gang Orca locating him for sure before they called the Heavy like Endeavor or even All Might. If Mizunaka was strong enough to fight Orca to a standstill, he also knew his limits and was very good in muddying his support to the MASH. So, when the evil had brains and brawn, when he knew how to hide and avoid the spotlight, only he could bring it down. All those who fought Mr. Compress thought you were necessarily unconscious when you were in one of his marbles. It was untrue. He could choose if you were or were not capable of seeing and hearing what was outside. So, if he managed to place himself into one and to land where he needed to infiltrate a place, he had a nice head start. Right now, Atsuhiro was sitting in his marble, watching everything the girl was doing. Mizunaka owned a nightclub in the port. To enter it, you needed to be a mutant and to be invited by someone on the checklist. In other words, a regular in the club for more than 3 months and having willingly consumed some of the drugs inside it, or some of the lesser-known but nonetheless illegal products. However, the inner circle, where Mizunaka was once again something else. Only those who had his trust could enter it. 2 shark mutants guarded the door and both of them actually had a minor quirk that allowed them to smell hostility or fear. Both times the police tried to get one of Mizunaka's inner circle to betray him, it was made known to him days, even hours after the betrayal. Then came the second part where Mako was a genius. He did not kill the mole. He took them to a room where he could be alone with his former friend. If the mole was truthful and did it for reasons like protecting his family or avoiding jail, Mizunaka forgave them and helped them escape the police. They often became his contacts in South America or China. If they were traitors, however, for money or to take his place, they were left alive but in a state so pitiful that killing them was a mercy. He had to do that only once. Since then, no more operations were made and no warrant was given to raid his nightclub. But now, Mizunaka had to face something new and devious. Someone who was not afraid to be part of a necklace on the neck of a moire girl for 20 hours in the hope she would decide to make a surprise for her fabulous boyfriend. If Mizunaka was not someone promoting the supremacy of a race above all others, he would have been actually a criminal Mr. Compress would have totally overlooked. Well, that and a certain something he wanted to get. That was why the operation Enter the Subnautica happened. The first step had been to tail Mizunaka and identify his weak point. It turned out to be a girl he apparently saved from people racist against mutants, especially the not beautiful kind like Ryukyu or Maruko. In this case, a moire girl named Utsubai, a sweet librarian who enjoyed coffee in her free time. Apparently, she thought her boyfriend was simply a club owner after he saved her by punching the hell out of her aggressors. It was then quite the love story between them. The second step had been to break into her apartment and switch places with a pearl on her necklace or otherwise to simply hide in her bag. However, it was inconvenient as it did not allow him to see what was going on around him. In a quiet place like a museum, it was okay. Atsuhiro could use what he was hearing to tell what was going on. In a nightclub, not so much. Then, he had to follow, with a book in his marble to pass time, as he waited for the end of Utsubai's day. Seriously, the moire girl was such a sweetie. She even rearranged children's books to allow kids to more easily reach those of their age. It was quite jarring to see her put on makeup in the evening, before she went to the Subnautica. Apparently, it was named after a great game from before the Quirk era, and the giant fish trying to eat some poor schmuck were fake ones called leviathans. That's not going to be his fate, right? The inside was loud. Atsuhiro detested the kind of music that was played. Too loud, the sounds were not coherent and the light was hurting his eyes. Apparently, it was the same for his means of locomotion, as she rushed deeply inside, clearly knowing her way. So, as Utsubai went in front of the shark guards, Compress tensed himself a bit. Technically speaking, if they could sense him inside the marble, the mission would be highly more difficult but still doable. However, the magician would clearly prefer he could do the job cleanly. No one hurt, a perfect job. So, as he looked in the eyes, inside the marble the guard, he sighed with delight as Utsubai was invited further inside. The vigilante had used this tactic more than once, but he preferred to be careful. No one could say if one day, one of the guards wouldn't be able to smell or sense him. Quirks were weird after all. The second level of the nightclub was the polar opposite. The luminosity was low and you had a hard time seeing anything. It was actually quite logical since most of the people of the inner circle were deep-sea fish mutants. All of them had various senses allowing them to see in the darkness. Also, Mr. Compress was surprised to hear the music. It was a whale song. Contrary to everyone's belief in the pre-Quirk era, they actually managed to survive and now they were protected. They were not a lot, but they were slowly getting back to a good level of population. But this narrator digresses. What you really want is the story. Quickly enough, Mr. Compress meets for the first time the Mako, the trafficker. He was indeed powerfully built, and he wore golden chains and various jewels of wealth but not any of taste. His teeth were highly sharpened and he smiled like Bakugo when he saw an opportunity to embarrass Izuku. All in all, he was the stereotypical bad boy, until Utsubai began to hug him, seemingly making him happy. He quickly went from criminal mastermind to smitten boyfriend. Mr. Compress hated that kind of happy bad guy. It always made them harder to destroy when they weren't cackling maniacs. And Utsubai, can you get ready? I have something to ask of you, please, said the shark while softly smiling to the love of his life, who then went to the restroom to freshen up. Oh God. Now, Atsuhiro actually almost felt bad if the man was going to propose. It was time to move. Now at the same time, on the building just in front of the Subnautica, two shadows stand in the night. Before one of them began pouring tea. He apparently forgot it was quite windy, as the tea flew away in the night. Not one to care for such a trivial thing, he asked his sweetheart. My dear La Brava, is that here? Yes, gentle, it is here. This nightclub doesn't respect the sanitary protocol for the food and the various liquors inside. It made some people sick and the owner just threw money at the sanitary inspection. Also, they might be quirkist. Well, I hope the camera is on, because now, it's show time. When the guardian saw an old man in a dandy suit, he first thought the old guy was lost and was going to tell him to F off. He clearly did not expect Gentle to destroy the wall by using him. To be fair, he was a hammerhead shark, so it was actually logical. Since he was busy tying up Utsubai, Compress did not hear the commotion immediately. The loud music helped mask most of it. Still, if he remembered the building's blueprints correctly, if he put his hand just there, he could compress the wall and get into the shark's room. He then just had to get out of the place quickly by simply flushing himself in the toilet. Not the most elegant escape, he knew. But if people did not know how the hell you escaped, it was always better. Not to mention, they would have to first understand his objectives there since he would replace the wall. So, as Mr. Compress was quietly rummaging through Mizunaki's desk and cupboard, the noise outside began to grow louder and louder. Compress corrected himself. It was the sound of people fighting. They were either crazy or strong enough to attack the stronghold of the mutant. Nonetheless, it meant he had a diversion to get out, but also he had to speed up his search. He sighed. He would have preferred to make both his escape and his search as clean as possible, but he wanted to make sure he took everything. So, that's what he did. And that was when he stole the last library that Atsuhiro discovered the proof that Mizunaka was indeed a member of MASH, not just a supporter. Mr. Compress cracked his neck. Usually, he had a no-kill policy for his escapades. But that didn't mean he was incapable of doing it. That also didn't mean he had anything against maiming. So, as Mr. Compress was going to use the battle outside as a diversion to loot from the aforementioned criminal, he saw a squid break the wall, apparently propelled by an insane strength heading towards him. Katsuki roared out in laughter, incredibly happy for some reason. Kakin asked a puzzled Izuku, wondering what the hell was going on, since it was Midnight's class and she actually disliked unneeded noise. Nothing, just, I felt karma doing a good thing, explained the blonde, before taking notes again. Actually, Atsuhiro dodged the barman from the first floor with his usual grace. Well, it was settled. The people attacking the place were strong. Muhaha. Mr. Mizunaka, you are being judged live for the sad state of your bar and the fact bugs were found in the peanuts. Atsuhiro actually thought of just going through the flush. Then he remembered what he found and walked through the hole. So, it was vigilantes with a stream. He could use that. Denjiro Tabata was not the sharpest tool, he knew that. Otherwise, his results when he was in a heroic course would have been better. As for his strength, well, it was the power of despair and because he had literally nothing else to do. So he trained his quirk and his fighting skill to the best of his abilities. Nonetheless, he knew people tended to think he was just an useless grandpa simply because he liked good clothes and he had gray hair. The only one taking him seriously was La Brava. So, yes, quite hilariously, he was capable of trashing a lot of people. However, his name was Gentle Criminal, not Brutal Criminal, unless of course he was against bad guys. It helped him ease his conscience and he had the impression of almost being a hero. However, Gentle knew when he was fighting something stronger than him. Like, way stronger than him. He gulped after he finished trashing live the two sharks inside the building. They actually had a good footage of the insect between the bottles of beer and some of the good wine, something that would have angered a certain tall, dark and cloudy barman. However, as they went deeper into the building, they were expecting a normal owner for the nightclub, hence Gentle calling Mizunaka loudly at first. Then, they saw the giant. The shark was almost 3 meters tall and he was certainly just as large. Mizunaka's arms were almost as big as Gentle himself and it was pure muscle. La Brava behind him also knew the man clearly meant business and tugged on Gentle's shirt. We need to run. Now, he is a class of villain Gentle. She was the brains and she memorized the whole list. If she said that, they needed to run. Actually, they should have never gone there in the first place. Denjiro was quite proud of his barriers now, but he also knew they were not all powerful. Still, he instantly built 3 of them in front of him. Maximum elasticity, size minimal for more resistance, perfectly calculating the trajectory of the shark-heavy punch. Why? Simply because he knew a thing people tended to forget about mutants, especially the big ones. He was right to do that, as Denjiro was not happy to be right. Most mutants are as powerful as they were quick. Mizunaka had blasted through his barriers quite easily, and it barely slowed him. Barely was good enough, as Denjiro had the time to catch La Brava in his arms. Barriers were already made on the ground, allowing him to jump and to find refuge a brief instant on the ceiling. La Brava, we run. Enta, stack. A simple sound, just as Mizunaka was smiling like the predator he was, ready to attack the 2 fools who trashed his bar before he had his grand evening with his sweet Atsubai. A sound, like a cane tapping the ground. Not like, actually, it was a cane and everyone still in the inner circle looked at the origin of the sound. La Brava and Gentle Criminal were then shocked, frightened and excited by the sight. One might even say they squealed with delight. Just from the hole they made with the barman from before, emerged a legend among vigilantes. A lone wolf, and it was a very popular theory that the man in front of them was the descendant of one of the big criminals from the dawn of Quirk era. Mr. Compress, who was wearing his angry mask. Don't end your stream. If you will excuse me, right now, I'll hijack your show, said the man while he was readjusting his gloves. Oh, the magician in person. That is strange. I don't remember doing anything that. I saw your secret room, you sick bastard. That statement cut short the affable Mizunaka, who had the decency to look a bit regretful. Oh well, that isn't a problem if none of you stay alive. However, to be fair, I'm doing it for others. I myself find it tasteless. Mr. Compress believed him. He knew human flesh was really disgusting to sharks. He probably did not like it either. Suddenly, as Mr. Compress expected the two streamers to run away while he was speaking with the shark, he saw the one who was a bit styled after himself, clearly a fan. Well, he saw gentle criminal mimicking a bow, and suddenly the couch he was next to hit Mizunaka on the head. Not that it actually damages the shark, but points for the effort. After all, Mizunaka was used to fighting Orca at his full power, and now he was growling, ready to throw something at them. La brava, said with a smile the oldest, taking his stance against. On it, gentle. The apparently young girl jumped and rolled herself as a ball before being launched across the room. When the shark tried to intercept her, both higher-class fighters were surprised to see her change trajectory mid-air. Clearly, the duo was trained and worked well together. Why the hell Compress never heard of them, especially as they were his fans. These two were the kind of people he was looking for. He did not even need to tell the girl to run behind him to film the room. The camerawoman clearly knew what she needed to film. The magician just hoped she had a strong stomach. He put on his angry mask for a good reason. Mizunaka was massaging his neck. He had a good idea of the quirk of the fool who attacked him. However, Mr. Compress was another thing. A power that was basically a one-hit kill. The user was used to close combat, and for once Compress was serious. Every high-class criminal like him knew Compress doesn't like to kill. However, his angry mask meant he was not just going to reveal the skeletons in your closet. He was going to beat the hell out of you with them. So, it was going to be mainly a fight between him and Compress, because Compress was in the same situation as him. If he hit him, there was no doubt of what would happen. He had the power to destroy all bones inside of him. All he needed was an edge like what he had right in his vial. His personal brand of trigger mixed with blood. Trigger made by a lab he knew in South America who perfected the original drug. Blood, well, everyone knew about a shark's frenzy, right? However, Mr. Compress was not going to let him take the drug. In fact, the magician just threw a marble at him. To counter it, Mizunaka threw at him a piece of the defunct couch. Well, the bigger half who was still intact. Still, as Atsuhiro began to dodge, he had the pleasant surprise to see his marble in the couch slow in a somewhat invisible elastic shield, who then hit full power Mizunaka, while gentle criminal fell from the ceiling. Muahaha, fear my mighty quirk. I may have failed heroics, but I'm still quite good. Note to self, Atsuhiro thought. Find whoever expelled that man. He had the spirit. He had the power. He had the style. Gentle, if I heard right. When we managed to take Mizunaka down, consider yourself and your assistant hired as my assistants. ROOAAR bellowed out a drugged-up Mizunaka who took the chance to take his drug. Mr. Compress took a stance. Danjiro did too. I can slow him down, even in that state, told Gentle, before saying his code phrase to a livid Librava who got back to them. Because I have the power of L. Before he had the time to say anything, he was already radiating with La Brava's quirk, as she was almost crying, her face buried in his pants. Gentle, I know you aren't violent, but that man, beat him please. Gentle did not ask what La Brava saw. She was the strongest woman he knew, and Mizunaka made her sad. The triggered shark and Mr. Compress had a hard time understanding how Gentle embedded him into the ceiling. Usually, when the Mako charged something into that mode, unless it was Orca himself, the target was dead. So how the hell the dandy went from barely blocking one of his hit to suddenly empowered by pink fumes and fighting him to a standstill in his second form? The beast inside him roared even louder as he destroyed the ceiling to propulse himself toward his target with all his might. The impact was hard. However, he did not hit anything, as Danjiro was actually already in the air, dodging easily. Sorry, but I have the most beautiful woman by my side. I can't lose, said Gentle, while Mr. Compress took La Brava with him aside and asked the girl. The F is happening. Oh, that? It's my quirk. I can boost as much as I love my target. Seeing as the man was now beginning to fracture the walls with the club owner, hurting him bit by bit, Atsuhiro openly applauded. Well, that is quite the love you have for him. He isn't too. I'm actually 25 and he's 31. We have known each other for 3 years now, said the woman with a blank stare. Apparently, it was not the first time it had been asked, and it was tiring. Well, you're a cute couple, approved Mr. Compress, letting Danjiro have his big fight. How the hell did I never hear of you before? I mean, you are clearly not your average vigilante. Far from it. La Brava sighed, as Mizunaka had managed to throw Gentle against a wall by using a sound shockwave made by his hand, before the gentleman used the rebound to hit him in the nose, the weakest point for a shark. It could have been dangerous for him if Mr. Compress from earlier did not explode at that moment into an armed flashbang, who promptly exploded. As Mr. Compress told Izuku, in a fight, everything was fair. Glorious and epic move. Sure, nice to have one. But he was pragmatic. While Mizunaka was still a bit knocked out by the grenade, Mr. Compress stole his kneecaps, literally, and his elbows. Less than 2 seconds for all of them. If Atsuhiro had fought immediately with Denjiro, the fight would have indeed been shorter. However, apparently, the duo needed content and, well, with him as a guest star and saving Gentle against a powerful criminal, oh boy, it should get them some views. Urgh, I knew I should have refused that job, said Mizunaka, who then fell face first on the floor. Seriously, last time he got a job like that. Human meat, seriously. They paid well, said the shark boss in a matter-of-factly manner while he lied on the floor, currently incapacitated due to the lack of kneecaps. Oh, he would heal. Not the first time it happened. Apparently sharks had a really good minor healing factor. If anything, he would have a thicker skin later. However, can I ask for a favor? Since you probably looted my office. Atsuhiro had a good idea of what Mizunaka wanted and threw a small box at him. Seriously, she's wasted on you. The boss was beaten. Both knew it, and Mizunaka had enough chill, even post-trigger, to not rage around with his limbs that were not broken but not functional. Also, are you sure she will, run away with you? Or wait until you end your sentence in jail? Because you're clearly going to Tartarus. The shark laughed. Of course he wouldn't say anything incriminating as long as the cam was on. Oh well, then he got tackled as Mr. Compress got shuffled to the side. Oh, apparently mores can escape ties. It was to be noted for after. So, I will leave you there. Ma'am, I would advise you. Utsubai tried to punch Atsuhiro, who blocked it easily as Denjiro suddenly fell next to him, completely exhausted. Apparently, Librava's boost was indeed a powerful weapon, and apparently the man knew when to unleash it. He would have probably used it to run away if Mr. Compress had not been here. Atsuhiro smiled behind his mask as he marbled both his new sidekicks. Both had access to sound as he put them in his pocket. Best of luck for both of you. Oh, and by the way, dear Utsubai, it was Maki who stole your sandwich. Tonto, police were going to come and check the bar soon enough. They were going to be corrupt cops in the pocket of the shark. But he will have to relocate all his operations. He had to run away. And he had to do it the easiest way he had. Thankfully, Librava wouldn't capture it for the stream. The hard part would be to take a shower before going home. After all, he had everything he wanted. Proof of Mizunaka's crimes, who would force him to stop everything, and more importantly, a green diamond a criminal sold on the black market. It had a particular shade of green, exactly like in Ko's eyes. Hey, she deserved the most beautiful ring. And that is how I got the ring. Atsuhiro finished explaining after taking a shower at Magna's apartment, while Gentle and Librava were sleeping on the couch. So basically, you kicked the biggest smuggling business in Japan in the nuts and crippled a rank of villain just to steal a diamond because you thought it would look good on your girlfriend's engagement ring. Deadpan Chizome Akiguro, who was also laying around. You are what the kids these days call a simp. While Mr. Compress excluded him from his poker night, Chizome was still on good terms with Magni. Magni, who was currently busy making the ring for her friend. Hey, every girl needs a hobby. Hers was crafting jewelry. She could have been a professional at it, However, you almost kill someone who was trying to kill you for being different, that someone being a hero, and then you get branded as a villain. It happened only thrice. The fourth time, Stain was there. It is self-explanatory. Hey, she deserved it. Never had a woman who could make me feel like that except her. Had you met the night nurses, you would, said matter-of-factly Magni as she continued her work. She wanted it to be a masterpiece, and the fact Atsuhiro was also paying was nice. Being friends did not mean not paying them. Yes, you talked about them already and how they disappeared years ago. Still, I maintain my opinion that my wife is better, said Atsuhiro as he got out of the shower before drying himself. Thank God he did not smell like an open sewer anymore. Now, he just had to drop the evidence at Night Eye's office. Surely he could make some use of it. Compress. When the night nurse looked at me when I went to her because I cut my nose, I shat myself. Literally. Then, she threatened me that if I even went to them once more for a dumb wound, the coroner would have trouble determining if my death was due to exsanguination by the amputation of my junior or suffocation due to said amputated member obstrucating my throat, explained Stain, cleaning one of his knives. He was clearly still remembering it vividly. What? Both vigilantes looked at the hero killer, while a Brava was editing from her computer the stream and making a nicer video answer. She told him she would castrate him and make him choke on it. She seemed nice. Denjiro nodded, knowing better than having a different opinion than his woman on the subject. Okay, she seemed like a fun woman, but I prefer the one I have, laughed Atsuhiro. And Ko sneezed a bit. Someone was probably talking about her crazy past with Mitsuki. Fun times. However, they had to stop when Katsuki got his quirk and Hisashi died. Yeah, I still remember the day they retired. I made a guy that I mistook for the heart thief fall off the boarding staircase of his plane, said Magni, quite sad at the fact. The information thief. Damn girl. You know how to pick your targets. Yeah, turned out it was just some a-hole leaving his wife and kid because the son was quirkless. Atsuhiro stopped for a moment before laughing. No, it had nothing to do with Hisashi, right? Stain stopped for a second and thought back. They were not talking about Hisashi Midoriya, right? Because while the man survived his fall, Atsuhiro did help F up the first aid by stopping his heart during defibrillation. That man had insulted All Might. La Brava thought for a bit about that time she wanted to try her hacking skill for a bit and caused a car crash with an ambulance with an automated car. Gentle Criminal halted for a time and tried to think if they still had leaves of tea. He was the only man in the room who was actually clueless about the discussion. OMAKE time. Suddenly a yellow caterpillar hobo entered the room. Before anyone could do anything, Katsuki packed back his bag. Nope, F it, I'm out of this. Aizawa was used to provoke this reaction in some criminals and alumni. Not a kid he never saw. I'm not taking classes with Goddam Eraserhead, yelled a way too done Katsuki, a kid who apparently knew him and his identity. That was a new one. He was going to start asking questions before he got interrupted by the green kid laughing. The blonde boy looked at his friend. If looks could kill, the class would be the crime scene for mass murder on Izuku. Of course you knew FNERASERSPAMMER. Eraser, spammer. Momo was actually the first to understand what was about and was overjoyed. Oh, you both play heroes. I play an island deck. So the rich kid plays a pay-to-win deck of F-in course. This guy right here is someone who only knows to play Eraserhead. But not only does he play him every time, but he created the whole deck centered on him getting back up every time. He also had every team-up power-up with him, including the special fake wedding cards with him and Miss Joke. You were just mad I just beat you 200 times. Bad choice of words. Katsuki promptly yeeted Izuku out of the window. Luckily they were on the ground floor, but still. All Aizawa could suddenly realize was, wait, people made cards of me. They know about my marriage. Why the F don't I have royalties? You, Yaoyorozu, call your father. Now, Momo was at that moment terrified enough that she actually called. After a few rings, the phone clicked and her dad's voice rang out on speaker. Hi sweetheart, it's odd that you'd call me today of all days. How's school going? He gets cut off as Aizawa snatches her cell phone and shouts into the microphone. I know you're there, Yaoyorozu, you big effin' nerd. Where's my goddamn money? The rest of the week was fun but frustrating for Izuku. Fun because UA was everything he dreamed it was in his childhood dream. First off, Eraserhead as a teacher. Their homeroom teacher was quite the troll. He often did some logical ruse of his own, like pulling a surprise test for something they just saw 10 minutes earlier in another class and canceling at the last minute a planned one. However, it helped them to learn to guess more when he was serious and when he was not. However, no one expected him to be angered by the heroes. Game they did. A small tournament with Momo, Katsuki, Ida, Takoyami with a Quetzalcoatl the Mexican hero of blood and terror, and Denki who had a Crimson Riot and the Old Guard deck. However, Aizawa went ballistic when he saw Izuku's deck when he entered the classroom, especially the fake wedding combo with him and Joke. Aizawa seemed to die inside. When Izuku asked him if he should have used the bromance combo with him and Present Mike, Beach Edition, it was true that tactically speaking it would have been better. Secondly, Cementos class. Learning about Murakami's greatest writings had been a pleasure, and Izuku had been happy they could talk about one of his favorite authors. He also liked that they took the time to speak about a few others and not necessarily the Japanese one, such as Terry Pratchett and his Discworld, quite a fascinating series. Third, he had a good chance to roast Katsuki during Midnight's lesson, as he did listen during Auntie Mitsuki's lesson. Being able to participate a lot during modern hero art. Learning how to design efficiently a costume had been marvelous, and once again, Izuku had been thankful for his all-but-blood aunt to have helped his mother with his costume. Fourth, they had freaking All Might in the last day of the week to teach them heroic. Let's just say that Izuku's hype could have powered a small nuclear reactor. He was that excited and he almost exploded when he learned the fifth point. Atsuhiro had proposed to his mother. Why yes, old hag, you can prepare Auntie and Ko's wedding dress. I can see them drowning their apartment of happiness from my room. About damn time. Though, the sound Izuku made was a dead giveaway. Mitsuki was of course Inko's bridesmaid. Atsuhiro's best man had been a strange fellow of the name of Denjiro Tabaya. Inko had some real doubt on him before Minami Eba showed her ID, proving she was just small and childlike looking. It did indeed reassure her a lot during the early preparations. Nedzu, because of course the rat knew everything, sent Atsuhiro a reservation for a small church, discreetly, with the rat's promise that no hero would be there if he wanted to invite a few vigilantes and lesser moral characters. Hey, he couldn't understand marriage very well, but he knew it was a thing to do, to treat humans well, so they were happier to help. Still, it had been a really nice event, happier to Izuku than All Might's classroom. Even his friends noticed that the hyped boy was more hyper that day. notably because he made a few magic tricks for everyone, even pulling out some plastic flowers for the girls. The fact he pulled a red rose for Toru was purely random, but nobody believed him. However, as said before, not everything had been sunshine, rainbows, and flowers for cute girls. Shouto Todoroki, the teen, often brought Izuku's inner Katsuki to light. When our favorite magician was out of school, he actually went on a rant that Katsuki thought was a bit mild but a good try. Where to begin? While the heterochromatic teen was indeed a top student, seemingly acing every class, he was just so unemotional about everything it was seriously jarring for everyone. Even Kota, who was not the most expressive kid as he was shyer than Izuku a year before, showed much more enthusiasm in the classroom. However, Todoroki seemed at best bored. At worst, he seemed to wonder what he was doing there, like in Cementos' class in Midnights, which was something that seriously irked Izuku and Bakugo's enthusiasm. They worked hard to get there, and Mr. Aizawa did not put any effort into classes. Even Aizawa was often grumbling as Todoroki was doing good enough but not the best he could, especially as everyone knew now he had fire but did not use it. In other words, he was a brilliant student who was not putting everything he could and did not seem to notice he was actually angering most of the class. As a contrast, Momo, the other recommendation student, was often trying to help her fellow students by making stuff for the class and making them discover tea and a few other things. She was the top of the class, but everyone understood why. She worked hard. Even Katsuki was impressed by her notebook and actually had to concede the point, before saying he would be the top of the class soon enough, working even harder, to Momo's embarrassment. As for the class, well, soon enough, except for Todoroki, who seemingly excluded himself from the group, everyone began to speak and form various groups. However, the permeability was high, and while Toru, Mina, Gyro, and Kamina were often plotting various weird things, sometimes they would enlist Izuku's help. Aizawa never managed to prove how they managed to use helium on present Mike, but asked for the how. He had years of vengeance to plot, and he was not above such warfare. So, let's say when word got out that All Might's various classes tended to be battles among students, Izuku and Katsuki were seriously praying that one of them would get Todoroki, who proceeded to tell them instantly that it did not matter whoever got him, they would lose. That did not help. Meanwhile, Tamura was still planning more and more of his attack. He had to think how he could attack All Might and still make Izuku support his ideals afterward on the off chance he did kill All Might. That thought made him laugh a bit. A year ago, he would have rushed into the fight himself with only Kurogiri in tow. Now, he was seeing the hidden lesson Sensei tried to impart to him. Did Sensei fight his own fights? He did not. He had pawns for that, to be sacrificed if necessary. Pawns he treated otherwise well to make them subservient to him. No, he was certain he was not one, because Sensei loved him as a son. If Tamura had lost, he would certainly break him out just like that shark guy who had paid insurance to Sensei. No, the fight was to be lost. Naomu was strong, it was a fact. However, it was a prototype on a test run. Tamura understood that now. Tamura's future raid was a test from Sensei on multiple fronts. Could Tamura plan an attack? Could he learn to work with what he had? And finally, how does one win by losing? Kurogiri was serving his charge a strawberry milk as he began to laugh maniacally and finished writing a few things. The barman was happy. He had decided that if he could, he would pay back this. Izuku. Tamura did not decay anything except when he truly wanted, thanks to his gloves. He actually began to shower on a semi-daily basis. And most importantly, as the cloudy Naomu noted, Tamura was less nihilistic. Did he want to destroy society and heroes? Yes, that was something central to him, thanks Sensei. However, after befriending Izuku, Tamura had a goal beyond simply, destroying for the sake of destroying. Izuku was weak and bullied by society. That gave him one more reason to destroy it, but then what? It had been Izuku who pointed it to him. Let's say that Tamura destroyed everything. Then what? What would happen to Izuku as an example afterward, with villains running rampant and no one to protect him? Tamura had then answered that no one was to hurt his friend, a strange word with a stranger taste. He liked it. Still, he had seen that even Sensei couldn't always protect every asset he wanted to protect, that he had to cut some of his closest ones because of that. So, could Tamura, weaker than his Sensei, be sure he would be able to protect his younger teammate? Tamura was finishing to play cards against himself. He was determined. He had to level up. Then, the day finally came. The sun was rising, as Izuku threw a rock into Katsuki's room. Wake up Katsuki. Bakugo's door slammed violently onto the wall as Katsuki exited it. He was angry and happy, which was not a sight for the weak of the heart. I quote, "I'm already awake. Now let's go." And damn, both were more than ready. Izuku was fairly certain he had everything planned if he fought Todoroki, something to bring down the golden frosty student. No one thought, however, how the day would have ended. "I am here, entering completely normally," said the larger-than-life All Might. Yagi Toshinori was a man of many talents. He was smart. He had talent in how to use his quirk. He had the dramatic flair that too many heroes lacked. It was something you could learn to a degree, as Endeavor did learn. However, either you had it or you would always lack something. He had also an excellent situational awareness, which was always useful in his work. But most importantly, Yagi knew his flaws, his limits, and he knew that he sucked at teaching. So, what could he do to be the best teacher he could? Well, he could always emulate his old teacher. To a lesser degree, of course. Mentoring was a difficult job, and All Might was taking classes on the side to learn how to teach better, with way less hits and scariness. So, he did the best thing he knew. He organized fights in a controlled environment, point out flaws in strategy, let the students gather some experience in a friendly yet intense fight. By pairing them randomly, he also let them discover some people they wouldn't have tried to work with. Expect the unexpected. Yagi knew he sucked at teaching and putting what he wanted to teach into words. So, he made them experience what he wanted them to experience. Fight and learn. Grow. It was just a week, but Yagi hoped that this way, even after One for All's transmission, he could create more than one pillar of peace. More heroes to support the society he helped to build, and make it better. He was just a man after all. How does one man make a whole society? He doesn't. It crumbles after him, except if he notices it and tries to make it last after him by acknowledging he was mortal. It also put a smile on his face when students wore their hero uniforms for the first time. The kids had them simplistic, yet you could see their intent to be iconic. What kind of hero they would become. Young Uraraka. She was all in simplicity and agility. Not very offensive, for now. Rescue hero. The same for young Tsuyu, the Yaoyorozu heir. The girl probably did not know it yet, but she destined herself as a strategist, not a frontline hero. Bakugo, clearly the most ambitious and driven. He clearly understood that both his quirk and personality wouldn't make him someone that would reassure the public by his smile. However, just like Maruko, his confidence, his pride exuded from his skin. He was there and his enemies should watch out. Yagi could also see what kind of hero the kids were inspired by. Kirishima clearly loved Crimson Riot. Yagi loved that man too, especially after he died taking down the Ashen King. If people called Endeavor the strongest fire hero, people preferred to forget Attila, the one of two people who managed to awaken too much and who became more quirk than human. Good thing the other one is a hero. Then came Izuku Midoriya. If the boy was not a fan of Mr. Compress, Yagi was willing to destroy his left lung. A hat who was classy and a suit that was clearly made for him. On measure, with talent. Probably by Bakugo's mother, if Yagi was right. White gloves, and All Might could see how he could make the cards go into his hands. The right was the tarot deck. The number at least. If he was right, the kid had already prepared what he needed. The left was most likely Izuku's nuclear solution. The arcana. And finally, in his pouch, the last deck. The hero deck. But his most important edge. It was this smile. His shining smile. When Izuku finally put on his suit, gone was the shy boy who was too excited for his own good. Gone was the kid who would be flustered by the girls talking to him. The one who said the suit did not make the man was wrong. All Might wondered if he should send Atsuhiro a congratulation card. Oh, yes, he did know who the vigilante was in reality, because he could think outside of the box, and also because he could relate to him. To Izuku too, to a great extent. The boy was splendid. If only Yagi did not meet Mirio, he would have clearly tried to make Izuku his own apprentice. The boy knew what it meant to be meek, to be weak. Still, he had the smile. He had the heart of a hero too. Yagi knew that when Izuku would finish his growth, he was going to be an awesome hero. Maybe he could propose an internship. Still, for now, Yagi had to do another thing as a teacher. It was helping the students. With no kid to take care of above another and not having to pick an heir allowed him to pay more attention to his class. Contrary to what Aizawa thought, Yagi did not think of Midoriya and Bakugo as problem children, far from it. There was another, bigger time bomb in the classroom. Someone, somehow, all teachers failed to spot. As a hero and teacher, All Might couldn't allow himself to fail a student. But he also knew, as he remembered himself when he was a quirkless boy, what it means to have an adult coming to try to help you when you were not ready for it. No, Yagi looked at the not-so-random battles upcoming. He had a big smile on his face and he knew he did something that was probably crazy but likely to produce results. Worst case scenario, he would have confirmation or denial of the feeling in his guts. Best case, his problem would be solved. So, let me explain the exercise. One team will play the villains who have to protect a bomb. Another team is going to be the heroes who have to locate the bomb and touch it to win. If the bomb explodes because of the time limit, villains win. If a team is fully neutralized, the other wins. Damage has to be kept at the minimum for both sides. Indeed, the context is the villains have gotten a nuclear device that has been retrofitted as an EMP device. Damage it too much before it is done, however, and boom. Nuclear explosion, explained All Might as he presented the terrain. Old and decrepit buildings. So, if a student decided to go plus ultra, everything would still be fine. Yagi, in his Buffy form, was clearly certain it was going to be the case. However, kids had to learn to restrict their fight. So, here are the different teams. Midoriya and Zero, Team A, villains. The two kids nodded to each other, Zero deciding that leaving Midoriya in charge of a plan was the best idea. Bakugo and Koda, Team B, heroes. Koda almost fainted, seeing Bakugo's smile at the idea of beating the crap of Izuku, who was clearly whining. Yaoyorozu and Shinso, Team C, villains. Of course, I'm a villain, sighed a certain tired teen, as he began to adjust his apparatus to mimic Ida's voice. Ida and Shoji, Team D, heroes. Both looked happy to be heroes. Well, Ida looked happy. Hard to say with Shoji's mask. Mina and Takoyami, Team E, villains. A mad banquet of darkness, said the bird boy, while the pink girl tried to do an evil laugh. Todoroki and Kaminari, Team F, heroes. Kaminari tried to high-five Todoroki, happy to have an easy mark, while Todoroki gave him the cold shoulder, quite literally. Gyro and Hagakure, Team G, villains. The duo of villains high-fived clearly together, happy to be with a friend. Sato and Uraraka, Team H, heroes. Clearly a powerhouse duo, with Uraraka who was going to act as the support and control of the mission. Aoyama and Kirishima, Team I, villains. Kirishima whined a bit that the villains were not manly, until Aoyama took him by the shoulders, explaining to him that they were not villains. They were freedom fighters, seeking to overthrow their despotic king and decapitate him. That somehow cheered the red-haired teen to the max. Tsuyu and Ajiro, Team J, heroes. The two mutants simply acknowledged their duo. Oh, my dear students, it isn't going to be as simple as Team A against B. It is going to be Team A against F, B against G, etc., etc. The classroom went silent for a second before it exploded in various reactions. Yes, F ribbit, interesting. Oh god, it's Bakugou. Hold me. Todoroki was simply unimpressed by the whole thing and having to go in first. If anything, it would simply mean it was going to be done earlier, cleanly, properly. There was no way he was going to lose against Duct Tape Man and his fabulous assistant. Cardman, Kaminari was vaguely an asset, though he wouldn't be tremendously useful. After all, Todoroki was going to finish it in one hit, as usual. Hanta Midoriya approached the usually smiling boy who was right now highly nervous. To be fair, he had every right to feel nervous. He was going against the powerhouse #1 of the class who was helped by Mr. Thunder. His acolyte, though he was highly smart, had trouble using his quirk without bleeding from the nose, and he had not used it since the first day, and the implication his quirk was a tad too powerful for his body. Still, Hanta tried to put up a smile on his face. Fake it till you make it. What, partner, do you have a plan to win? Shit. His smile was wavering. And suddenly, he saw Izuku's smile. It was not fake. It was a very confident one. A Cheshire one. I don't just have a plan to win. I have several, and Hanta, you are going to be the most important part of them. Why do I hear boss music when I look at this building? Kaminari remarked, as it loomed over them spookily, looking creepier than it should since it was still sunny. Mainly because I saw Midoriya pull a radio from his hat, said Todoroki coldly. Most of his comrades did not inspire him. At most indifference, and some did anger him a little. One of them was Midoriya. Why? Simply because the greenie seemed to treat the school as simply a place to study quirks and combine them to make them stronger. Just like his father, he was also constantly doing tricks and sleight of hand during the breaks, gathering attention on him. A glory seeker according to him, and his meek act, when his quirk could apparently be powerful, was something that irked him. What? The boy was clearly wondering how the hell Midoriya did that and how he did link his radio to whatever made sound in this building. Basically, the music was Soul of Cinder from Dark Souls. This kind of showmanship irked Todoroki to his core. They were here to be heroes, not to play games and tricks. So the heterochromatic boy inspired a lot, and from his icy side began to accumulate power. And a few seconds later, the whole building was encased beautifully in ice, like an eternal flower. The whole temperature dropped around them. In the control room, everyone was baffled, including All Might, though excluding a certain someone. Oh my, the first match and it has already ended. I guess there is something such as a too powerful quirk. How about y'all shut the shithole that serves as your mouth? Katsuki violently interrupted, making everyone who were nervously muttering look at him. He was calm and serene except for his outburst. I could have tanked that attack, Katsuki explained calmly, as if it was enough of an explanation. That made Shinso laugh. Yeah, sure, Mr. Exploding Man. But what about? Izuku is my rival, you purple asshat, Katsuki said calmly, with a hint of fire in his eyes. Do you think that someone I consider my rival would be done in that easily? We are talking about Izuku there. He's smart, he's a showman at heart, but there is something that makes him one of the most dangerous people here. Everyone looked at Katsuki, who was doing his signature shark smile, having smelled the future fight. Given the right circumstances, he can pull off some insane shit. Why did the music not stop? Kaminari wondered aloud as he carefully entered the building behind Todoroki. The golden student was too busy power walking to answer to his teammate. At least until he opened a door toward the stair and a bucket full of water fell onto his face. A wet Todoroki was groaning as he took the bucket off his head. Just before Kaminari took him down to the ground, a previously duct-taped desk almost fell on him after that. The hell was that? I would say that they booby-trapped the building with Hanta's quirk. After all, cold makes duct tape weaker, so between the two villains, they had a working brain. And wahahaha, welcome into our evil lair, heroes. Now, I hope you can reach us in time to save the city. Scratch that, they were idiots, both of them, treating this as a game. Todoroki was pissed, and when he got up, he instantly made a pillar of ice under him, propelling him towards the top floor as quickly as possible. He just forgot to bring his teammate with him, who was looking at the stairs and whining. What were the odds it was booby-trapped too? They booby-trapped the building. Izuku isn't one for a fair fight when he can. He will troll, trap, and redirect your attention whenever he can. Katsuki muttered under his breath as he looked at the camera, where Izuku was waiting for his enemy with cards in his hands. He had dodged the initial trapping of ice by being in the air thanks to Hanta's quirk. Some would say that his quirk was great at more than just trapping villains. For Izuku, it meant he had a teammate that could give the best material for traps and bridges almost an endless supply. Of course he was going to use what he had. To be honest, he actually had a plan for everyone in class to destroy Todoroki. The best ones were of course with Bakugo, as they already knew how to work together, and with Toru. No, it was not, because he was often thinking about how her quirk worked and how anything she ate became invisible, implying that all of her body was also invisible. Wait, how was Hagakure not blind? Still, now he had to wait for Todoroki to fall for his taunt. Izuku respected only one thing about Icy Hot. He wanted to be a hero and treated it really seriously. However, everything that was not like him, it seemed to utterly bore him. Finally, hero, you are here for our battle, Izuku crowed, with a smile as Shadow finally entered the room, and proceeded instantly to throw icy spiked at him. This sight made Izuku smile. Everything was according to plan B. Todoroki was not using his full power again, either because he did not have the energy for that, or because he refused to use his fire quirk. Sure, his body had an ice resistance built into him. However, clearly it was not ice immunity. Now, Todoroki was wet. It meant all of his body was slowly even colder. Too much of his own power and he would be down. The bucket of water, Todoroki's worst enemy. Still, the attack was way too forward, and we were talking about an Izuku who had been trained to dodge bullets by Mr. Compress. Wow, I did not know you could dodge by dancing like that, admired Mina. Toru vigorously nodded with her. Yes, he's a bit of a show-off. Is that all, Todoroki? Because I have one more thing to say to you, Izuku said with a smile as he stood still between a heavily duct-taped door and Todoroki. What? Another dumb quip. Shadow snapped back, before noticing a small light erupting from below his foot. Landmine, Izuku stated as Shadow dodged a force summon from under the ice. And another landmine. Oh, be careful, I think it may be a jack there. Everywhere Todoroki tried to find a footing, Izuku's summons appeared as their master stood in the background, quietly resting. Meanwhile, Todoroki had to dodge the 6 creatures that came from under his own ice. I think you should give up honestly. This fight is hardly fair, said Izuku matter-of-factly. He was still sportly after all, and tried to let Todoroki have a chance to save some face. His answer was not something Izuku expected. Suddenly not caring anymore, Todoroki simply unleashed his ice again. Izuku barely had the time to hide between a 10 he kept in his hand, avoiding being frozen only by a hairbreadth. Todoroki, in all his frozen, rage-filled glory, was now standing above the disappearing cardman and glaring at him. Finally, some emotion, Izuku remarked while adjusting his hat, as Todoroki shook a bit of the ice off his body. Though if you continue to not use your fire, you're going to lose. Such a powerful and balanced quirk. Shame it's wasted on you. How about you shut up, Midoriya? You're just another teen playing hero, happy with his quirk. I have been bred for this. Todoroki, as he kneeled, seemingly out of energy, before looking furiously at his opponent. And I refuse to use my father's quirk. You do not know hardship or what it means to have a cursed power, to be hurt because of it. So now, get out. The ice-covered floor exploded once more. Oh God. For the first time, Katsuki was not calm anymore. If until now he had seemed sure of the outcome, he was now clearly panicking. Yes, I think it should be a good moment to tell Todoroki to chill. I mean, he's dangerous. I hope Midoriya is okay, said Ida, as the camera went back again, until Katsuki interrupted him. No, you misunderstand. The one who is in danger right now is Todoroki. Wait, what? Todoroki was exhausted. But now, Midoriya was going to be a nice ice statue and he would be able to touch the bomb while Kaminari tried to take down Hanta. Even if he failed, as long as he could stop him from bothering and stop Todoroki, Kaminari would have done enough. Suddenly, once again, Midoriya's voice echoed in the room. You know, it is fun. Against anyone else in the class, you would have a effing valid point. Suddenly the room became hotter, way hotter, as an ice melting hotter. 19th Arcana. The sun. Suddenly, the ceiling seemingly became the sun, fiery like an inferno. The ice became a hot mist, the air burning Todoroki's lungs, before he got hit by a right hook in his jaw. In front of him a pissed-off Izuku without either a hat nor a smile. In fact, he seemed angry. Blood was dripping from his nose in a certain quantity, but he did not seem to care. But unlike the rest of you, I'm a late bloomer. If I overuse my quirk, I can effing die. Aoyama nodded, while everyone looked at him. I talked of my cousin in past tense for a reason. He died with a smile 10 seconds after his quirk activated at 18 years old. The usually smiling Frenchman was not smiling anymore. It also meant I lived all my life quirkless. Do you even have an idea how hard it is to grow up like that? Why do you think I can pop in and out my bones with a effing smile, Todoroki? There was not a effing day where I was not beaten, insulted, or worse. I was a target for most kids with a powerful quirk. Katsuki was the only decent human being of my age with me, which was sad enough in itself, even Todoroki had to admit, before he threw himself a punch in Izuku's nose, bloodying it even further. Oh, so you had a difficult childhood. Well, at least you still have loving parents. Mine is effing a hole who did a effing quirk marriage to produce me, my brothers, and my sister. Did Todoroki lose his cool? Shinso asked, before getting hit in the back of the head. All Might, however, was purely inexpressive, and did not stop the fight because he had to learn more. What had Endeavor done? And mine effing ran away because I was quirkless. You are not the only kid with a shit father that wanted a strong child, retorted Izuku, who then grabbed his right arm and dislocated it with expertise. In fact, he hit it thrice in a brief instant, taking Todoroki's left hook in the face. So why are you angry? You finally got a quirk now. Why are you treating like a show? Because I want to be a hero that bring a effing smile to everyone's face, Izuku screamed, as a bit of blood came out of his mouth. Todoroki's punch were really good. Good thing he had dislocated his right arm and his shoulder, elbow, and hand. Good luck moving it. Todoroki seemed to stop, for a second. I know, Todoroki, what it means to be alone, to be beaten. I want to protect the weak. I want, when a quirkless kid or an abused kid looks at me, he knows he's going to be alright. Because I'm here. I want to tell them. I know what it means to be weak, but that they're still protected. That if they need help, I will be there. And it effing pisses the hell out of me when someone with a quirk with basically no drawback decide to spite out people who do not have his strength by not using half of it. Todoroki had the decency to be taken aback as Izuku got up and the sun was quietly disappearing. You are saying I am treating it like a game. I need my tricks, Todoroki. I am not as strong as you or Bakugo. I need them to level the playing field. And you know what? If it means saving an idiot like you, I will still be ready to put my life and mine. Because that is how much I am determined. Don't you effing dare, you are going to surpass me. Who is betting my life every time I go all out by using half your power? Todoroki was at a loss of what to say for an instant before he got tackled by Midori, who was clearly deadly tired by all the summon in the sun. God, he was going to be out all this weekend, wasn't he? Also, you're an idiot. When you're in danger, you have to call heroes for help. Oh, and please tell, who would help me against the effin' number 2? Todoroki replied sarcastically, before he got slammed in the ground once again. Effin' All Might, who is our teacher. Maruko, who notoriously hates your father. Sir Night-Eye, who can see the effin' future and could have checked your story and warned All Might. Izuku screamed, while his throat hurt him. He couldn't even try to dodge the punch he took in the face. From Kaminari, beaten, bruised, but still standing, to Todoroki's surprise. Kami, Nari, you, Shouto. You can call me Denki, you know. We are teammates, said the electric man, before he grabbed Todoroki's working arm, helping him to walk. When Izuku still stood in front of them, clearly helped only by determination, but now once again with a smile on his face. Seriously, even beaten up, you still think you have what it takes to stop us? Yep, Izuku smiled, before hitting the ground. It was not the cement, but apparently an hole covered by duct tape by which he escaped, laughing. Suddenly, Todoroki had a horrible doubt. A horrible and terrible doubt. Kaminari, open the door. Wait, what? Normally, the bomb should be here, no. Also, I said Denki, said Kaminari, as he opened the sealed door, Shouto sweating a lot. Oh god, the room was empty. They had fought for nothing. Shouto, not all is lost. Hanta is downstairs. If we catch Izuku, we can beat him, especially with your fire. But, it is my father's. Dude, that is your quirk. Your sick and awesome quirk, not someone else. So, now, let's be heroes, together. Todoroki looked optimistic. Friend, his quirk, not his father. A power with no drawback. To save people. Denki, who was injured but still smiling. Still trying to win. That was heroic. Shouto gritted his teeth. Izuku had a point. How did he dare look down on them? Yes, let's capture Midoriya, tried to say with motivation Todoroki. before falling out of energy. In time out. Team of 1. All Might's voice boomed out throughout the building. Then suddenly, Todoroki became painfully aware he just told his whole tragic backstory in front of everyone. Oh, the debrief was going to be something. Izuku face planted on the ground. To be fair, he was panting since he used one arcana he was not sure he had been unsure he could use for real, and he had also used a lot of energy by doing his remote summoning technique, which was indeed very useful. Still, he couldn't feel his body, and he knew that if he wanted to keep what happened a secret from his mom and dad, he would have to pay a hefty bribe to Katsuki. Oh, he just hoped Katsuki had another toxic troll to punish. Toru, are you free tomorrow? Katsuki asked, way too nicely. Katsuki, being nice, often hid something, as the class was now used to, especially if Izuku was involved. This explained clearly why, even though no one could see Toru's face was not visible, you could see her suspecting his motive. Meanwhile, Katsuki was doing behind his back a sign to Mina and Kyoka. Both understood his plan and grinned a lot. If it worked, they must find cameras and disguise, maybe enlisting Momo for the plot. Afterward, it was a battered Izuku and Hanta who entered the control room first. They were followed by a Todoroki who was leaning a bit on Kaminari, who was the one in the best state of all the 4 boys. It had been an extenuating fight, and Izuku would have a hard time pointing out where he was the most hurt. Momo had the kindness of making him a tissue, so he could get the blood out of his face. Thank God, the warm liquid was not a pleasurable sensation. Still, Izuku had a strange sensation of dread, as Katsuki hit in a brotherly fashion over Izuku's shoulder. I'm going to reward you for beating Icy Hot, Izuku. You did well, Katsuki told him, while he looked at the girls, nodding to them. He had promised them to be kind for a definition of kind. According to Katsuki, if Toru agreed to go on a date on Saturday, the date was going to be with Izuku. Katsuki did not even try to hide the fact, and girls quickly learned he respected women. Well, as much as anyone. If you truly wanted his respect, you offered a good fight. None of the girls wanted to try a true fight against someone that could produce an explosion, wanted to specialize himself as a fighter hero, and, according to Izuku, had already caught flies who were flying with an uncanny accuracy before exploding it. All Might sighed while pinching the bridge of his nose. He was understanding a lot about Aizawa, and it was worrying on its own. He also had to check with Nenzu about how to deal with the Todoroki problem. Nonetheless, he was happy that his shock therapy brought a lot to light. And somehow, Todoroki had a friend. Kaminari. The extrovert had adopted the introvert and was trying to make him react now. All in all, a wonderful thing. However, he also knew Recovery Girl would probably try to kill him soon after the kids went to see her. Nonetheless, he ignored his soon-to-be doom and looked at the class. So, which one of you can tell me who was the MVP in this? Izuku Ribbit Green Bean Deku. That insane guy. Is that a trick question? And the answer is the friends we made along with the fight. Pretty much everyone in the classroom chooses Midoriya, who pointed out Kaminari and Hanta. Hey, both of them were the most important, you know. Had Hanta failed to stop enough Kaminari and deplete him, I would have lost. In the same way, if Todoroki had brought Kaminari, he would have used Plan E and made him electrocute Todoroki after making the ice melt, said Momo, while trying to think more about Izuku's actions, who had the decency to look away. Also, you used Todoroki's thought of you to make him rush ahead, checking nothing. No, you had the fight planned before it had even begun. It required a lot of strategic thinking. Katsuki whistled a bit when Momo noticed that and was thankful they did not know his own plans. Most people thought he resumed his plans and make everything explode. They were not wrong. Well, I was mad at Todoroki for saying he would beat us at half strength when my quirk, well, Izuku pointed to his nose. I won't be able to use it for the entire weekend to be on the safe side. To be fair, you turned the ceiling into a small sun, Ida pointed out, impressed and still trying to make sense of Izuku's quirk. He thought he just manifested a card. The first time I used my power, I created a fake hero from a card, Ida. If it exists as a card, I can use it. However, the more powerful it is, well, let's say there is a reason I use a tarot deck rather than my collection of hero cards. My family is going to sponsor you, Momo then explained as her friends were staring, curious. A hero who needs our products to use his quirk, who is smart, presents well, and has a flair for drama. Yes, if Izuku does well for the next tournaments, I'm certain we will sponsor him. People forget she was the heir of a conglomerate. She was not a business student, but she could have very well been one. She certainly did not forge a document from her parents' signature to switch her recommendation exam from business course to heroic course. No one could prove it. All Might nodded and approved everything with his trademark smile. New rules, since apparently your class is the first one who apparently forgot to restrain himself. I mean, if Midoriya did not put the bomb behind a door with the written "No Bomb Here" posted on the second floor, I would have failed Todoroki and Kaminari. If you make an attack that can blow more than 2 walls, you're out. On a side note, Kaminari, why did you not check the door? There was a post-it saying there was no bomb. Then I got attacked by duct tape. It seemed oddly logical, and Gyro looked with sympathy All Might and quickly earjacked Kaminari out of it. After that, the fight was something. To start, Gyro and Hagakure made a big mistake. While Bakugo upheld his promise and went nicely at them, everyone else forgot about Koda. Later that day, in Nedzu's office. Nedzu, why the hell there is a town of rats in the exercise zone? Well, you know how it is with family. You can't leave them homeless. Nedzu, you are neither a mouse nor a rat. I know when you're effing with me. They are my dealers in cheese. This time, Yagi was not sure Nedzu was trolling since he looked away in shame. So, what can we conclude from this fight? Never anger Koda. Respect the rat. Bakugo is someone sensible when you think about it. Yeah, he even tried to help the girl when the rats began to. Meanwhile, Izuku and Kaminari were trying to comfort respectively Toru and Kyoka, who did not deserve the suffering. Hugs were required. Koda was smiling while petting a rat with his rabbit. Everyone was worried about their staring contest, who ended when both decided the other was a worthy opponent. I just want a normal match. All Might sighed, as he didn't sign for this madness. He signed to form the new generation, not having to storm an army of rat that were hunting for blood. The next match was, well, vanilla. No mass destruction. No people with a tragic backstory. Shinso had tried to hint at one, but Kyoka, between two sobs, told him, "Cut your crap. Remember, I know your parents." The mind controller grumbled while everyone wondered how his family was. Maybe his family is with cheerful people who like to hug and sing Kumbaya, Todoroki theorized. During the match, and cooler than earlier, fighting that way and yelling all he had on his heart allowed him to let off a lot of steam. Unlike before, it was not emotionlessness on his face, but just peace. Peace of mind because he had finally lashed out. Something he did not do often since it could summon his fire. People wondered if Todoroki did not touch a nerve, since Hitoshi shuddered at the thought. Kyoka too. Somehow, Katsuki made a notebook appear from nowhere and noted something. Izuku was not the only one with this skill. Nonetheless, Momo and Hitoshi lost for a very simple reason. Uraraka launched Sato at them, full force. Turned out that none of them were good enough in close combat against someone with a strength-enhancing quirk. As for Ada and Shoji against Kirishima and Aoyama, no one could have seen the result coming. Ada and Shoji seemed like an excellent hero team, with a scout and a fighter, while Kirishima and Aoyama seemed to have only one brain cell for two. Except Aoyama planned the whole fight and made Ada go straight in a certain corridor while Kirishima dropped from above Shoji to knock him down. As for the last fight, everyone nicknamed Ojiro and Tsuyu the ninja duo. They even avoided the camera on the field and disarmed the bomb without everyone seeing them. Except for the first two fights, All Might had appreciated the whole exercise. However, deep down, he had to wonder how much of the calm was because he ordered them to not destroy too many walls. Yagi decided wisely that the answer was not worth his sanity and his sleep. By the way, Izuku, how was it to hug Toru? Ojiro asked for once, not Bakugo, though he was listening. Nice. I mean, she just needed a hug, nothing else. Izuku, exhaling tranquility of mind and body while taking off his mask and revealing a little smile on his lips, clearly remembering fondly the moment. Yes, she had been terrified, but knowing she had trusted him enough to let him close had been nice enough for the magician. Because I have heard it takes at least 3 weeks to make a costume with people's hair. Ojiro explained afterward, with no special perverted thought. Well, not much more than any boy their age. Every boy did a double take. So, what you're saying is, oh god, Izuku was so dead, thought Katsuki. Mr. Pure Cinnamon went full second base before even the first date. Damn it, Izuku. I knew you wanted the whole gentleman magician persona, but this is a whole other level. Izuku sighed. Katsuki, we both know how that ends. What is your price for not telling my mom? Especially as I did not think of that. Well, I have an idea. Izuku winced when Katsuki explained his idea. Well, congratulations, Toru. You found a perfect boy in the first week of class. Gyro shared, with a little jealousy in her voice but wanting to tease the invisible girl. Yeah, I was listening to the boys in the other room. He did not notice or did not care that you were technically costumeless for the exercise. He only cared for you. Earjack explained, smiling to the other girls, who were all ready to tease. And, since Izuku's mom and stepdad would never stop teasing him about you, Katsuki had enough blackmail to force him to go to the mall tomorrow. Wait, so, is Katsuki trolling or helping Izuku? Uraraka asked, a bit curious and wondering a lot about the angry boy who was often seen helping people in a roundabout way. Because I get the whole embarrass your friend, but we all know and saw how Izuku was keeping notes on everyone, and especially Toru. He isn't. Girl, I have seen him making theories on how you can see and why we can't see what you eat and how someone could practice surgery if necessary to save you. That is some level of dedication. While nobody could see her, everyone knew Toru was blushing redder than an invisible tomato. And what does he do now? confirm he's way too nice, and it is his first date. Still, Toru is going to have a good time from what I'm hearing, and no, I'm not spoiling it, Gyro answered, while doing a little sign to Mina, who confirmed she would get the camera ready. The two girls, Kaminari and Kirishima, had become quick friends around their favorite activity, teasing the hell out of people to hide the fact they were quite vulnerable to it themselves. Then again, someone trying to tease Katsuki would be Balsi or Izuku. We will give around 10,000 yen tomorrow to Izuku, Atsuhiro, Inko said, as she was picking up the groceries as if she was saying a fact such as sky is blue. Oh, wondered our favorite vigilante. I have a delightful feeling. Somehow, a mother always knew. Izuku was waiting at the mall, just under the clock. He was actually wearing good clothes and not something dumb like a t-shirt with written on it pants. No, Katsuki did not force him to take some of his clothes and make him do an entire show to make him wear the best clothes possible for his first day. Who Izuku was kidding. Of course he did. This, of course, meant Auntie Mitsuki knew, and that meant his mom knew too. Or at the very least, we'll know before the end of the day. Auntie Mitsuki was not someone you could trust with a secret. At least, he preferred that gentle teasing to the whole angriness he would get if he told her the truth. Nonetheless, he was still wondering. Katsuki had promised someone would be here and he would know he had set up for him a date. To be fair, Izuku had a good idea of a girl he wanted to invite on a date, a certain invisible girl. Not only because her quirk was interesting, but also because she seemed nice and loved to talk about magic tricks and what made a true hero. Like the fact she wanted to become an underground hero to protect people while unseen. Sure, she would like more attention, but she had been a bit resigned to the idea no one would see her. He did not wait too much. The voice of a certain girl echoed to Gyro's ears while in the background. Katsuki did a pose that looked a lot like Gendo. All according to his plan to set up Izuku with a girl nice enough for him so he could tease him to the end of the world. Not at all. He was there 1 hour early to make sure he had the right places for the whole date. Nonetheless, Toru loved the fact that Izuku seemed purely stunned when seeing her. Well, at least her clothes. A nice skirt and a casual top went a long way to please the eyes. Still, he had a way of somehow looking into her eyes, and it was nice, especially as everyone would look first somewhere else. So, I heard you had planned for a few things, told Toru. Yeah, I know an excellent crepe shop around there if you want to eat a bite. I thought we could too. You know, try a bit of shopping. I also know a place where they sell some old underground heroes goodies. This doesn't hurt them since they retired a long time ago. And just like that, she knew she was going to have a good time. Meanwhile, Izuku had another thought. Was holding hands considered second or first base? Damn, that whole thing was confusing. He had tried to ask Atsuhiro for help, who laughed sadly for a few minutes. Then he explained to Izuku that he had only one woman in his life. It was Inko. And he had failed his first chance to date her years ago because he was too indecisive. So, don't be like him. It had been the only advice Atsuhiro could give him. It was the only time Izuku regretted Hisashi was not alive since, apparently, he was a playboy before Inko. So, yes, Izuku hoped he could hold hands with Toru today. However, did he forget something today? He couldn't stop feeling like he had. In the den of the Drake, GRDMFFF, Izuku better have a good reason to miss our fabled battle. Tamura, it is just the weekly tournament in your own bracket. One of the few neckbeards dared. Not that afraid of the blue-haired man who was grumpy. Before sighing, well, I guess I better call him. Tamura was taking his phone out when suddenly, Hey, Tamura, do you know Izuku's quirk? One of the biggest and smelliest guys in the store interrupted. I don't know his quirk. We have this unspoken rule between us. Tamura, who had tried to ask Izuku a lot about it, didn't know anything about it. All he knew was that Izuku got it late and suffered the quirkless discrimination before that. Because either he's lonely and has strong telekinesis power, or he's on a date with an invisible girl. Or cross-dressing guy. Not judging if. Tamura inhaled before getting up and looking through the window. Izuku had a girlfriend. Soon after that, Izuku sat for a second, while Toru was going to get some ice cream for the both of them, when suddenly he heard a raspy voice beside him. So, we are missing the tournament, Izuku. A certain man-child with a few skin problems. The natural predator for unsuspecting Izuku. Well, them in the wild Bakugo. Oh right, that was what he had forgotten, as Tamura pulled him under his arm. Tamura, I know I should have called, but what? You are blackmailed into a date at the very least moment with an invisible girl, said Tamura with sarcasm in his voice, before he saw the look in Izuku's eye. The look showed he was way too done. Yes, in fact, if you have advice. Izuku, have you seen my face? Tamura was conscious now about his look. The only girls I have ever dated are in a video game, and I doubt they're an excellent source of advice. Try to hold hands with her at least, said in a big brotherly way Tamura when they heard the voice of a cute girl who was worried. Izuku, is that one of your friends? Truth to be told, anyone seeing Tamura with Izuku would have thought he was harassing them. Oh yes, Toru, meet Tamura. He is a friend from a card game. Tamura, Toru. A classmate that is. Very nice and cute. In another universe, Izuku needed to switch pants. In this one, he was just red and wondering how it would go. Oh, I was wondering since I thought Bakugo seemed like your only friend. Don't worry, Tamura. I don't judge on the face. I mean, imagine if I did. Cute and gutsy. I like her, Izuku. You should come to the shop. People are taking bets on either if your quirk is telekinesis or if she's real. You know, they have never met a real girl before, except for their mom. Tamura was getting up, and Toru seemed interested. Card shop, Toru asked to Izuku's ear, who was smiling at the joyful tone of the girl. And curious. I learned strategy with Tamura. He is actually smart. Well, Tamura seems not too bad. Don't worry, he jokes about how he looks villainous himself. You can say it. He finds it funny. In fact, he's a villain fan. We have passionate debate. It was useless to say that to the local fauna of the game shop. Even an invisible girl like Toru was something absolutely mythical, as in that should not exist, and if it does, the legend about it will exist for years to come. So, while she was looking at the shop, Tamura was shooing every neckbeard back in the back room to leave Izuku and his girl a little space. He remembered his lesson with Kurogiri about it. It was called the Bra Code, written by someone called Barney. Kurogiri tolerated Tamura had almost no rules, but he had to follow them. He was evil, not in a hole. Still, Izuku looked at the shopkeeper and muttered, Tamura will fit the bill. Tell him I call him my favor. I need a card. The shopkeeper, with his quirk allowing him to grab any card his clients could think of in the vicinity. Yes, it was a quirk that sucked a bit, but he liked it and had managed to live from it. Hey, nobody could say this quirk was dangerous at all. It was perfect. Izuku took the card while nodding to the shopkeeper, while Toru simply took a small figurine and brought it to the clerk. Izuku paid for it quickly. He wanted to surprise Toru afterward. Hence why he did not want her to know he just found a certain card. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper was humming because he had found and given a premium collector card to Izuku. Hey, he had to live, and Tamura was an endless pocket of money. Soon after that, both of them were out, buying stuff like keychains of Manbat, an underground hero who was now for being quite broody and using an iron bat to strike down criminals. He had a more famous sidekick, the Wing of the Night, who actually operated in the day. He was an angel quirked mutant who was known for his smile. So, now they were retired. They actually thought of marketing their old adventure and lived from their action figures or other goodies. Toru adored them, and Izuku too. My little brother loves them. He has the quirk to project light from his eyes. Nothing like a laser eye, but honestly, this is exceptional for animating a birthday, she explained to him while eating the ice creams she was going to take before meeting Tamura. As for my parents, one of them can produce light and my mother can bend things. Wait, she has the strength to bend things, or? Nope, if she can grab it and it is under 200 kilos, she can bend it as if it is a noodle. Very useful as a worker. So, you inherited their quirk who mutated into a mutant one. That is incredible. Thank you. I don't have to tell you how hard it has been for them. They used to make me wear a bell on a necklace when I was a baby. Mentally, Izuku was, of course, taking note, as Toru, in the sound of her voice, seemed to remember the necklace fondly. He had to find one. And for you, where did you find your passion for quirks or magic tricks? I think I began to love quirks when I was young. Mom said someone taught me a bit of analysis, but I don't remember him very well. No, I truly loved them because, well, late bloomer, extremely. I had mine for a year now, and I still can't use it too much. Ouch, must not have been nice. Izuku sighed. Oh boy, yes, but now, it is way better. I mean, my friends are with me. I have a good new dad and I had a wonderful day with you. I also know perfectly how to end it, Izuku said, while pulling out his phone for a selfie. Is that a way to take my bra in the picture from above, Zuku? Toru said playfully, who knew now that it probably did not even cross his mind. Still, hearing him cooing was adorable, just like the shade of red and green his face was. When Izuku asked her how she was seeing if light could just pass through, she explained her body bends the light. Slightly different, and she was learning. I was thinking of a picture with the both of us. Izuku knew that she was staring at him, wondering if he was serious or not, but saw he was serious. Deciding to humor him on this date, Toru pressed herself a bit against him. Also, Izuku had been nothing but cute the whole date, asking her question, taking her to a place she would like, the aquarium, and finally, making sure she had a good time, never losing her despite being invisible. You could say whatever you wanted, but being in the spotlight for a day was nice. She was almost visible. Then, Izuku did something. As he took the picture, a funny-looking lens appeared in front of the camera. A Zelda card apparently. When Izuku showed the picture to Toru, she promptly grabbed the phone before crying as the lens was already disappearing in ashes, as Izuku's summons did when he was out of energy. Still, you could see on Izuku's face it was worth it. On the phone, the picture revealed two teens with two different shades of green for their hair. Izuku had way darker hair and the girl with him had greenish, very light green hair. She had a cute smile and was currently crying on the phone. To be fair, it was the correct reaction if you saw your face for the first time. What did you do? How? I used a card that can reveal the invisible. I'm not limited to tarot, you know. I thought about using the Hermit, but Arcana always takes a lot, and he couldn't finish his explanation as he felt lips on his. The kiss lasted for a few seconds and tasted like strawberry. Okay, that is it. I'm calling dibs. Now you're mine. The invisible girl of the 1A announced seriously. White Knight saving. Check. Nice. Check. Actually, a nice body with nice abs. Check. Smart. Check. Not quirkist. Even more check. Sensible. And who thought of the most beautiful gift for her? Triple check. Izuku was a pearl, and she was not losing him. Meanwhile, Izuku could understand why Atsuhiro liked a woman who had a bit of authority over him. Well, Toru is calling dibs and has claimed Izuku as her boyfriend. From what I can hear, he somehow took a picture of her. We can all agree we all need it, right? Earjack. I need it for my auntie. She's probably going to smother him. Katsuki was laughing, as he was with Denji, Mina, and Gyro. It seemed a lot like a double date now that he thought about it. Not like it was that, right? Damn, smooth, and nice clothes. Thanks, Katsuki said, proud of a job well done. You decided on his clothing. My parents are designers, raccoon eyes. My mom hinted she helped a few heroines make them but never told names. I know a lot about clothes. Should have seen the first design of Izuku's hero suit. He had rabbit ears, because he tried and failed to honor All Might, Katsuki said, while drinking a soda with his bunch of friends. Shame Todoroki failed to show. Guess the UA talked to him and his father. Denki had thought of inviting him to make him socialize as it was made apparent Shadow lacked that. Katsuki had said nothing about it. It made him remember Izuku's situation way too much. I trust All Might to take the proper actions. He is effing All Might. On a side and unrelated note, does anyone know where I can buy a new deck of cards? My last one had an acute case of combustion. Endeavor. Jaru teased. Endeavor, Jack ear. Katsuki groaned with displeasure in his voice. The shop with the green front. Izuku is a regular there. The exploding boy nodded simply. He would go there the next day. Today, well, he had something else to do. Still, he had been happy to do his good action of the week. Wait, does that mean Izuku has gotten his girlfriend before Katsuki? Denki stated, to the horror of the two girls. MOTHERFU. Hell, it was freaking hell. Everything around them was burning down, the flame eating their surroundings as voraciously as possible. Meanwhile, a teenage boy was trying to run. Todoroki was trying to lose his pursuer, who, a primal terror inscribed into him. His father was following him, burning everything around him with just a touch while laughing. His father was laughing as he continued to torch everything around them to cinders. You can run, boy, but you can't run from who you are. No, I will never be what you made me to be. That isn't a choice you have, boy. The moment you were born with this quirk, I knew you would be the one. His father's deep voice resonated around them, when suddenly, Todoroki's brother emerged from the flame, the fires burning around them. His fire, as intense as ever, shoots out to try to hurt their father. The flames got absorbed into him, amplifying the power of their genitor. The temperature was making the air burn around them. Looking at his eldest son, the monster of flame barely gave him a look before grabbing his head and cremating him in front of Todoroki. Ashes were all around them. The teen knew his brother's death was going to be long, as their father was anything but merciful. Add in the fact he actually took some delight in killing his unsuccessful spawn, adding their fire to his. They were not the first and not the last if Todoroki did not manage to reach his goal. The boy ran away even faster than before, as the forest around them turned into death and charcoal. His brother ran to protect him from their father's insanity. He couldn't waste it. See him? He was weak, not hot enough to burn me, not resistant enough to withstand me, even after all his training. But you have the potential for both. His father sounded happy. He never liked that because it meant someone or something was burning. Soon, it would be him, if he did not progress fast enough. No one will save you from me. You are mine, now and forever. If only you could understand I'm doing that for your good, boy. Liar. He was lying. All he wanted was an heir for his madness, his dream. Todoroki refused to do that, to be that. Still, he ran as fast as he could. Suddenly, he heard another attempt to stop their father. A woman, probably his mother. He had loved her and her kindness in their madhouse of darkness and ashes, even if all she was to be a slave to his father's wishes. Her scream was now ringing in the air, as the boy projected himself into the wall of fire. He was resistant to the fire of their father, to an extent. It was one of the only ways he could continue to run and not look back. Then he felt the incandescent heat on his back and the hand of his dear father on him. Oh, my dear son, you have the potential to be such a great heir that I can't see what else you can be. Embrace your true nature. I want to be a hero, because you think the heroes want you to be one of them after today. They are probably speaking about culling our line as we speak. No, boy, You will follow and obey me, as you should have always. Todoroki braced himself before his father once again put his mark on him, on his back. The fire fingers slowly penetrated his skin, and his father began to tattoo him with his fire. What kind of king would I be if I did not have a prince? Said the Ashen King to his son's ear. Behind them, the Harajuku Temple and most of Tokyo were burning, and Todoroki promised himself to never be his father, to be the greatest hero just to spite him. Then Enji woke up in his bed, gasping for air. His bedsheets were burning, and the bottle of whiskey he had drunk did not manage to be enough to let him sleep dreamlessly. Absorbing the heat into him, Enji looked at himself in the mirror. He had bags under his eyes. He looked miserable and villainous. Why, or rather when did he become so close to being his father? How did he fail his children so much? Finally waking up, boss. Oh right, he had been sleeping at his office for the past few days. Right now, Vernon was not smiling at him with her witty one. Instead, she looked at him with pity. You have been trying to kill yourself with these bottles since you came back from the UA. What did the mouse say to make you want to try to do that? Enji looked at the window, wondering if running through it would be a viable alternative. I have to remind you that you asked for a reinforced glass to avoid an assassination attempt. Nonetheless, Vernon sat by her boss. Boss, you know what you have done for me. I know what you have done for me. You know I'm there to help you. Endeavor looked at the mirror and took another bottle. Vernon was going to say something, but Endeavor managed to stop her with his depressed look. The man I respect the most in this world told me with proof that I was becoming someone my father would be proud of. And that is a problem because, let me put it that way, if Purity, Beast and my father were in a room with a quirk-suppressing cuff and I had 2 bullets, I would shoot him twice and piss on the remains. I would get a F in metal. Endeavor said seriously this, while pouring a drink for his sidekick. He trusted her. Maybe he could tell her that. Is it a joke? Right. When Enji told her who his father was, Vernon was horrified and drunk with her boss. The other sidekicks took it as protocol number 5 if neither Endeavor nor Vernon is in a state to patrol, take their shift. The day before, Endeavor was not happy. Not only did he hear that his son lost in his first battle, but adding to that, he was still not using the quirk Ray bestowed on him. Could he not see the potential he had? To not rely only on one quirk when some people did not even have one? When would people sell their souls to get even half close to Shadow's power? Adding to that, he was now missing his meeting with the assigned HSPC psychologist. Why? Because of the one person he respected more than anything in this goddamn world and who was still alive. That was the reason Endeavor stood, though a bit nostalgic, in the front of the UA. His old home. Nostalgically, Endeavor passed his hand on the gate before opening it. He inspired the air he was smelling before letting out some of his flame of contentment. Yes, truly, it felt like home. Most of the academy was empty as they were on the weekend. Had it been anyone else, Endeavor would have told them to get lost because he had a job to do. However, a son could never refuse something his dad asked of him. When he stood in front of Nezu's door, Endeavor allowed himself one of his biggest smiles before opening the door, as passionate as ever. Hello Nezu, how are you? Sit down, boy. Something that was maybe a bear, maybe a mouse, but most certainly the principal of the UA, spoke coldly to the number 2. Nezu had a look, and Enji knew it. That means he was frankly pissed and that the someone who would get his life ruined in the next few minutes. When the steel door closed behind him, Enji knew it was going to be him. Many people forgot, but Nezu's quirk did not give him only high intelligence. It also gave him a life expectancy higher than most animals, and Endeavor suspected the stoat did something to extend even more his life. When he called Endeavor boy, he had every right. However, he often refrained from doing it because he knew how traumatic it was for him. Therefore, Endeavor found himself on the chair quicker than he thought he could, as the principal served both of them a cup of tea. It was chrysanthemum tea. Nezu was more pissed than the time when Enji stole his cheese. I have found proof of your educational style, boy. Why did you become someone your father would approve of? Endeavor was trying to drink his tea when Nezu spoke these words. The cup went crashing down and Enji looked furiously at Nezu's. His flames were roaring all around them and the mouse was not afraid. Nezu, you are the closest thing I have to a dad, and that is the only reason you aren't getting punched in the face. If I'm a dad, then I clearly failed to make a good man of you. I wonder what Crimson Riot would say. Before Endeavor could indeed try to punch Nezu, his flames went down and a hand, firm and unbelievably strong, was put on his shoulder. Oh, right. Situational awareness. Did they manage to hide All Might behind the couch and erase her head on the ceiling? Apparently, he did. Enji was put down in a seat and the look Nezu gave him. It reminded him why he had been terrified of being called their all. Then, once the rage subsided, Endeavor looked at All Might. No sign of a smile or of courtesy he had before. He was pissed off. The man who was the most powerful in the world was pissed off at him. While Endeavor wanted to be Endigon, he also understood sharply and painfully the difference between him and All Might. His sigh actually helped him understand, and that the only way his dream could ever be achieved would be by his children. Then Nezu took several pictures from a file. He showed them to Endeavor. All of them, he knew them. He had worked on them. The fire hero looked at them and said immediately, "Abused children, yes." Aku, Sakura, Araki. A pinch of pain clenched in his heart. Children police ignored at first because they were villains' kids. So he took the matter in his hand and protected them. It was not well known, as it was not something the media was noteworthy, but Nezu, when he could detect such a case, would always send Endeavor. Then, Nezu nodded and took another set of files. And Enji's blood became colder than what Ray could freeze. The teen he was looking at had his body battered, scars of burning, bruise, clearly some old broken bones. Is that a case I ignored? Oh God, did he fail a kid? Did he ignore one of Nezu's requests? Did his secretary do that? Because of these burned marks, they were too familiar. Did they fail to find another spawn of him? It is Shadow, All Might explained with his grave and booming voice behind him. Enji's world began to crack. Because he was smart. Those wounds, it couldn't have been from Talia, or Ray, anyone else in his household. It was. Nezu activated the TV next to them. On it, a clearly younger Endeavor, clearly shaken and with the smile of an abused kid who did not want anyone to worry about them. "Do not worry, Mr. Bear. It was just training. I'm sure my father did not mean to hurt me." Had Nezu pulled a gun and shot him in his heart, it would have hurt less than what Enji was seeing. In fact, he was trying to see if he could activate his flame to blast off his own head. Nope, Eraser was still working. How did you manage to save all of these kids but fail yours that much? I'm ashamed that one day you called me Dad, because that was certainly not the way I educated you. All Might was a tad bit surprised by how much Nezu had managed to destroy the man in front of him. He had known the Endictwo for a good while now, and he had respect for his mental fortitude. I mean, I even helped you find Ray because you wanted to avoid becoming your father or your children to become him, for heaven's sake. The animal lost his temper and was spilling the tea nervously around them. When this time, it was both Aizawa and Yagi who looked at Nezu. Wait, what? Nezu was suddenly conscious of their stare and sighed. All of what I'm going to disclose will stay in these walls, but it is important to understand everything. The 9 people listening nodded. Ray and Enji Todoroki were indeed a form of quirk marriage, through a lot of omiai. It was also love at first sight for both of them. That was new for most of them. To avoid making any child, Enji had to have a fire quirk and a heat resistance above him. Because, otherwise, the risk the child would have reached the singularity would have been above 90%. Nezu explained, suddenly tired. Even though he was prepared. I thought, the singularity was a theory. It is a secret, not many people know about it. We hid it with nice words, but we have already seen 2 cases of people managing to awaken more than once, and as a result of favorable awakenings, become something that could only be described as living quirks, functionally immortal. And the point with Endeavor being, Shouta asked, descending from the ceiling, while Endeavor was sobbing. Actually sobbing. What the hell was going on? Endeavor is the son of one of them. For a moment, Shouta refused to see the connection. The living quirks, people who underwent freak accidents and evolved. So, he is French. That is a good reason for sobbing. Aizawa joked because the alternative was far, far worse. He seriously hoped that Nezu would confirm this. No, my father is the other one. Endeavor, who was breaking down emotionally in front of them, chose to explain the situation. My father is the Ashen King, burner of Tokyo and the imperial family, the genocider of China, the living cataclysm. Suddenly, for many people, it became clear why the hell Endeavor of all people hid his family tree. The Ashen King. No one really knew his origins. However, if Endeavor was the strongest hero fire user, all specialists agreed to say he did not even reach half of the level of the living cataclysm. However, he became in a decade a legend among supervillains. Even All for One, in all of his madness, had tried to take him down but not to steal his quirk, fearing it would still try to consume him down. He failed to even approach the living fire. The man appeared one day in Beijing. 1 hour later, nothing was left of the Forbidden City. Then, the blue giant of fire turned his sick smile and stared to the rest of China. In a rare moment of clarity, mafia, supervillains, and heroes banded together to try and stop what was obviously a monster. His whole body was actually made of fire. No heating problem like Endeavor or what the few fire users in the world could meet. He was the fire and had embraced it. The more he burned down, the stronger he became. Wherever he went, only ashes were left. Hence his name. He burned 75% of the whole country. What was left was because everyone united against him. So, the king walked into India and a few more countries. Nuclear fire had been used. Somehow, it made him disappear after a few months. Then, Florida got burned to 1/10 of its initial size by nuclear fire. Then, he came to Japan. That is where he had been destroyed 20 years ago, by a joint task force of a young All Might, Crimson Riot, Nezu, and many other top 10 heroes from all around the globe, including the other living quirk. Though he was way weaker than their enemy, for he was a living pile of trash. Yes, one of the French top heroes was composed of junk in part found in a junkyard. You could laugh, but the man was a hero at the core and was always putting his body in the line of the fight. Even some supervillains were recruited for the operations, such as the Amazonian Queen, an actual Ash user who joined for personal reasons. What All Might and many people did not know about the operation was how Nezu found the location of the Ashen King and his plans for that day, the Great Burning of Tokyo. It had been because he had found a young kid in the street and shared cheese with the crying boy. He had consoled him and promised to protect him. That kid had been Inji, one of the many spawns of the Ashen King. Well, many. As long as you show progress and potential, you lived. Otherwise, you were sacrificed to him. No one wanted to know how that worked for a man who was more energy than a human, and no one truly wanted to understand. The only one who actually knew was Dr. Shigaraki, since unbeknown to anyone, including All For One, he had been the doctor for the king. Why? Simply because that way he could collect more information about the singularity. And the fact he was right. All Might remembered the fight. Even David had been baffled by the firepower of the villain, as he had almost killed All Might when he began to use his power in a concentrated manner. However, it had not been All Might who managed to bring down the monster. It had been the Crimson Riot. To this day, the only explanation of what happened was that Crimson underwent because of the stress and the fact he was protecting the last member of the Japanese imperial family, a succession of awakening. However, he did not manage to become like the other two, his quirk evolving not to protect its user but to protect everyone else. The man punched fire, as in somehow, he made the fire corporeal and he punched it a lot. David's theory was he had obtained the power to harden immaterial things. Still, the former Endagon had managed to kill the fire user before saving the last kid of the imperial family. He then died of exhaustion. But I don't remember the part where Endeavor was here. In fact, no offense Endeavor, I'm surprised you did not get shot in the head. Shouta, who was used to conspiracy now, had no time for tact. None taken. When the higher-ups discovered my existence, Nezu defended me, saying he would make me a hero, someone who would do anything to stop the second coming of my father. That is how the UA Ward program actually began, and they just followed Nezu's advice, because I'm pretty sure you don't have, even now, that much political clout. All Might was in disbelief, though, had he been there, he would have tried to protect the kid. Yes, even if he knew what he had become now. Why? Because he was a hero. You don't save people because it is easy or simple. You don't condemn a kid for his father's fault too. Of course not. In fact, they were already aiming at me when Crimson Riot asked for me to live, Endeavor said before crumbling. Nezu continued, for everyone in the room. Crimson Riot patted his head and told him to be the best hero in the world. That he was proud to die if it was to protect even one more person. The Emperor, a child around the same age as Inji at that time, mind you, actually ordered the soldiers to stand down and listen to the hero. Inji nodded. He had devoted his entire life to these words, all of his effing life to become a hero that would be the best in the world, because of his father's sin and because he cost the life of one of the greatest heroes that ever lived. And now, I'm not sure I was worth that sacrifice. Inji tried to continue before getting beach-slapped by All Might, which to be fair, surprised pretty much everyone in the room. And that is why you wanted to become number one. For F's sake, Endeavor. The ranking is a F and made-up popularity contest. I win because of sheer charisma. All Might seemed both sad and angry before pulling up the man. Did you ever check the stats? I'm no slouch, I admit it. But I'm growing old. Even I don't resist the passage of time. But you're already surpassing me on so many things. And I don't even care about the ranking. This punched Endeavor in the gut. Inji, kid, there is a reason why I often give you so many cases of child kidnapping. It is because I trust your brain and your investigation skill. Did you know that if people preferred if it is All Might saving them, most parents would prefer to know you were on the case rather than All Might? Endeavor cracked a bit more at those words. Has he already reached his dream? Then why have I done everything? The meeting went for quite a bit after that, mainly because Nezu wanted to make sure of many things, such as asking if he took pleasure in beating his kids or if he had anything to do with Taoya's death personally. Enji actually managed to gather enough rage to punch Aizawa in the face for thinking he could kill one of his children. There was the issue of Rei's commitment. This was actually one of the few good moves of Endeavor, who explained he had been worried it would aggravate. Now, he had to live with the fact he was the cause for the one woman he would burn a forest for, to hate him. Nonetheless, the Endeavor that went out of the building that evening was someone destroyed and who went out to his agency to get wasted and try to sleep a bit before getting back home to try to start fixing what could be fixed, which he was pretty sure was not much left. His punishment had been to open his eyes to what he had done. And honestly, it had been only that because Nezu told him he would pact ties with Necromancer if Endeavor even dared to think of doing the final measure. Oh, and losing parental rights of his kids, for very obvious reasons. Now, Nezu was sipping tea in front of the three Todoroki left in front of him with All Might and the detective Naomasa. Aizawa had been sent to make sure Inji did not try a funny business. Nezu had required the presence of the detective to be sure of what Inji had said before. Learning that one of your adoptive sons had become abusive despite coming from a similar home had been hard. Learning he did that without noticing it was even harder but gave hope he could change. The F have we learned? An angry and disturbed Natsuo said that. Seriously? All they had to do was to ignore that one a hole from the HSPC they tried to talk to and just ask Netsu. And their father would have crumbled like a little beach. Fayumi was even more hurt as suddenly everything made more sense as to why their father never raised his hand against them. No training, no hurting. He was just ignoring them most of the time. Well, except that time, when she thought about it, when she had cried about a teacher that had been excessively harsh toward her students once. That teacher had been way more considerate afterward and seemed scared quite a lot after. Maybe. As for Natsuo, it was a rage that was icing his tea. His power had never been enough to be a hero or a vigilante. However, he was good at cooling liquid. Nonetheless, it had been the realization they could have been saved earlier. Finally, Shouto. His father did not know he was there for everything that had been said. Now he was having his world destroyed. His father was still an abusive a-hole and the cause of his mother's breakdown. However, apparently, while his father did engage in a Quirk marriage, he had loved Rei and the meaning of the marriage was to avoid another living cataclysm. Netsu confirmed there was an actual imperial edict about who Enji could marry. So, yes, that explained why Endeavor did not simply marry someone with either a salamander mutant quirk or a fire resistance quirk, or someone with a dragon quirk like Ryukyu. So, to say he had various feelings was a euphemism. So, let's talk about your lodging. Natsuo, Fayumi, I will provide for your lodging. Just tell me if you prefer a home together or separately. As for Shouto, I'm bringing him as a UA ward. He will be under my personal care. Question. I just asked what the F we learned. That your father was an idiot and that sometimes asking the right person for help was essential. But we did ask for help. Like the HPSC. Natsuo protested, who was remembering his father spiraling from a loving father to now, during and after Taoya's death. The fact Taoya apparently took Trigger before his death. Something that made Endeavor take a personal vendetta against any Trigger case after that. I said, right, people, let's add that to his grievances against the HPSC. All three children were staring, surprised. The HPSC isn't full of them, which was now raising more questions to Netsu. He would have to ask Mr. Compress for a service or two. He would probably pay him by making sure his wedding was undisturbed. Netsu wondered when Atsuhiro would notice that his wife was a former vigilant-ish doctor. Hell, even Eraserhead had been terrified of her. Still, it was going to be a long debrief for them too. Finally, Netsu was meeting the last person he had to meet today. The one who was going to determine how much he was going to destroy the country. A man with a pharaonic mask. Technically a villain, as he was a known weapon dealer and thief around the world. The architect himself, genius and probably someone who reached singularity but never abused it. Netsu had paid him in advance with the authentic Yada no Kagami, as the man was one with an intellect on par with Netsu but more years of experience. One of the few true immortals in the world. What did your machines register? Netsu had to require his service in an emergency. Thankfully, the man was highly competent, and various machines in the room next to Netsu's office were set to monitor everyone's thoughts and memories. The person who tampered with him is an expert of the highest degree. Actual psychology, mental manipulation, gaslighting, and carefully applied quirk to tamper with his emotion and his ability to judge what he was doing. What you did to him today was incredibly harsh, but necessary. Let's just say I would recommend you to make sure he only meets people you trust for. Since he's especially stubborn, 3 weeks. However, you did well. A bit more and he would have been highly susceptible to suggestion. In fact, he's already susceptible to them, to a degree. You can't ask him to ignore a murder, but you can convince him to let someone else do the investigation. The man in front of them, while a hologram detailing Enji's brain appeared in his hands, explained the whole situation. The architect was someone unique. He disliked appearing in person, but he was honest to a fault when he was hired for a job. Netsu was also sure this conversation would never get out or be used against him. After all, the architect's own great-great-great-granddaughter was studying at the UA. She was also already making Power Loader crazy. So, you're telling me that it isn't provable except by my technology, or if you manage to get Mindraper to check on him, or the Heart Stealer if that man was alive. In fact, the process was quite close to what I have seen on some of his victims. If given enough time, the true Endeavor should re-emerge. Technology that was not usable in court. Either it or Mindraper, in fact. Both were criminals of the highest degree, and Mindraper only worked with Misery, someone Netsu found highly detestable. Not to mention both of them had disappeared a few years ago. Now, Netsu was going to war. Izuku was enjoying his walk back home as much as possible when he came back from the mall. Using the card of the Lens of Truth, Izuku took a picture of a visible Toru. He hoped for something like hand-holding. Maybe a kiss on the cheek again. He was read only by thinking again of what had happened, Toru kissing him on his lips. Now he had a picture of her. He could imagine her better doing that. Did she have her eyes closed too? Izuku could remember her hands on him when she grabbed him for the kiss, their moment together next to the fountain. He imagined her greenish hair flowing and mixing a bit with his. Apparently, when a girl could not do her hair, she had them messy. Who could have known? Well, now, Izuku did. However, he had been a bit surprised by what she had said next, claiming him as her boyfriend and saying dibs. He couldn't have been the subject of a discussion among girls. Right. Well, it is nice to have that memory of us, said Izuku, looking at his phone before he felt a strange force taking the phone from him. It was Inko who had activated her quirk full force. I know everything and I need the picture, cackled his mom, happy to know his son had his first girlfriend. Behind her was, of course, Atsuhiro, with a smile on his face. It appeared his advice had not been useless. Izuku winced, knowing what was coming, and tried to tackle his parents. No, it is mine. Mom, who told why? Izuku realized the answer and, between his teeth, cursed a single name. Katsuki, you will pay, swore the green boy, as he heard his mom gush about how cute Toru was. Though she was cute with her knowing smile, thinking Izuku was trying to make her like a normal girl and tried to make a simple picture of them. Oh my god, our Izuku is finally growing up, said Atsuhiro with a fake tear. He swiped it off his eye. Izuku, when do you think you can present her to us? Asked Inko, overjoyed by the prospect. Mom, it has been less than a day since. Izuku stopped when he remembered that he did not confess and it was Toru who did everything. Right. It has not been a full day. Still, it is my duty as your mom to know more about her. So, you will tell me or I will use my informant. Izuku did a sound quite reminiscing about a sad dog while his stepdad excused himself for a moment. Indeed, Atsuhiro's phone had rung, and he had to take it, especially as it was Nedzu who was calling. As soon as he was in a room with no one who could eavesdrop on him. Mr. Compress, thief extraordinary, what can I do for you? I need you to steal some top-secret files from the HPSC. Somehow, the tone in Nedzu's voice told him it was more serious than he could think. Someone had angered the stoat big time if he was that sullen. No joke, no special presentation. The only time he had been like that was when Mr. Compress, as a joke, stole his tea. Who is the target this time? I need everything the HPSC has on Endeavor, no matter how small it is. Atsuhiro sighed. He had learned that apparently, fire-quirked men were bad fathers. It was probably genetic. What is in for me? Not that he would not do it. However, now he had a family to take care of. Your marriage with Inko Midoriya will stay a secret for everyone. Thought All Might guessed who you were but is ready to make as if he did not know about you and help you with your backstory. Something like you are one of his coaches who helps him stay on top despite his age. Of course, as you are a professional, you never talk about All Might or anything. Shit, the offer was good. Fantastic. I will begin as soon as I can. I have helpers who will help. Good. They went too far this time. Nedzu talked little about what he suspected of the commission. After all, they were by phone. It was better to leave things unsaid. This way, Atsuhiro would also explore venues Nedzu would not try. Meanwhile, Tamura planned his attack in the UA. He had to attack All Might with the Namu. It was his assignment by Sensei. However, since such an attack would bring the attention of the media, it also meant Izuku would learn about it. Therefore, he had to do his duty while not blocking Izuku's route. It was relaxing for him to think about his plan and tactics while playing cards solo. The combo, the possibilities, the randomness he had to compose with. Heroes, villains, sidekicks and minions. Events. Tamura looked at the journalist's card which gives more points to the person who will win the next battle. What he had to compose with during this fight, knowing he would certainly lose. Tamura then had a smile. All he needed to do was to do something before the fight, such as deciding on the fight in the field. Well, how about using them? After all, the media were everyone's enemies. Kurogiri, I would need a lot of stupid reporters in the front of the UA. Monday if possible. Can you do it, please? Kurogiri could have cried of joy, as Tamura had been polite, if his eyes were not somehow some kind of cloud that could pass through reality to teleport people across Japan as long as he had coordinates. Of course, young Tamura, with pleasure. Do you need anything else for your attack? Maybe some cannon fodder? Not yet, Kurogiri. I will plan my attack once I have discovered when the students have classes with him. I want to be sure when and where we will strike. However, I would like disposable minions for a starter. I do not want to lose people who have a good backstory and excellent power yet. The blue-haired man looked at the booster he got recently. The House of Madness, a criminal syndicate that worked as a family. Not powerful, but with a fan base for their crime who were often artistic and their contestations of the norm of the society. Tamura thought they were just a holes who were refusing to admit what they were. Then how will you enter the school? By the door. Tamura had a strange smile as he knew something Kurogiri did not. And why you do not use the traitor we have among them. That would be idiotic to use and probably delete an asset we had so much trouble to get. Unlike the Namu, it will not be easy to replace. Am I right, Kurogiri? The cloud man nodded simply before he kept washing glasses automatically. Well, now he had to prepare a few things to enter the school, didn't he? Tuesday. As journalists were sleeping on Monday, Tamura was in front of the UA in a third-year general course uniform. The blue-haired man dyed his hair black and wore lenses to change his eye color. Though Quirk was involved in his disguise, as there was a high number of Quirks who could detect and discover Quirk-based illusion or cover. The only people who could use them for villainy were very strong or to work together to complement their weaknesses. Not everyone could do that, so you better learn how to apply makeup if you wanted to hide your identity. Either that or you did not care in the first place about it, such as Muscular did not give a flying F about it. However, Tamura cared about his civilian identity, hence his disguise. He even worked on a special suit should he ever do the villain in public, so no one would know his true identity. The villain in training smiled when he saw the journalists, who were pressing themselves around them. All he had to do now was to enter the flow of students as they entered the school. It was fairly simple, and the robots did not have the time to scan every student for their cards and ID. However, the robots were certainly going to scan them later, meaning Tamura was on a time-based mission. Still, he had an advantage. The blue-haired man could not endanger the spy, but he could use his information to know beforehand the whole place and not lose time by wandering around the place and wondering where he was. He just had to go straight to his aim and ignore everything else, such as this girl with blue hair who was wandering kind of aimlessly in the air before crashing into him. As she was grumbling a bit, Nejire got up a bit and gave her hand to a Tamura who was not happy. He had little time to lose. Whoopsie, sorry. This is not the way to the classroom 3A, I guess. It is on a whole other floor and in a whole different corridor. Tamura had the map memorized. Hard to beat a From Software game if you could not remember the map yourselves. The cute girl was smiling at him and he gave her his hand to get up. Wait, why did he think she was cute? She was most likely a hero. He was a villain. Tamura could not think like that. He had to make her go away as soon as he could. He explained to her the path she had to take when he noticed something very quickly. You are an airhead, aren't you? Heh. Yes, as you can see, I fly around a bit. Yes. KSSS. I don't like people like you. A hero who doesn't even know her right from wrong. You meant left, right? You were funny, you know. I didn't mean to be funny. I tried to say you were spineless. This was the moment Tamura noticed the girl was spinning on herself, smiling cluelessly. Oh, for sensei's sake. They did not pay the boy enough for this shit. Yes, technically. He was not paid at all. If I guide you to your classroom, will you leave me alone? Sure, that would be nice. The girl was way too bubbly to Tamura's taste. 2D girls were quiet and you could always silence the BGM if it